July non-farm payrolls just coming through, 187,000 versus 200,000 expected there. Again, U.S. non-farm payrolls for last month, July, 187,000 versus 200,000 expected. A little better than it's expected for the overall market in that case. Private payrolls, meanwhile, 172,000 versus 180,000 expected there. Just looking for the unemployment rate, 3.5% versus 3.6 expected there. So better right across the board. Again, if you missed that, 172,000 or 187,000 versus 200 expected. Private payrolls, 172,000 versus 180. So should be a good report for the overall market. Meanwhile, a ton of things moving around in the pre-market this morning. The big ones, obviously, Amazon and Apple. We'll touch on both coming off of earnings. It was the iPhone sales forecast for Apple causing a bit of a problem. I mean, I've already seen a whole bunch of people saying maybe they're sandbagging for next quarter as well. Q3 forecast, not the greatest for Apple, so maybe a little bit of downside to come. Rivian with earnings as well. We'll talk about Block. They're out with earnings. Coinbase, Airbnb, DraftKings. The list goes on and on and on. It's Friday, August 4th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Market back to the upside once again, as you can just get off that, Fabian, it's fine. Non-farm payrolls, guys, if you missed it, 187,000 versus 200,000 expected there for July. So that's, a decent amount below what was expected there. Unemployment rate 3.5% versus 3.6%. Average earnings year over year to the upside, however, 4.4 versus 4.2. Average earnings month over month, 0.4% increase versus 0.3. So that rate thing, Sharif here, obviously, good morning. That rate stickiness still there, but the overall number in the right direction here.
Yeah, one of the Fed's preferred measures, obviously, for the gauge of the economy. They've been looking for slack in the job market. They have been getting it. A little bit of slack coming in here, Brendo. We'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, the market surprisingly not showing much of a reaction here. We are positive overall for both the S&P and the NASDAQ right now. But again, guys, 187,000 versus 200 on that July non-farm payrolls number.
Yeah, Nicola's tanking. Nicola, welcome everybody. Nicola just got to $3. The only thing I'm going to be upset with is the fact that I didn't get a full position on it in front of 335. We'll get to that one and a host of earnings. I feel as if this market just tried to get that 15.5 back on the NASDAQ. That's Nicola is still absolutely getting gutted. And Woodshed here now down 13%. This is wild. I am going to bid 290. Live, people. So that's one of those things. Like I do want to give the morning crawl like normal and go over some things, but I get some orders out because it gets into that 280 level. I need to be taking some profit out. So Nicola is going absolutely to the floodgates. But we just got back to that 15.5 very briefly on that number and once again gave it up. But where we've dipped to is where we closed. So I think the close price, and Sharif was pointing this out, been a bit of an inflection point. Where we closed on the NASDAQ and the ES has turned into like a morning support level. I feel like we'd be up a bajillion if Apple had a better quarter because what Amazon did was absolutely impressive. And if you were watching aftermarket on Amazon, there were a lot of people selling 36, and then there was even more size at 37 and more size at 38 and ridiculous sell volume. People just sitting on the offer, getting run over at 139 on Amazon. Those are all levels to watch on the way back in for that stock. So lots to talk about. DraftKings had a great quarter as well. They're up big. Man, I wish I had more shares of Nicola.
Yeah, I wish I took that short with you. We were discussing that not too long ago. It was at, 335 where you got into that?
Yeah.
Maybe should have tried that short with you up there. That wage growth number, that's kind of sticky. And I think, the market has shown that, the labor market has shown that, the jobs are there. The jobs are going to stay there. The fact that wage growth is increasing, that's kind of tough for the CPI. which I think is what people may be paying a little more attention to, given that the labor market is just so strong that, I feel like, the actual unemployment numbers aren't going anywhere. So that wage growth maybe hurting this move. Obviously, the overall sentiment in the market right now is not the best with that credit downgrade. So, any good news was probably going to get sold off. You can see that I'm in the Free Fall Friday red today. So
I have a red shirt, but I decided not to wear. We've had these on the Bears for 2 days.
yeah,
I think that's fair enough.
that's probably the longest that these Bears have been here for a couple months now, right?
I'd say so.
3 days in a row.
That
two
is
Bears.
a nice shirt, though.
I appreciate it.
I have a shirt similar to that, but I think I wore it to a wedding, and that's the only time I ever wore it. And I have one red golf shirt that I wear every now and then. But I usually wear that just because it's it's clean and it's not wrinkled and it's hot, so I want to wear a golf shirt, not because I don't really think about that. And I don't really own anything green. I have a Michigan State t-shirt. I suppose if I wanted to be overly bullish, I could wear that. I have a Chive t-shirt. Nickel is at 280.
Yeah.
It's over.
I tried to get the pop in there at 298, but it only went to 296. So I guess you got to just punch,
So Nikola reported this.
Oh my God.
You want to know why they're taking? So Nikola reported they said they have 111 reservations and can only make a quarter of those. So make about half of that in Q1. So they can't meet that demand. They also said they were able to. They were approved to issue more shares in their report, which is also never a good thing. This is. There's about a 0% chance, I thought, when you're taking this stair step, there's higher, low, so you basically lower, high, same resistance, lower, high, resistance there, breaks the bottom, gets right back up, wicks the same resistance level that flushed in the aftermarket. I'm okay, that's a good short setup. There's no chance I thought this was going to go, 50 pennies already on a $3 stock. I didn't think that was going to happen by 8:30. There's no question. I wish this would have happened at the open, because then it would just be a different story. But wow, not good for Nikola. We'll talk about some other names as well. Let's go back to the desk.
Very strange. All right, let's dig into a few things here. Obviously, I was just going through a number of analyst moves on Apple specifically. This was the latest one from Morgan Stanley here. Still maintaining an overweight rating, but lowering their price target a little bit. So, we've discussed in depth here over the past couple of days the fact that, the market's had such a huge run and had such a great beginning of the year, or first half of the year in general. It's time for a pullback, obviously. There's going to be a little bit of profit taking here. Apple specifically interesting in the sense that, like I said, when we came on, I saw a couple of people already pointing to maybe a little bit of sandbagging when it comes to the Q3 forecast.
Yeah, well, 3 quarters in a row they've had now declining revenues, and according to whoever you're listening to, maybe a fourth. What we did see was devices sales are down. You had Mac sales down. You had iPad sales down. Where they did make up ground, though, was in services. That includes things like Apple TV, Apple Music, subscriptions, revenue coming in from the Apple Store. They take 30% off the top on every app. Don't forget that. So a little bit of a mixed bag. I think that has to do a little bit, Brendo, with the shift in consumer spending from goods to services that we've been talking a lot about. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings.
And remember, Apple event coming up in September as well. So just around the corner, actually, Apple and Google as well planning a September event I saw in the past couple of days here. So we're going to get new handsets here from both companies. Meanwhile, it was 4, if anyone was wondering how many times AI was mentioned from Tim Cook on the call last night for Apple, guys. Apparently, they've been working on a ChatGPT-like AI tech for years, according to Tim Cook.
Everybody's been investing and working on this stuff for a long time. It's just now there's a pressure on you to talk about it a lot and make it more to the forefront. But it's been the underworks. In fact, I remember reading something, and I want to say it was 2 years ago, and they were detailing AI spending. And the lagger of the big tech names at the time was Meta, and everyone else was spending. Google was at the top of that list, and Apple and Microsoft were there. I think it was, but of the big, whatever, I don't know what you're supposed to be calling them anymore. The big tech names. So of the big tech names, or FANG, I guess it was back in the day, it was Meta that was behind. The problem with Apple here, I actually thought, look, if you look at the way that their quarter broke down, you knew handsets wasn't going to be that great. And you knew everything else was probably going to have at least some kind of a lag. We got that idea, and everyone's been talking about that for a while. But the services number managed to make it a passable earnings report. So it was not that big of an overall decline, because when you have people in the ecosystem, they're going to be able to build on those services, which gives them this fantastic buffer. And that's a good thing for them in the long term. It's just that you're now under the 50 period for the first time since like January. And if you don't get back above it, that's pretty darn bearish. And this is the name that kind of moves the market. Like I said, we'd be up a bajillion if it wasn't for Apple. The NASDAQ is flat. The ES is flat. Apple's down 3%. If it wasn't for that, we'd be laughing. So 187 is kind of my pivot area here. Like if we're beneath that number, I'm thinking shorts. If it recovers 187, let the market dictate. Are we closing above or below the 50 period on the daily? If it's below, I think this could be headed to 70. I think it's the mid 70s, the next support level on Apple. Oh, shout out Mr. Westermeyer. Thank you for the super chat. Getting married tomorrow and honeymooning in Switzerland, so taking a few weeks off. I'll be back in the chat regularly in September. Have a great August. You have a fantastic time in Switzerland.
Congratulations!
Absolutely happy to find out that you found someone you want to live the rest of your life with. It is, again, like having a partner in life and building a family and doing all of those fantastic things, and then just sort of creating that household together is like that's what life is worth living for. That's what we all do this for. So I'm super happy for you. Hopefully everyone in the community is gonna say it as well. And Baja Express, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Baja Express. We'll give that as well. We'll give all those. I'm thinking add more somewhere into Nikola on this pop. I thought maybe $3 because it's a round number, but this is. I just feel like it's a short that needs to be taken care of. And watch out for Fubo. Fubo reported they're making a power move to the upside as well. That's a New York stock. Just because it's happening right now, and they reported this morning, I just wanted to quickly go over this on the daily. 18% short float. It's through 350. And if you zoom out a little bit further, this is what $4 looks like on Fubo. So I'm not endorsing the company, this is what $4 looks like, and the next level up is 5. This is setting up maybe, I don't know if I want to take a breakout before 9 o'clock on this thing, but it's getting pretty darn close to that $4 level on Fubo. So a lot to cover there. Apple, if it doesn't hold that 187, I don't know.
Apple, I feel like, is that company that you just always dip by. It's the big boy, but we saw AMD the other day dip way further than we were expecting and then recover the next day. So maybe, the bid suddenly disappears on this one so that people can maybe buy it a little lower than anybody else anticipated that they could. I was looking at, what do I have? 183.70 on Apple, which hopefully shows up on the daily chart. What is going on with my day chart on this computer these days? It just won't load more than 10 days for some reason. Apple on the daily chart, 183.70 was a prior kind of dip price. That's where I'm looking. 184 fail break. If that comes within the first kind of 30 minutes of the open, I'll be looking at Apple to buy the dip. I think I don't know. Weak forecast, not good in this market. We've been kind of trading on forecasts, it feels like, for a while now. So. The big boy reporting a bad forecast, market down, bad news on the market, bad news on Apple. We could see a pretty decent dip here, but I think we get to 184. You're probably riding that all the way back up to 187. And I think 191, which was the low of where we were trading yesterday, is like a breakout price. If we get above 191, start trading above there, I think everybody gets squeezed out of this short move, and then maybe, we're making new highs before long. We've seen moves like that out of these big companies before. But yeah, pretty exciting to have two of the big boys reporting, and Amazon could be nuts today.
So strong.
We were just talking about Fisker here. The market, meanwhile, seems a little bit confused here this morning. It's, the initial move was higher, then we go down, make a new low, we're back to the upside now. Yeah, here's Fisker, 0.6. Look, this is the first really significant non-farm payrolls report that comes in much lower than expected. So futures little back and forth at this point. We'll see if we can't figure out which way we want to go. Here's Fisker, not doing anything, first of all, here as we get going. But, I mean, there's so much else to look at. A few things to note. Smaller loss, 825,000 total sales in the quarter. I mean, I was just saying to Sharif, if you compare it to 10,000 in the same quarter last year, seems okay, but not so good as far as production is concerned.
No, look, it's tough for them. We know they're trying to scale. It's a tough business to do, but here's a look. Let's talk a little bit about it. They produced 1,022 cars. That's way below the estimates and the guidance that they gave last time around, which was between 1,400 to 1,700 vehicles. With respect to guidance, now they're saying we're going to make about 20,000 to 23,000. Again, that's down from earlier guidance of 32 to 36. And they also posted an $85 million loss, Brendo.
As far as price, guys, I mean, we're still kind of stuck in this range overall if you go to the daily chart here for FSR.
I mean, it's pretty boring, to be honest with you. Like, look, it's crazy to the downside. Obviously, everybody knows that. It's making higher lows, but it can't seem to break out the 7 level. Ooh, I have a stop above 310 on Nikola. Okay, I added down at the bottom, so I have like a 304. I only want to give it 10 cents-ish. That could get run. We're going to get back to that in a quick second. But Nikola, I feel like, not Nikola, Fisker, unless it takes out 7, I really don't see much of a trade here. And that's the thing. You want a stock breaking out. If it's a squeeze name, you want it to run the stops. And this just does not seem like it wants to go. So let's go to maybe I want to show the weekly here. The daily you can see, like that's the $7 level. The weekly, if you look at the weekly, the 50 period is also right around that like 690. And look at it ride that since it broke down. Like that's when it accelerated to the downside. It needs to get above there. So $697. Like that, around that price, I think there's a breakout trade in Fisker. It did it once. There's a breakout at 7 and then immediately failed. It's worth keeping on the radar because it's got, like it's 39% short float on Fisker. So you would think if this gets going, like it's been up for like 4 days in a row, but where's like there's one really good move in here, and then yesterday was pretty good. Then on earnings, you do absolutely nothing. That's a disappointment because I really thought Fisker was a name that we could be looking for a breakout and a crazy runner. It just doesn't feel like that's going to be the case today.
Yeah, that Fisker, I don't know. Sean and I were talking about the $7 break last time you were off, and we broke it and then rejected 3 times off that $7 level on Fisker. Looks like it's happy trading where it is between $5.50 and $7. And we're really doing nothing on this report. So I don't know. Seems like there's really probably no trade here on Fisker. And what is the short float? I think it was 35%. Maybe it's gone down a bit. Oh no, it's gone up 39% on Fisker. So a squeeze name that's doing no volume. That's not. I mean, the shorts have to get uncomfortable somewhere, and they're clearly comfortable where we are. I can't even zoom out on the daily chart right now, but where have we come from on this name? Not actually that far. If I pull up the trade ideas chart here, relative to some of the other crazy names in the market that have come from hundreds of dollars, Fisker's only come from like $30. So I guess like people who are short are likely short in the teens. So maybe we take out $10 and then that's where people start getting a little bit uncomfortable on this one. For now, I just don't see any trades on Fisker until we start getting that volume and until we start getting those explosive moves. I recall at $13, $14, we were getting some like huge trend days where people were stopping out of this one. Right now, nothing really, nothing. No, totally muted action. Everybody's kind of comfortable where they are. Nobody's really buying or selling in this $5 to7 range.
Yeah, almost surprising. I mean, one of those days when there's so much to look at, so something like a Fisker might get lost in the weeds here. Nikola, however, how dare we not talk about Nikola yet? $3 trying to hold here as support on the way back to the upside. They also reported, FYI, if anyone's just joining. Smaller loss right across the board. Sales kind of in line with expectations. I mean, yeah, it's a miss, but teeny tiny. Fourth CEO in 4 years.
Yeah, the market digesting that, Brenda. When we saw another headline this morning, looks like that they will be able to raise more capital. They were trying to get that shareholder approval for the raising of capital infusion so they can expand. Let's talk about the results of the earnings, though, Brendo. The quarter featured 45 wholesale deliveries and 66 retail deliveries. Revenue, sadly, though, was down 15% year over year to 15.4 million.
Yeah, so 8% right now, guys, but off the low as we saw. This one obviously has, had quite the run here for Nikola.
I mean, I just got wicked out entering underneath $3, well, the other side of $3 myself. I mean, again, we sort of talked about this going over what I was in on this little pop, and that's more like 335 is kind of way more obvious than any other entries. If you look at the post-market action, there was a local bounce off of 3 that had some trouble up at 320. So when I look at this and I'm like, yeah, well, I'm giving it. I was essentially giving it to here in the open market and said that makes sense as a stop out. But when I look at the post-market action, that was a bad out. So I'm getting back into it. It's just that if they're going to be able to raise capital, and again, not a great quarter, keep in mind when this opens up, there's a decent chance it will be short sell restricted. If it hits that 10% mark, then it will be short sell restricted. That will be at, let me just see, 305. So if it opens 305 or lower, once it's there for a minute or two, and it goes SSR, and at that point you run the risk of any kind of a squeeze. So you always have an out. That's number one. B, if this were to get like 350, people get nervous. 360, maybe 380, and all of a sudden you get into squeeze territory on this name. So it always has to be like an out. When I say 380, $4 is even bigger, I should say. $4 on the daily chart is actually the bigger level. But you start taking those out, and the shorts, which are comfortable from a fundamental standpoint, start crapping their pants. So you always have to have yourself an out here. I think it made more sense to be looking at 20s instead of 15s just now, but that was a mistake that hopefully we can rectify. This is going to move. It's been moving for a few days, so this is not like Fisker. I don't care what direction you're trading. This is actually moving. This is worth it for trade. It's done 21 million shares in volume. It's very likely going to be one of the heaviest volume traded for day traders today. Almost no question about it. And my wow, Amazon.
Yeah.
We just, I just feel like we just want to admire the Amazon chart for a little bit, because this just holds the gap, holds 140, and just keeps on going higher. Does valuation matter? Nah. It don't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay, but if you're valuing based on EPS, and they reported a beat that's 50% higher than expected, or 100%, right? It was supposed to be 30 cents. They did 60 cents.
Yeah.
So the company was trading at 130 previously. It should be trading at 260 now if you're valuing based on earnings per share, which I guess the market is not valuing Amazon based on earnings per share. It's probably a revenue multiple.
Yes.
Also, they increased their sales, sales by 11% year over year. Not a lot of those big cap companies are necessarily increasing their revenue year over year this year, because last year was crazy. So I don't know.
And that's a good point. They're 2.5 times sales, right?
Which is not that nuts.
And if you think about it, that's kind of always been the better metric for Amazon. Their retail business is fantastic. We're probably going to get to them in the rundown at some point. It's just, if something's taking out the high of the day and up 10%, and it's not a squeeze name before 8 o'clock, we should probably mention it as it's happening. Like, how many times 10%, not a short squeeze, gapped higher, holding the gap, breaking out the high? Are we talking about yellow? No, we're talking about Amazon here, so that's why we have to bring it up. Takes it that 141. When I looked at this one, what did I write down? Because I don't want to pull the weekly up. It is 144 is the next level on the weekly chart. We got room to that.
Yep. And on this Nikola, I did get back in as well. I don't really want to show my chart that much because this is a terrible, initial trade on it. But I think, wait for the curl. We got the curl. Now we got a stop out spot, and adding through $3 makes sense. Back down to that pre-market low, but can't get too heavy in the pre-market. Obviously, the liquidity is not as good. You'll probably be seeing thousands of lots on this level too by the time the market does open.
Here's some analyst moves for you this morning. On a day with so many earnings reports, we're saying, again, pretty much anything that reported, there's going to be analyst moves on, but here's a few interesting ones anyways. Amazon, the big one. As we just saw, Shake Shack, FMC, BWXT as well. PayPal from earlier in the week, Moderna on here, they also reported this week. Downside, FTNT causing some pressure in the entire cybersecurity group this morning, down huge here after a miss for Fortinet. So, I mean, Pan W even we saw gapping downside in a big way this morning. So if the market, and we preface this just by saying if the market is going to be downside today, guys, cybersecurity names under pressure big time.
Absolutely, and shout out to Mike Korean in the chat there. Thank you for the super chat. Another one here. Can we ever get the stock father back? So, obviously, people, he moved on. He had a fantastic career. If you're not following us, if you're a recent follower, a recent watcher of the show, we used to have Mark Roberts on, wealth of experience on the NYSE floor. But hey, man, I'm sure he's moved on to other ventures and spending time with his family, and we love him. And I mean, if you wanted to come back, we'd love to have him back here. We have fantastic guests as always, every chance that we get. But Stockfather will be missed. This Fortinet, you can't ignore something like this, because I came in and I didn't actually realize Fortinet was reporting and the downgrade and all that. I just saw on my quote board that Palo Alto was down 6.5%, and I was like, what the hell? Like, what the hell? Why the hell is Palo Alto down so much? And then Brendan's like, Fortinet reported. I'm like, well, it must have been really darn bad if it's going to be that big of a sympathy move to the downside. It's going to open up SSR here. And if you're looking for that SSR bounce, there's a few places. I mean, the 60 level, the post-market bottom there at like 58, or if you go to the daily, like 57. Like, there is some really interesting potential bounce levels on FTNT here. And if 57 doesn't hold, then you're probably just making them up and then trying to go for every other dollar. It's worth watching. It'll be on the radar. It's interestingly enough, it found some liquidity in the aftermarket at 61, and now 61's been a really good base here. So I do wonder if it wicks this bottom through 61, never breaks 60, if there isn't a play at the open on FTNT. Though it's hard for my eyes not to be on Amazon, Tupperware, Nikola, Fubo, Apple. It's going to be hard to try to mix Fortinet in at 9:30, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think you probably go for that like even $60 level for a potential bounce on something like this. Down 20%. A lot of the time, these will start off down 20%, try to make a move down, and then by the end of the day, you're at like 12. So I think that there's probably a bounce in this. Volume is not so bad pre-market, so I might just throw this one up on a chart, try to get that PayPal style kind of move off 65 that it had. It goes down into that kind of even level, can't break the even level, short stop out. You get like 60, 70, 80 cents off that. I can see that working, so maybe I'll try that on this one. But as Neil says, there's a lot of things out there today. I think Amazon's probably the main focus today.
All right, let's jump into everything else you need to know here as we get going on a Friday morning. Sharif's going to have a look at, that's quite the bounce underway here for Nikola. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, let's have a look, guys, here. Neil alluded to this earlier. Yesterday, we closed out the day on the ES at 45.21. It seemed to be a very interesting area of support this morning. Despite the volatility after the jobs number, we're holding that level. Yesterday, we really dipped down. 45.06 is as low as we got yesterday. We held 4,500, which is good. Now, if we're able to break above 45.50, and stay above 45.50. That goes back all the way to August 2nd, all the way, I say. I think that might be an interesting long, Brenda.
Talk a little bit about everything else that's moving around here as far as individual movers are concerned. If you haven't done so yet, scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Side note, we are working on a refreshed version of the website, which is going to come soon, so excited about that. If you haven't done so, though, grab that. Free every single morning for you. Comes right to your inbox. Top of the list this morning. That one, Amazon. Huge, huge report. I was sitting here when this came out last night, and I said to Trader Pride, I don't see one single number that came in downside in this report. Not a single number right across the board. a monster beat for Amazon.
And even in areas where they were expected to lose or at least slow down, AWS specifically, we heard a lot about companies wanting to restructure costs, and cloud was where they were going to make some of the cuts. Nuh-uh. Amazon blew them out everywhere.
Yeah, impressive to say the least here as we creep, guys, back towards these levels from last night.
Yeah, I mean, when you save money, when a big corporation decides to save money, and then after that happens, they get a big revenues go up more than expected. That ends up being really, really good in this particular sense. So this is interesting because we've been talking about lower highs, going all the way back, find the lower highs on some of these daily and weekly charts, and the strong stocks have just essentially been gliding toward them. So if you look at the weekly up here, this is 144 on Amazon. You can sort of see right in here on the daily. That's where we could be headed today if you look at this local breakout that we have on the daily chart. So that's breaking out that 136, 137 area, room to 144. I just feel, why would you play anything except that? So that's what we're looking for today. I mean, if it tries to fill in the gap, 137, that was a previous high. That could be a dip buy in 137. There was all that ridiculous selling at every single even dollar above 36. There was a massive orders at every one of those prices in the aftermarket. So you got to feel as if each one of those prices on the even way down might be worth a bit of a tester if it tries to fill in the gap to the downside. So until you get to 144, it's hard not to like what you got out of that quarter. And okay, yeah. Well, I see your name. One join today. That's up to you. Not necessarily a bad thing. Thoughts on IEP? So we actually can't. I'm gonna get this out of the way. We can't trade IEP here at Day Trade the World. It's a kind of a structural thing, based on the type of security we can't trade it. There's a few names that are on a list that we can't go over. But I will tell you that the last time it huadoomed, it was a pretty aggressive and solid shorting opportunity, despite the fact that it was already down a ton. And it wasn't a one-day event either. They had that short seller report and quadoomed once, twice, and then made another rollover in May. That bottom here is about $18. So maybe that's worth something. I mean, if I was trading it, we can't, like I said, we can't trade it. If it was getting back into the 26 level, that's probably an area that I would look to fade, but like I said, we can't execute on that one, so you're not going to see me in position on it. If it gets to 26, we can go over and talk about it, but that's about it.
Yeah, that was a bit of FOMO on that last IEP move down when we couldn't trade it, and it was probably the easiest short ever. Had some FRC vibes to it, which we somehow missed day one FRC. Nobody on the floor, I don't know if you guys were talking about it on the show day one, but
not till the afternoon.
We totally missed it, and that was probably the easiest short of all time. But anyway, Amazon, all of those orders that we were seeing in the aftermarket that were getting filled, 137, 138, 139 eventually did get filled. Huge order up there, 100,000 shares. I wonder if they were looking at this day, which was the prior earnings. Was this the one? I think this is the one. Prior earnings, we ended up squeezing up to 120 on this day after market and then absolutely slamming down. I wonder if they were trying to, get that kind of move in, and now they are offside. So I'm looking at 139 for a potential dip long on Amazon. It doesn't look like we're going to get it right now. We have this 144 level right here, that 143.90 or whatever. That would be the next kind of resistance level. That is, where did we go to after market? We went to 143 basically after market. So 143 could be a breakout if we squeeze into there before the market opens. And then really you're looking at 150 after that. After that 144. There's not a whole lot on Amazon. We did gap down pretty aggressively before or on this bad earnings or whatever this news was back here that I can't seem to remember right now. And it is worth noting that we never closed above 136. So the highest close in this move up is 135.30. So if you're looking for that ultimate dip price, probably that 135.30, 136 fail break may be the way to get it if it puts in kind of an AMD-like move. I have on my notes, if Amazon is failing way more aggressively than you expected, do not get stubborn. AMD was a kind of big issue when it kept going down, and you don't want to step in front of these moves. If the profit takers come in and the algos are making the pre-market look super amazing on this one, like this is absolutely going to fly, and then it just takes out pre-market low and starts tanking. I don't want to be buying the dip 10 times on this thing on the way to 135 where the real dip trade is.
Yeah. All right, we're just discussing the popularity of Apple. Sharif's going to tell you a number here in a second that's pretty mind-boggling as far as subscriptions go for this company, but 81.8 billion in the quarter. Just think about that number for a second. First off, 81.36 billion was expected there for Apple. Again, it's the iPhone sales forecast that seems to be a bit of a problem here. Q3 forecast in general was a little bit light.
Let's talk about the bad before we start talking about the good. They didn't do as well on their MacBook sales. That's down. We know that consumers have been spending less on goods. Same thing with iPads. iPads has been kind of a declining variable as of late. But here's the good. They made a lot of money on services because they have 1 billion subscribers. Now, that accounts for things like Apple Music, Apple TV. If you have extended storage like I do, that accounts for that as well. In addition to that, they did well in China, all the while nobody's really doing well in China because they haven't been able to recover it. Somehow they generated more revenue, 15.75 billion in this quarter compared to last year, 14.6. Europe was flat.
Right across the board, though, pretty impressive as far as the overall numbers. Just a few sticking points here for Apple, guys. One of those days, though, this one could be the deciding factor for the overall market.
It doesn't, all of a sudden it doesn't feel like it because the NASDAQ's up 0.5%. NVIDIA almost broke 450. Someone just broke a keyboard behind me. And, or maybe a water bottle, I have no idea. Something just crashed behind me. Hopefully everything is okay. So Apple down 3% into this. And we talked about this and we sort of said that it wasn't perfect and it's been on a nice churn and sometimes you have to have perfection. You can't have any kind of decline in growth. Like the different story here is that sort of growth decelerating. I think they have a good moat around them that doesn't matter technically. Like I said, the 50 period, 187 on the daily chart, that's a decent line in the sand there. If it breaks back above, I think if we get above 187 and start going, we could be unstoppable in the market today. If Apple can recover the 50 period and start rallying back to the 3 trillion mark. Which is $190.89 is when it goes 3 trillion again. So that's always been a level. Have a look at that. If you wonder why it randomly bounces just underneath 191, that's the 3 trillion mark. If it goes up today and randomly stops around 190.80 or 190 whatever, then that's the 3 trillion mark. So 187, I won't touch it until I have a good sense of where the strength is off of that level. So it needs to trade in there. If it never gets close, it's a really bad sign for Apple. But as mentioned, like the rest of the market is really bouncing. We're above 15.5. The chip names are starting to go. I mean, I have nickel on my mind today, guys. I apologize. I'll probably, anything starts with an N and I'm going to say Nikola. I apologize in advance. 450 could get taken out in NVIDIA pretty much right at the open, and it's got a monster gap to fill if it can clear the 52 level. So the rest of the market's strong. Apple is the big cap tech doing its own thing.
Yeah, this, where is it? Yeah, here it is. 183.50, 183.75 kind of area in here that Apple was pretty comfortable trading in previously. We kind of wicked it here, get back above, a bunch of closes right around it, wick down below it, and then we kind of blast off into this up move. So this is what I'm looking at for a dip trade. This is the only dip trade. 184 fail break for me is the only thing that I'm probably going to take on Apple today. I think unexpected bad earnings could have pretty bad consequences for Apple, but I think the dip buyers are always going to be there on the biggest name in the market. So that's where I'm buying the dip. Maybe if we get to 180, I would try it there, just because that's that like key round level. We were thinking 200. You get $20 down from that. I'll try that, but 180, which I don't think we're getting to, and 184, those are the only trades for me on Apple today. I think we can get the dip buy back into like 187, 188, where we're trading kind of early in the pre-market today.
Nice. 10 gifted subs there
Thank you.
in the chat. Make sure you run over and grab those guys. DraftKings, I was just reading through a couple of interesting data points here as far as the overall quarter is concerned. 466 million, essentially. Last year, 769. The forecast, it seems to be the sticking point here as far as the positive is concerned, though, back to the upside for DKNG at 34.
Yeah, an 88% jump in revenue year over year on the same quarter last year. Here's the look, guys. We know that they've been plagued with cost of acquisition issues. What they're doing now is because they're legalized in so many markets, they're taking the money from that and then they're going and getting authorized in different jurisdictions. Here's where they're getting authorized now: Kentucky, North Carolina, Puerto Rico, and Vermont, which account, only for 6% of the U.S. population, but more sources of revenue, Brendo.
Yeah, the company estimating Q2 as well to align with those same numbers. So looks pretty good here, guys, for DKNG. Still 9%. Nicola continues to struggle.
Yeah, DraftKings right on the heels of football season, and hey, their numbers would be even better if NFL players were allowed to gamble. I have Jamison Williams in my fantasy league, and in both of my fantasy leagues, and the guy betting on college games and not even the NFL, and he gets a 6-game suspension when you can go out and actually literally assault somebody in the NFL and not be suspended for 2 years. But if you're sitting in your hotel and you put a few dollars on a college basketball game, then that guy gets suspended for 6 games. Wise up, NFL. So 32-35 is a level I like. If you're going to go dip by hunting, I feel as if DraftKings usually does a bit of a sell into their earnings, or after the earnings, fill the gap in. And I just look back to the highest close we had, somewhere in that range. If it breaks 33, I want to be buying in that $0.50 range in there. Maybe it holds 33 even. If it never breaks 33 even, I think that's a better setup for a breakout, because it seems obvious that there's a 35 break. It's just when something's doing this and it's a nice consolidation, you want to give every chance for the long to work above that level. So I'm not really, if it gets underneath 32, well then fine, fair enough. Or 32.25. If it gets underneath that, it's like, yeah, I'm giving up. I'm not going to take any shots at it, but I'm only thinking long above those numbers on DraftKings. And yeah, I'm going to shout out again Mike Rehan. Thank you for the gifted memberships. And thank you, we missed a super chat. He asked, does anybody own the first stock that they ever bought? I know the answer for me is no. I told the story about the penny stock that I got rid of. And that was outside of mutual funds or anything like that. So I do not, although it's, I feel like some people probably have there in the chat. DraftKings dip buy for me all the way, at least till 32.25.
Yeah, I think the first stock that I ever bought was either BlackBerry or Netflix, and I don't own either of those at the moment. So,
well, at least one of those.
I still own Netflix. I don't know what BlackBerry's trading at. Probably in the 1s or 2s.
Oh, it's not that bad. BlackBerry's at least. I haven't looked in a while. I'm going to say $5.70.
I'm going to say $3.75.
$4.70. Wow, we're literally in the middle of the two. Okay, in fairness, the last time I looked at it was probably on this day. But that's a bad guess. Anyway, let's go back to the desk and talk about one of my favorite stocks ever. It's not really.
Coinbase? Really? Really? I couldn't tell. He said sarcasm. His mic's off. Coinbase, here's the numbers you need to know, guys. Smaller loss, so there's that, but negative move here. I mean, the initial run through 100 got faded pretty quickly. It's worth noting. So $100 right above us. We're trying to hold 89.90 right now. You were just mentioning, Sharif, just talking, or we were just talking off camera here. Interest coming into play here, similar to Robinhood that we talked about the other day. Shades
of Robinhood, guys. What they had was fewer people on their platforms trading, fewer people interacting, monthly active users, whatever metric you want to call it, yet they were able to eke out more money. That comes vis-a-vis interest. That comes vis-a-vis margins that are interest being charged on margin account, meaning extracting more dollar per user. It's not sustainable in my opinion. Bit of a mixed bag here for earnings, Brenda.
A bit of a mixed bag for analysts this morning as well. Just noting here, Barclays, JMP Securities, Needham, Canaccord, to name a few here. It looks like mostly positive or maintaining at least their rating on the stock, but price targets both directions here as far as analysts are concerned for coin.
It's a trap. That's what I feel about 85 to 90 on Coinbase. I feel like that's going to be a gigantic trap today. I don't like the quarterly. When you have the lower trading is kind of a big deal. You have the overhang of the lawsuits. It's not a good near-term thing. You've already rejected one of the biggest level, 110. I could pull this daily chart back even further to show you how big a deal 110 is. But yeah, 85 double top. It was a clean break when it took out this zone here, right up to that 110 level. You're coming right back into it. I do not want to diddle around in here. It's just, what do you do with this, except maybe get trap shorting the bottom, get wicked out a million times on any kind of a long. But if it gets above 90 and can break away from this zone, there's room to 95 and there's room to 03. If it never breaks that top, I think I even wait for it to get to 85 and then look for the short underneath 85. So I'll be sitting out Coinbase, at least off the open, until something extreme happens. It's just a lot of chop in this zone that I don't want to be involved in. But I think once you clear out, if you clear out the bottom underneath 85, things get pretty interesting.
Yeah, we saw that after hours move up to 100, and I thought that Coinbase was really gonna go, and we could get that squeeze move through 115 potentially today. We've seen how heavy 110 has been. We've never closed above there since we broke down from 112 back in April of last year. And I guess I didn't actually read this report. I really, to be honest, I don't like shorting Coinbase. I don't like doing anything on Coinbase unless it's just breaking out straight to the upside, because it's just so choppy and so difficult to short. Now you're in these dip buy kind of levels and you're trying to short it even lower. I just don't see that being an easy trade today. So if people get squeezed out of this and we're breaking out from 103, which if I pull up the 30-minute, will probably, oh, whoops, that's DraftKings coin, will probably be more obvious. The 102.50 into 103 has been a big problem for Coinbase recently. I think that Neil's had a few shorts off of this level. It was supporting really, really well after the move up. Then it's been the kind of issue. I would take a breakout of 103 if by some, I don't know, crazy situation, Coinbase is squeezing up through 103 today. That's the only trade I think I would take on it. I'm not looking to buy the dip anywhere because, you know, a stock that's run up this much, like where was this? This was maybe a month and a half ago, we're at 55. We're still at 90 right now. There's a long way to fall on this one. So I'm not going to be dip buying anywhere on the way down here. Only the breakout, only the short squeeze idea. Short float on Coinbase, still 21%. So that is significant. But I don't think that any of those shorts are particularly feeling it today if we're trading below $100. So, yeah, I don't know. I think you're kind of setting yourself up to get squeezed if you're shorting Coinbase down here.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's a trap. Yeah. And I think if it breaks out, like I didn't even mention that 103 level, but yeah, if it gets there, we're so far away from it, but if it gets there, it's actually possible it could get there for sure. Before we head back to the desk, there was a really good question. Now I looked over and now I don't see it anymore, but I remember it. It was Dan in the chat, and I just answered it in the chat. Yeah, it was Dan there, and he asked me if I have an overall sense of what the market is going to do, what I think the market is going to do before trading, and my answer was simply, not really. Like seriously, like not really. Like when I look at it, all I care about is what is the general trend of the market. So both locally, you know, since we had the Fitch number, we've been in a bit of a downturn. The longer term trend is an upward trend. So I have a sense that you're in a bit of a reversal. And then what are the key levels? Then I'll look at what are the key levels that I consider decision-making points, right? So you have the last couple of days where we've had this like 45.5 on the ES, and if I'm bearish on a stock and it's got a great resistance level and I think it's a good short stock, well then I'm looking for an entry point when we meet resistance there. The NASDAQ, kind of a similar thing around this 15.5 level, over under. We get higher, I have like 15.7 marked off. And then I just look at those overall levels instead of saying the market is going up. Because I said this yesterday, like trading is more, I find like a trade is a story. Like X will happen before Y, and then this is what I want to do in that particular case. So if I can't tell the story of how the trade is going to go, or what I'm looking for to happen to make me act, and give me a reason to get out when I'm wrong, and give me a place to take profit if I'm right, and an opportunity for it to actually work for me, if I can't answer some of those questions or all those questions, then I don't enter the trade. And that's sort of the thing. It starts with where am I wrong? Or why am I trading the stock? Where am I wrong? And is there a potential for it to win? And then you work on from there. Overall market direction, I think that matters a lot if you're a futures trader. If you're trading commodities, I think that matters a big deal. When you're trading individual stocks, you don't necessarily have to just say the market's going up today, and if I'm wrong, I'm not going to make any money. That's a very difficult game to be in. That's why you day trade, so you can trade individual stock names and then make calls on those and trades on those and not have to be worried about being perfect trading the overall markets. That's a very difficult thing to do. Back to the desk for a little Airbnb.
Yeah, one of those days, as we said, so much to look at, so many reports to kind of sift through. We'll give you a brief, overview of a number of them here. It's going to be about narrowing down your focus today, I think. Here's Airbnb. Did you stay in an Airbnb when you went away?
No.
I actually stayed in 2 on my vacation this summer. So it's one of those things where it's become so easy and so convenient. It just kind of gets incorporated into people's plans. But anyway, revenue beats, EPS beats, Q3 guidance even, beat as well. So what's the problem here? We're kind of back and forth for AB&B.
Yeah, basically the third quarter revenues beat, but there's industry fears that U.S. domestic demand Sanctification rental firm shares down again 1.2%, probably just 2/3% right now, Brendo. This one suffered last year from inventory issues. I talked a little bit about this on the midday show yesterday. There doesn't seem to be the kind of inventory in the cities as they like, because condominiums just like mine are banning Airbnbs, and cities all across are doing that as well. That doesn't seem to be the issue this time around. It seems to be that they actually do have inventory. In fact, 16% year-over-year increase in outside the U.S. bookings, Brendo. So people opting for more foreign travel.
One of the things I found quite interesting, the CEO continues to reference this as well every time I've seen him speak in the past little while. The ability for them to get rid of annoyances such as having to do laundry before you check out of an Airbnb is top of their list as far as things they're going to improve. So more to come possibly as far as Airbnb is concerned. I mean, we're at really interesting levels here on the daily chart, guys, for AB&B.
So this is Max's fault for a second here, because he said I had one earnings play a day that usually stocks that we don't trade that's gone. Every single one of them has worked out. Like Caterpillar, which we don't trade, Starbucks, and then what was it yesterday? Yesterday was I'm already forgetting. It was Clorox. Clorox. Yeah. And today Airbnb sets up as the one, but I'm actually not as confident about it. When I read the report, it was like one metric that they didn't beat. Like everything else was good. And if you look at the way the market's reacting to it, it's like, okay, well, it was pretty mixed, and then it tanked, closed, but by the end of the aftermarket, it was still down. Opens back up to, in the pre-market, you get a higher low, so it sells off in the pre-market, puts in a higher low, all rounding out into a break of potentially 141. Then you go to the daily chart, and you see, okay, well, 140, 141 was a previous double top that it accelerated away from. Well, I mean, that usually would set up, we could just go long a break of 141. I'm not very convicted in it. I just can't. It looks like it's set up that way, and then there'd be room for this to get if you go to the 15-minute chart, like you'd say 44, and then you'd say like 47. There's all kinds of places you could see this going to if it breaks 41. I'm just not overly convinced on, but that's the setup, would be that if it holds 140 and there's no Huadong, like why wouldn't you have that reversal? The reversal trade has been pretty good, and it really wasn't that bad of a quarter when you look at the numbers. So that's my thoughts on Airbnb. I don't feel as good about that as I would. Like Clorox to me was, and Caterpillar, like those were setups that were, if you could get that fill off the open, and that's where you're looking at 9:30, those were dip and go. Those were all dip buy trades. This one here, you were dip buying strong names the last three. This one is a breakout on an initial move to the downside, which is not a setup I think I have ever done on an earnings play.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I'm looking at the daily chart, and it looks like Airbnb is pretty happy around 131. But I mean, we made this move up into earnings, and then we sell off like $10 or $15 into it. I don't know. I mean, I'm confused, and when I'm confused, I try not to trade things. So you figure that we'd be trading up at 150 right now. We'd be looking at a 155 breakout. Things would be a lot simpler. I think the market obviously not happy with something. There was one number that you were saying that was not great on this. Yeah, I don't know. I think unless you get down to like 132, maybe you can buy the dip there, but that would be kind of a nuts move down on a overall pretty strong beat. So I think I'm gonna stay away from Airbnb. I was probably gonna stay away from it anyway. Usually, you know, you want like the banger earnings on a stock that's illiquid, and then you're like, all right, I have that catalyst behind me so that I can kind of risk the extra slippage and stuff because I'm really convicted in this idea.
Exactly.
So
Just don't have the conviction.
yeah, no conviction on this one today.
Before we go back to the desk, we should talk a couple of squeeze names here because I know everyone, Tupperware is an obvious one. The debt restructuring for them, that's the reason for the gap up. Nickel's back at $1. I got some out. Let me just, there we go. I'm going to take some more out as nickel is bouncing off, not $1, $3 again. So I'm going to scalp a little bit more out here, just in case it holds at 3 again. But Tupperware, if it can take out 6, again, this is a short squeeze play. So debt restructuring is going to be good because it gives them more runway, flexibility. They're able to tap some access to capital, which will be good for them. Just remember that this is a big level, that's 6. It already rejected it once and got to $3. And now you have a chance to break this one out through $6. It sets up pretty nicely here. I don't really see much of another trade except that 6 break. And of course, we've been talking a little bit about that Nikola. They reported as well. They reported it was not a good report at all. Remember, this can squeeze at any moment. So as good as the short has been, and I've been in it 3 times, first good, second bad, third good so far, it has not been able to break through this 280 level. I feel like 275 gets taken out. This could see like 230, 240. I think you were saying you like 230.
I like 230, 240 kind of area, yeah.
I was kind of thinking like 245, 250 would be the bottom on Nikola today, but I think you might be right about that 230 level. So I like the short here. Just remember, it can squeeze at any time. I have my stop just above break even at the open because a lot of times you'll squeeze at the open. And then anything that fails around this same area from the afternoon, this 335 to 350 zone is where I'm looking for a curl. If it takes out the top, I mean, a lot of people that have been betting on this quarter being bad are going to be in trouble, and they'll be squoze a little bit. And $4 is even more important there.
Yeah, 350 break on Nikola has to be probably a long today. And then if that fails, then you go short again.
Yes.
Carvana, we can't forget about. Strong day yesterday, strong day the day before. We have this 53.30 top. I'm going to have an order in to go long 53.30. I do this every day. It works out most days, it seems, but I've been a little stubborn not taking profit on these because I'm looking for that big squeeze move. I think we get above 56. That's a real squeeze. And then can't go a day without mentioning Tesla. Tesla, we were trading it at 260 yesterday, looking for this move into 262, which we didn't get, but they do it after hours. So I'm looking at Tesla. If I can get a dip into 259 or 260, I would try like a fail breakdown on both of those levels if I'm not, involved in Amazon or something else at the open. So that's those are my two favorite names that I'm pretty much trading any day that they are going up. And yeah, I think there's some good. Apple's already down at the pre-market low, eh?
Yeah, Apple. Before we go back to that, we're going to go back to the desk in a quick second, but I just wanted to show the imbalances. There's nothing really big, but I'll show you anyways. Mullen's a small sell. QuantumScape is probably the big one, 650,000 to sell. Neo, 600,000 to buy. Fubo, 350 to buy. Nikola, 350 to buy. Again, it's done 25 million shares, so not very significant. So not a lot of size on the imbalances here, but before we get to the open, let's go back to the desk.
It was 2 days ago, I believe it was. AHI reopened this morning in the pre-market here. A huge move already, back above $5. Trying to hold right now. New licensing deal into the Chinese market. This is an ADR. Just remember, primary listing here is on the ASX over in Australia. But a lot of people, the past little while anyways, looking at AHI.
Yeah, I really got nothing really much to add except this $5 level looks interesting. If we can hold 5, maybe curl after the bell, maybe there's a trade there.
Yeah, decent volume so far, pre-market guys, for AHI as well.
Anything else too? We got 30 seconds to the bell. I can probably squeeze this one in, pun intended. Wayfair. If Wayfair can hold at 84 at the open, little bit of a double bottom action. It's got lots of room on the daily chart. 32% short flow. Yesterday was an absolute banger day for anyone long on Wayfair in the shorts. Well, they were probably crying and doing whatever it is people do. They get squoze on earnings. So we've got Ramin on the bell, and she's wearing the Max shirt in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. I freaking love that. That is awesome. That is maybe the coolest thing ever. She's wearing the shirt for you, Max, I'm assuming, which is perfection.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Yes. Down goes Nicola.
Yeah, Nicola going down. I got no bids on Nicola. I added actually on $3 in the pre-market, so we'll see what happens with that one. Amazon going for the high already. 143 is probably a breakout on Amazon, but I'm not going to take that. That seems a little bit aggressive.
AMD.
AMD, what is AMD doing?
Oh my goodness,
no,
we're already
Apple.
at 115. Oh, I knew we forgot to go over something. Remember yesterday at the afternoon, 115 on AMD? Well, 115 was a good short on AMD, and it's already at 115. I'm short 97s. I have a stop order. Double check, I do have a stop order. I have it at just above. Hold it, hold it, hold it. No, it's gonna break. Oh, I didn't even get filled. I had my stop at a quarter, and it didn't run, but I just punched out at a quarter anyway. So it looks like we're over the 115 now. Do I just reverse this into a long? I should be, but I don't want to do it at 40. Come back. That's enough buying. Give it dip buy. Give it dip buy. Do it. Do it. By the way, I had my next bid on Nicola is at $2.81. So Nicola continues to fall. Is there a dip here in AMD? No, maybe not. Come on, I'm at 10s. Can't get 10s. This one's gone. Maybe NVIDIA you can still grab here. NVIDIA, nope. NVIDIA's way gone, way gone. AMD's probably a better bet. Maybe I just take the quarters. Suck it up.
I missed my trade on Apple, which I am a little bit sour about right now. It broke 184 right off the open and is now trading 185. Looks like the dip is being bought for now, but we can't get through this pre-market 185.60. So if we fail that, we could keep going lower. I did see a big bid at 280 on Nicola there. I don't know if that got filled. It looks like it might have wicked below it, so maybe I will take some out right here. What happened there?
You did or didn't get Apple? Sorry.
I did not get Apple. I did not get Apple, sadly. Yeah, I'm waiting for Amazon as well to dip in, and I do have the order to go long Carvana through yesterday's high as well. Nicola's really catching a bid here. I might actually just bail on this one.
I'm just looking at Apple. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize the entire time while you were talking there, Max. The camera was on me in my chart, but I was just looking at Apple. That's why I asked the question. So I did chase. I chased a little bit here on AMD. I ended up getting 21s. So it's above the 15 level. That's really not that bad, but I should have. I'll double check. I probably had a bad stop or something why it didn't trigger at the quarter. I punched out at like 26 and then tried to get in the long. I should have been reversed at like 10s or something. I got to add to this in some place because it has a lot of room to go to the upside. I probably cover some in front of 116, look for a dip buy as to what's next on AMD, but that was the big level yesterday. I was sitting there on the offer pretty much all morning for the short and then knew I was going to have a relatively tight stop on it. Same trade as the afternoon, but there's Nicola. Watch out for a potential squeeze. That is now a double bottom at 280. If this gets through, like 15 to 20, this could go absolutely ham. I still like some shorts up top there, but I'll let it get to the 30s, 40s, and 50s before I'd re-engage. So I'm going to have a relatively tight stop on Nicola on the way back in. This is why no one ever went broke taking profit, people. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. The short's been good, but that's a double bottom last time I checked, and it's got a significant short interest. Wayfair, you've got just what I need, except for today, because it's coming down to that 84 while the market's screaming. AMD's through 16. This is getting insane. Amazon hasn't taken out a top yet, but that looks like it wants to. DraftKings, oddly enough, that's not as exciting as I thought it would be.
Yeah, DraftKings kind of just rejecting the high there. I kind of wanted a 35 short on DraftKings. I did just get long Amazon and added a little bit up here, looking for it to take out 131 or 141.25. 141.30 is kind of the price that I needed to take out, but I don't really want this breaking 140. So unless we bid right back above 140.50 right now, which is what we seem to be doing, I'm going to bail on it and try a little bit lower. But there we go, getting the bids out, up. So yeah, we need to take out 141.30 for that next move up, and then 142 would be kind of the breakout price on Amazon right now. But yeah, maybe I should just try this lower. If we take out kind of 25 right now, I'm going to bail on this one because I am in a little bit high at the moment. But lots of buying coming in. It is being absorbed up high at the moment. What is the market doing? Market's kind of screaming. So Amazon should be going. If it doesn't want to go while the market's screaming, then I got to get out of this. Tesla never gave the dip buy, classic Tesla action. And Apple's still just consolidating below that 185.50, which is kind of strange. So I feel like Apple might actually just be a fade there, but I'm just watching Amazon right now, waiting for that 141.30 to break. I would add on that, and then if it fails that, I'll bail and try lower. I'm going to try Amazon several times today for sure. And Nicola's really squeezing. Glad I got out of that one.
Yeah, Nicola broke VWAP there, took out that 315. I covered instantly when it happened. Was able to get out of more than half of it because it did tag that 80 pretty good there, which is always a good sign. Now, sometimes you get wicked out and you want to jump right back in. I'm not going to make that call just yet because that double bottom does make me think you can get up to that 350 level. I want to get to DraftKings for a second here because it might be, maybe it's just the calm before the storm, but it just wicked the top, had no follow through. If it manages to hold the bottom here in a pullback and the market still looks strong, I kind of like this one on a dip buy, but I don't want to jump to it just yet. AMD is now flying. I did not get the ad through 116. You can see it. There's no addition there. That was right when Nicola was breaking out. It happens. There's a lot of room for this to go. Like the next decision point, you're getting through the 50 period on the daily. This would have been it. Like 116 was kind of the spot for an ad. So let's see how it behaves if it dips back underneath. And then you're looking at 118 to the upside, which I'm just going to offer that. I'm going to offer if it gets up to the 118 level. I want to catch that. Coinbase is flying, but I'm not at that point. It's above that 90 level. I think you're looking for the squeeze here. Let's see how it responds. It could take out this top. I don't think it's a short till it gets to $100 at least. Let's go to Brennan at the desk.
Google, guys, very strong to start here, straight to the upside. Nothing specific as far as Google is concerned, but high on the relative volume scale as well.
Oh, I haven't forgotten Wayfair, John. I'm actually bidding in front of this 84, and I might just take the. I wasn't going to take the breakout because it looked like it was going to dip down to that 84 level. I have a stop, not terribly tight, but kind of tight to the 84 level. And if it does take out 86, I'm going for the breakout locally. I think there's just so much room on Wayfair for it to be able to go. Apple is now breaking out. Apple's
So
at
is-
187. 187 is that level. It's a 50 period on the daily.
And so is Amazon. So I did add to Amazon. We are starting to fly now. I'm not going to add 142. I think that's a little bit high to be adding to this, but we'll see if maybe we can catch a dip to get more size later on. I wanted to take out 142, start trending to the upside, give me some obvious outs. 143 was that after hours high. I think that people are very much offside on this one, and I need not remind you that this is Friday. So options are expiring today, and if those options haven't been written, or if they have been written and they don't have the shares, they got to buy them today. There is no real choice on that one.
So what is written?
You know,
So it shall
Amazon
be done.
could absolutely just kind of trend all day and do that option squeeze. I'm not taking anything out ahead of this kind of 142 day high. I think this will break. I think we can get a good squeeze into 143, but if we break back below 141, I'll be out of it, and I will try lower on this name. Other than that, none of my other kind of moves have come in. I still have the order on Carvana to take the high. Wow, Apple really did just put in that exact move that I wanted. The one.
I can't believe you had that. You said 84 was wick bottom. I have the 87 break because that was my level on Apple there. So there's the break. It looks like it's immediate resistance in the 30s. So I just took some out there for 30 cents. I have my stop just underneath break even. I mean, 187.03 was a great price. Apple has good liquidity. So I'm looking 88s. And I mean, if we get to 91, that's just a separate story. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. That's like the Rubicon today. Like you get there, that's the point of no return. If it goes back to 3 trillion, it could get absolutely insane for Apple. That would be nuts if it does. So that's starting to work to the upside. I should be back in a Nicholas short. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I'm not in that one again. But Coinbase is now flying. So the 90 was probably the good place to start into it, and now it's broken out to 92. I'm just not there yet. I like what we got on here for 2 names, and I actually want to be in Amazon as well. I just can't find a spot for myself in Amazon. DraftKings, I might have to put that one on the back burner. And I still haven't gotten Wayfair. So, Wayfair hasn't filled 84, hasn't broken out the top either. Waiting for something to happen on Wayfair. That's a bit weird. And EVGO, this was yours yesterday. Oh, now I complain.
Did it go?
Where is it? Where's EVGO? Oh yeah, it broke. It hasn't
that
broken
$6
6.
level
Not
is
6.
key on the daily chart, I think. And
yeah.
just from yesterday, $6 is where we topped out.
Oh, yeah.
That 550 breakout, a little bit of an obvious breakout. I took that one off my charts today because it was doing no volume this morning, so kind of sad on that one. Amazon though, holding well above VWAP. I have a profit taker out. Should I even bother taking profit in front of 142? I feel like this is a really strong move here, higher lows all the way, so maybe I'll cancel that one if we kind of scream into it. But I do want to see 142 breaking pretty quickly here, and we are really high up on Amazon. Maybe I'm being dumb on this one. We're up 10% on a large cap stock. So
one bit of caution here because the market just wicked the high, the NASDAQ did, and it looked like you had enough buying above 187 on Apple there. So it's a breakout trade. Once it gets to that first level and shows me weakness, my stop at that break even. It's a breakout, it's get in, get out, has to work right away, does not. Now I look for, if we have a trend, look for higher lows into a reclaim of 187. So if it goes higher lows, reclaims 187, I'll try to engage it above. But I do not want to be long. My plan was to not be long underneath 87 because I want to see strength above that number. Market coming back in here, that means AMD starting to bounce back to the downside. I still like this one above the 185, so I want to see what happens when we get back down in there. This is one that has enough room that I don't want to give it up. Coin is going for 94. Mike Crean going to Brown & Brown for SR, Financial Risk Management Analysis. Have a great day, traders. Have a great day, Mike, and congratulations. Thank you for all the memberships that you gifted, value member of the community. We love you, brother. Just enjoy the day. I'm going to be mad at myself for Nikola. This is the second time that I had a wick out on Nikola. The first time I jumped right back in. This time at the open, I had other fish to fry and did not jump right back in. Still higher low, so some concern here, but it is not seeming to want to get past that 15 with any gusto. I probably try to short this level again and then look for, if it breaks out one more time, then I think then we will look for that 335 to 350 zone. Wayfair, I did get that 84 long. Let's see if you can get through 85, then we start taking some profit. And do not sleep on the behemoth that is NVIDIA. So if I'm looking at AMD 115, the equivalent here on NVIDIA would be that 450 level. Looking back at it in complete hindsight, because hindsight is 2020, the 450 break was clearly better than the 115 break. I get it. Like, really, you went $2 versus going like $6. Just the way that NVIDIA went up, you were probably instantly in the money, like $2. Which is sometimes a better way to play the breakout trade. You want the one that goes faster right away.
Yeah, DraftKings coming into that 32.50, which is where I wanted to potentially dip by it. I want to see, something. I need some evidence that this is actually going to work. I don't want to just buy into a down move like this, but 32.50 was a key level. That was basically the high on the daily of this move up. So I think 32.50, good spot to potentially buy DraftKings. Maybe I should be easing into it right here at 33 and then kind of having a stop below 32.50. Amazon I got out of, but just wicks the bottom again. So probably time to get back in above 141.
Ooh, wait for it.
Nah, maybe I'll wait for it. Wait for it to break 140. If it breaks 140 and then kind of bids right back up, that's where I want to see Amazon. I don't necessarily want to be buying at 141 here when 139 is probably the stop on this one. But that is kind of a higher low right now on this 1 minute chart at the moment. If we break this, we probably go down below 140, and then we'll see where we test. Where's Apple? So Apple failed 187.
Yeah, it failed that break. A couple of updates here, just quickly. First, Wayfair, there's the tight stop. Bought into the 84. I'll still leave the breakout if we take it at 86. I still like it, and we'll go for that if it gets there, but we had to stop out. I don't want to have a flat bottom, fill the gap into like 77 kind of situation. AMD just wicked. Where did that go? That's okay. Yeah, okay. How did I get? I must have had a bad stop because I got triggered and was able to get like 115 exactly out there, which usually you think you get 98 or 99. Every now and then there's a dark pool, and then you actually get filled at the even level. But I reloaded, got out. It looks like it's going to hold. So if that's a wick bottom, I probably take at least one more shot at this because 115 is a big level and give it to the local low. I just want to see some buying above 115 before I do that. Nikola is now setting up for a $3 break down instead of shorting in front of 320. So if you see something pop in on Nikola, it's probably either like a 98 or 99 short. If I can get it, it's SSR, keep in mind. Or I'm looking to short the next available pop on Nikola. Amazon 140. DraftKings never got to that 32.5. It's actually holding up pretty nicely at 33, Brendo.
Not seeing much on this yet, guys, but Victoria's Secret just popping up here in front of me. 6% already. Huge volume through 21 there. I'll keep my eye out, but VSCO on the move.
I just said under my breath that this could end up being a nasty reversal if we don't hold 15.5 here.
Yeah.
So we're right on the 15.5 level. Over it, like the stocks that 115, if I think 115 is an inflection point in AMD, it's a buy in front of 115. If we don't hold on to this, it's do not fight it underneath. So it's still indicating that this should be a buy, so I enter back into the long. I think taking profit on the way to 116 is going to be the prudent thing to do because we're having trouble with this level. I've been told I shouldn't look at TTOO because I'm going to get instant FOMO. I don't know. It's back above that 32 level I like. Oh, nice double bottom. This is exactly why you're seeing I'm going to have FOMO. Easy double bottom at 28. Today my focus wasn't on the penny stocks, and maybe it should have been right back in there. Well, that's really good. That's really good. Whoever was like, you should be in TTOO is like about 1,000,000% right. That one trade is almost a day maker right there. But anyways, AMD just got the bounce off of 115. Damn it. Off the 115, was able to just get some out there. 115.60, so we'll ring the register on that. I am going to have some FOMO over TTOO for like 2 days in a row, despite being good yesterday. Amazon is something I haven't traded. You're back into it, and I'm still thinking we get a crack at the 139 after all this time, and that's not happening. 140 is holding like a brick wall.
It will not print 140. It will print like 05s for a second, and then it bids right back into the 20s. So I could only get 38 on that bid up. 141, I'm looking to add through the breakout of that, and then see if we can maybe add through 142 if it gets there really fast. But yeah, looking really good on Amazon. Buying the dip again. So yeah, now I'm in at 70s. I'll make sure that I don't lose on this position really significantly, and looking to only add through the high here, not looking to take profit. It looks like we've kind of made a bottom here, and we can potentially push up. I think Amazon has the juice. Very surprise earnings here. We'll see what happens on this Amazon. 141.30 was that kind of opening range level, and that is the level where it kind of broke out from here. So we'll see what happens over 141.30. Now trading back above again, but chopping around with that 141.30 seems to be a tough price for Amazon for whatever reason. But yeah, we take out 142. We're flying on this one, so I'll probably add through 142 for the breakout because I will bail on the position if that 142 fails. So that's how I like to execute on these. If a breakout's going to fail and I'm going to get out, I might as well add on it because that's basically just a free add if the breakout does work.
Yeah, you pay spread. Like if you play the breakout, if you add on that breakout, like maybe you get 05s on a break and then you get out underneath like 5 cents. So it's like 90s. You're paying 10 cents to add to your position. I am in that Nikola, by the way. I got 97. I said I'd get 97 or 98. I got 97. It's SSR. Sometimes you get a bad price. I grabbed the breakout because if I can't get 40, which you said we can't get them, but I think you could get them. If it breaks the high of the day, I think it's an add at 142 as well. 144 is the ultimate target on this stock.
Yeah.
AMD is the one that has me now concerned because it's not breaking away from 115. So we got one scalp trade out. It's holding the line, but that's a bit of a rejection. I want to see it making higher lows. In and out of Nikola again. That's about a 4-cent hit. I want it holding underneath $3, and I'll just keep taking it as long as it does. But concerned here a little bit with AMD. And as far as Apple goes, I still don't want to get away from that 187 being the spot. There's a rejection again of the 187 level. It's the only trade I had in Apple. It was a breakout at 87. Got one leg out there at 35, and then immediately stopped out. Now a lower high. Not a great sign overall here for Apple. Let's go back to the desk, Brendo.
More earnings, guys. American Eagle, AEO, another one on the move here. Just popped up on a volume scanner. Started a little bit later than the market, though. 15 up to 1550. Yeah, the guidance, the problem here, expecting revenue to be basically flat or in line compared to last year. So huge volume spike, but not a lot of movement yet for American Eagle.
Oh, here comes DraftKings. If you're looking for DraftKings 32.5, we're here now. We just bounced off 32.40. So this looks like it's the spot for DraftKings. Let's try and get a little bit in here, get a little baby trade. Oh, and here comes Amazon for that top break. Let's just go there first because it's about to break 141. Sorry. Amazon's about to break 142, I should say. So there's the 142. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be one of those fail breaks. Hold it, hold it,
that's
hold
dirty.
it. Nope, can't hold it.
That is dirty. I don't think it ever really even broke.
Nah.
No,
That's a bad wick.
It's a bad
02.
wick. Wow,
02.
that's nasty. But whatever. All right, I'm out of that trade. So I did make a little on it, but that really sucks to get out of that at 50s.
AMD just failed 115 at the exact same time. So Amazon wick high, this isn't good for the longs necessarily. Amazon wick top 142. Same moment or literally seconds later, AMD fails the 115, which had been so strong, just as I'm getting into DraftKings, which might be an ominous sign that the market's going to curl. I'm giving this to the local bottom. Forget about the 32 quarter. I want to have a tight stop on this because if the market, I said it might be a nasty reversal. If it's a nasty reversal, I do not want to get trapped down there. What do we have? I'm thinking about Meta underneath 316. You got to know your levels, people. Meta back underneath 316. I like that one for a short. When I see a quadunk like that, I'm thinking reversal. Anything that's at a zone I like, I want to grab a quick reversal trade because I want tight stops on things. Meta presented me that 316 we've been watching for like 3 days in a row. So it's the first thing I was able to see because I missed 115 on the way back in on AMD. So I went to the first thing I thought of, which happened to be Meta. That DraftKings is going to be bad timing. That's bad timing for a dip buy on DraftKings.
It is holding.
It's
over
holding
there
for now, but the market, that's a reversal through 15.5. That's
Yeah.
Amazon failing a top. That's AMD failing resistance. That's Meta failing resistance. That's Apple back to 185 right at the moment when I get DraftKings. But you know what? Maybe DraftKings just don't care.
It doesn't seem to care at the moment, and I kind of wish I took more size on that.
No,
I
I'm
kind of
just getting
took like
cocky.
my minimum DraftKings size because of the market move, but I did get in at 32.52 there on the 32.50 hold. I'm not getting away from Amazon right now. This is a nasty wick trade. However, that means that all of the liquidity is probably being taken when people get filled on this breakout. It slams down. If it holds 140 again, I'm going to get in again. If this level keeps working, I'm not going to get
That's
away
fair.
from it today. I still think that we can trend up on Amazon today. The market's not broken yet, although this is pretty nasty. We look at where we've been trading the last 2 days. Let me extend this to a 15-minute. Come on, load. Oh, great. It doesn't load. But 15.525 has been a big problem. Yesterday, it could not get through 15.525. You'll just have to trust me because the data's gone. But 15.525, big problem. We get above it today, slam back below. So market looking pretty bad right now. So I'm not really, I don't know, I'm not sold either way yet. DraftKings now 40 cents in the money almost, so that's looking good.
This is what I love about this show, man. You got to have different styles of trade, man. And we can always be different, and there's lots of ways that you can skin a cat or approach your trades. To me, if I think the market's weak, I'm scalping into the pre-market bottom, and I want to make sure if it gets to VWAP that I have half my position out, anticipating a bit of a curl. So that means taking some out at 80 on DraftKings. That means getting some out in front of 33 even as well. Getting some out on the other side of it, probably 33 quarters, something along those lines. I'm back at nickel underneath that $3, taking my pot shots at it. Meta, quick reversal off that 316 level. It already bounced off 315. I took some out there in the teens, was able to ring the register on that one. The market does feel like it's getting weak. Short the banks, Jameson Barna says in the chat. I haven't looked at the banks in a while. You're going to pique my interest. Just quickly, What are they doing? They are running to the highs of the day. EAC. Okay, I don't have a good reason to do it, so I'm going to get away from that for a second. But it's a good look. They're running at the high of the day when the market's pulling back. It's always, you want to file things like that away. Tupperware, this was for me only a breakout trade. So if it can't squeeze, I didn't really have a dip buy zone that I loved on Tup. Maybe something I'll do some work on. There's something else I wanted to get to, and that is going to be that Coinbase. So it made a bit of a right turn here in front of that 95. If it holds 92 and you can get some kind of a bounce in the market, this gets interesting for that upward trend. But this is not a name I particularly want to be buying a dip in.
Yeah, that Coinbase got to get through 103 for me to get any kind of interest in it. Amazon's still holding around VWAP. You said, Neil, this morning when I came in and we were talking about Amazon, how it held the pre-market range the last time it had a huge gap up, and it was within like $3, and that's kind of exactly what we're doing
For the
right
first
now.
half an hour, it just shook. So anyone that was trying to break out, it shook you out, in and out for like 30 minutes. And if you were just playing the range,
I'm playing the dip buy.
you were like short the top, long the bottom, and you were making like oodles of money. Not that I was doing that. I was doing that. For the first 2 times, I was doing the other thing, and then I got the scalp trade once.
Well, that's exactly what we're doing right now. Kind of, little, I don't know, sound wave pattern on Amazon right now between 140 and 142. We will see if this one has the ability to play some sweet music for us as DraftKings is starting to break out. Actually, I just have an offer on DraftKings to get it all out at 33.40. I'll take the 90-cent profit if it comes. I think maybe I should just take some profit here and then take some profit at 33.40. But if it's going to hold this level that I had highlighted and I have on my notes that I wanted to get into 34 off of this, maybe I should just hold it. I don't know. I mean, DraftKings is going to hold within a weak market right now. I feel like this could really go. So maybe I'll change that to a half profit taker right now and hold the other half for that 34.50 area. Here comes Amazon back into the 140 kind of range. I want to see this at 140 again to potentially get along. And Apple wicked 185 for like the 5th time today. So wondering if that 185 level is kind of the level on Apple today.
It's looking like
every time it gets below, it just bids right back above. We are really tanking on NASDAQ at the moment, so maybe not the best time to get a large cap long, but very interesting on this Apple move right now as it kind of bounces up in the face of a weak market.
Oh, DraftKings just did a reversal there.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, DK, I was watching the same thing as you on Apple, but DraftKings, I took that fill at 33, was about to get that quarter fill or out in front of the quarters, and it dumped right back into that low. So if it can make a double bottom, higher low in here somewhere, a double bottom or a higher low, I'll try to add back in and play this level again. But that looks a little bit weak to me. I'm trying to add to Nikola. Nikola is SSR. Can't hit the bid. If it breaks 95, I'm going to try and add on a 95 break down on Nikola. Meta is plunging, but it's right at that 314 level. This was the support right at the open, or sorry, right before the open. This was the support level. If Meta gets through that, I think it's free fall and the market could turn red at pretty much the same moment. Should I like AMD underneath 115 for a short is the question I'm asking myself here. And AMD, we had the over. It just wicked 115 and is holding underneath. This is one of those you don't have, when you make this decision that the market holds green, it's an easy out, probably at 115 and a quarter again. I'm waffling too much. I should just be in this trade. I knew this was going to be the Alamo. The market has given up 15.5 by a long shot, right? Like if we're this far underneath and we're going to the downside, I should be thinking about where can I add the short positions or find entries, and underneath 115 makes sense. Nicola's starting to go. What is everyone screaming about?
Apple just did the wick, and I was busy managing this stupid DraftKings position. Apple did exactly what I wanted it to do there. I'm not going to pay 50s here, but Apple looks like it's going to run. Amazon looks like it wants to run too. Kind of missed out, although there's so many reserves on the offer on Apple, so maybe this is a double bamboozlement failure, which, we can coin that term right now. But
double bamboozlement failure.
Yeah. They wick the bottom, they wick the top, and then they, go whichever way they feel like going. reverted the reversion is what Obi loves to say all the time. But yeah, no, we got up to like 60s, 70s there on Apple, and then all the way back. So you could have got just $1 move on this wick bottom, and then and just take that in 5 seconds. I don't know. We'll see. I need to see like a really decisive move somewhere for me to get into any kind of trade right now. DraftKings I added to, but looking like I'm going to get stopped out of DraftKings, sadly. So, probably should have been a little more aggressive taking profit on this one.
When in doubt,
it has a triple top there at 33.15. So that's not great. That's not great.
I don't mind like when something holds support level, I'm all for it. But to me, I'm now out of DraftKings. But it's when it's trending to the downside, I have to take profit if I see something trending to the downside and I'm long off that same level. It's like you better take advantage of those rolling lower highs. So here comes Nicola. When in doubt, go back to the basics, which was I want Nicola short under any of my support levels. If this breaks 75, the floodgates open up. I did grab AMD, but I got a crap price, 114.76. So it's not. Yeah, we're in small because I wasn't able to get tight to 115 even. It's 10 o'clock already. Time flies when you're having fun, although the market, if it goes red, is not that much fun unless you're short. Brendo at the desk.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off.
Hey guys, no significant numbers here at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning. Everything coming pre-market this morning. If you were not with us again, July non-farm payrolls out at 8:30, 187,000 versus 200,000 expected. The first real non-farm print that came out significantly to the downside. Private payrolls also downside, 172 versus 180. Unemployment rate 3.5%. versus 3.6 expected. Yeah, Coinbase on a bit of a pullback right now, but did go red to green there out of the gate this morning. If you were with us in the pre-market, we touched on Coin along with Amazon, just a monster beat for Amazon. Apple Q3 forecast, a bit of a problem. DraftKings as well. Nice look, raised their forecast, earnings beat right across the board. Notice this one, Tesla showing some weakness out of the gate, just going red here, guys. Now, Tesla started the day nicely higher. Back downside, though, for not only Tesla, seeing some of the other EV makers downside as well, including Fisker coming off their report. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
Okay, someone call up. Look, I didn't even notice this was happening, but this is it's a rug city on block. 12.5% to the downside. That's what the daily chart looks like. It has been SSR for a while on this bad boy, but it's down at 64. Wow, look at the wick here at 66. It went 10% down around the 66 level. This is absolute flush city. And there's, maybe 62. Maybe 63.5 for zones. Nicola just got all the way back to 280. We are right back where we started. Triple bottom. Why wouldn't the heck would I have a bid there? So the reason there's no point, I've already taken profit again in front of this triple bottom. There's no point having a bid right underneath that support level, because if it breaks that support, people that are long are going to stop out, and you want to have it like 10 cents underneath that or like 7 cents underneath that. Because if it breaks, give it some chance to run a few stops and then take your profit a little bit deeper. So I'm going to rectify that by putting it in front of 70. That's just my thought process. I've already scalped some out. Meta, that's churning. It's through that 314. I haven't found a place to add, but that 316 was gold. AMD hasn't broken 114. But I only play off one level in AMD. It's 15. I'm short under into reverse long. I tried the dip buy, stop out, dip buy again. That works, and then stop out. Then I'm short back underneath it. And the key thing, why did I like to short underneath? The market had already given up that 15.5. Like we had given it up. We were already 50 points below, and AMD was at the 115 level. That just said to me it was going to be a short. Yell about to break out. It's SSR. You had me at SSR. We're 420. How is it possible that I haven't looked at the stock all day? I pull it up and it's at 420. You can't make this ish up, man. All roads lead to 420 on squeeze names. Mark it down. Not that it matters. It happens to be VWAP. No breakout yet for this. It needs squeeze names. I want them taking out tops if I'm going long. 5, yes. 4 here, maybe 450. Big maybe 450 long. 5 long breakout. I think so, but yeah, I'm not really seeing it. Sorry. I like a good squeeze as much as the next guy. We've had a bunch of those like squeeze and runner plays long the last couple of days, but today, I mean, this is a short. I mean, this is find the shorts kind of day.
Yeah, this Amazon, there's a whole lot of bamboozlement going on Amazon. It keeps wicking the bottom. I just got in and out a couple times. Lots of fugays, waiting, thinking that we can get the bounce here. We've wicked this bottom so many times now that it's got to go eventually, or it's got to go down, but it will not go down into 140. 140 seems like, I don't know, maybe 140 is a good breakdown level on Amazon right now, but. Yeah, I'm going to take this long, try to get it into 140, 130, which has been that weird price today. I'll add on 140, 130. It's basically the same trade, just over and over again. We take out that high at 142 finally, then it may go. Amazon's holding up, market is down. So, I mean, either it's lagging or it's extremely strong, and if we get a bounce in the market, Amazon goes absolutely wild. But I don't know. I've tried this a few times now, and just not working at the moment on Amazon for me. I think gotta be. I think ultimately like the stop is 140 now, so I just have to be taking the amount of size where I can hold it down to 140 and not have a problem with it. Tesla gave everything up. 250. Oh no, 259 is where I wanted to buy Tesla. So Tesla's gone for me. Carvana just wicked $50, so interesting there on Carvana. New York. Maybe Carvana holds 50, but that's a nasty down move from that 53 failure on Carvana. So I'm going to need to see some real strength out of that one before I go anywhere near it. And Apple seems to be failing that 185 level. I would try 184. Would I try 184? I don't know if I would actually try 184. It seems like maybe Apple needs to make the move down into 183, 182. So we'll see. If it wicks 184, I'll try it, but that'll be ultra tight risk and not too many shares since it did it already. What is that?
That one is the market is red. That's what we're seeing. This is the new bear. Oh yeah, that's the one that sucks. That's the one that sucks. This is the I'm on the wrong. This is the good one. There, that's the good one. So the market's going down. We're now down 0.25%. Everything is absolutely dumping. I'm going to go over to coin in a quick second because we usually like to short that. And if it's at the right level, it will make sense. I have a trail in on Meta now. It's trying the bottom here, the pre-market low through 313. So there's a wick bottom. If it does not hold, if it does hold this bottom, I want to get out. I feel as if it's not top to bottom, but I got the move I was looking for. And the futures are at an overnight support, sort of the afternoon support level from yesterday. So this is support. If we bounce from here, I can get out. If we trend down for the rest of the day, there's always places to get in. AMD, maybe 114, looks pretty good. And Nikola didn't break the low, but like I said, it's either breaking this 280 bottom, getting through 75, or I'm going to look for a bounce play here. I am out of more than half of the position now that it's gotten back to the low of the day. So I have taken profit on this name. It is worth looking over. I said this might be one of those. I wasn't that convicted. Whatever, Airbnb. I said I wasn't convicted in it, so it doesn't really make a difference. But it did.
No, another one?
It did break out, and it did go to, it was 144, right? Like, that's what I wrote down, 144. I'm pretty sure I said 144. So it got right up to 145 in reverse, so you had to take the breakout, the instant profit. But Airbnb is right back underneath the 140. So that was a very quick win that you had to have right at 9:30 and out at 9:40. I also didn't feel that great about it, to be honest about it. Just, you got to keep it real sometimes. I did not mention this name. We haven't talked about the Chinese ADRs. N to the I to the O.
Ouch.
Right? So we're going to trade what we trade. It's been a good morning. If you've kind of been able to reverse this one, really for me, it's the fact that I was pretty convicted about Nikola short that's going to end up working out. But NEO, that's a bit of a miss. For this I don't know if this is a real wick. Did it really get above 16 and wick that? I don't think so. I think it just failed in front of 16 even, but it's all red candles on NIO. and it's about to break the 15 spot here, and there's not that much size on the bid either. Like even that cheeky, let's go long at 01, which is a trade that I usually like. I'm not sure I like that here. It's usually this is a no-brainer. You've bounced once off of 15 even. You know, it's the times that you don't take a setup that you think is, it's just, yeah, I got to do it. How can I not? I don't think I've ever not taken a setup like this. A clean 16 rejection, already bounces once off 15 even, gets back, pulls back in. I just grabbed twos. You could be long at I could be long at 1 here. This is silly. That's silly. Like there's no reason. I just talked myself into it and don't even have. I should have 1s and 2s. I popped a bit at 2, got to fill, but I should be long at like 1/2. And then risking 2 cents on NIO. But yeah, I had to get over to that name because a $1 drop on NEO is completely insane.
140.50 on Amazon is some kind of insane level. So out, back in, out, back in. I don't know what's going to happen on this one. Looks like we're kind of compressing, as Sharif would say. So we get over 141.30. That's a breakout. If we fail that breakout, I'll just bail on this. But yeah, it keeps going all the way up to 141 and then failing. But market down, Amazon still crazy up. So I don't know. Keep getting stubborn at the lows here. Just keep trying it until it works or it actually fails 140. I mean, I thought that was it on this one. It gets above 141, then slams through 140.50, stops. Still cannot make a lower low through 140. So let's see what happens on this one. I think Amazon's pretty gold right now off that 140 level. If you were scalping and you were intelligent, unlike myself, you would probably be making, you know, thousands of dollars off of this 140 bounce level. But you know, I'm looking for a bigger move, and that doesn't appear to be the way to go on Amazon today. But you know, is what it is. Carvana did bounce off of that 50 level a bunch of times. So Carvana looking like maybe 50 is the hold spot. Let's see if Amazon can get through this. Can we go? Can we go? Can we go? Come on, keep going, keep going. Get through 141.50. Selling coming in. We break 141. I'm done with this one again, and we'll try again off of that 140.50 level. But yeah, there is some buying, some renewed buying coming into it. So maybe we finally get that move. Market did wick the low, that 15.4 level, which has been kind of supporting for a minute now, and we are bouncing into 15.4.5, 15.5. Obviously, we've been talking about it all week. Is the real support level that we need to get back above in order for this market to truly be strong. But yeah, Amazon looking like maybe it'll take out the high. I'm going to add through 142.
Oh, this is
sounds
crazy.
Insane, but I'm going to do it again.
Do it. I think if it breaks out after 10 o'clock, it's a better trade because that whole chop in the first half hour, we're through that now. I rang the register on this one, had to, and we said if it fails 313, we're trailing out of meta. There we go. We got the short underneath 16. You get just about two, if you're perfect, 2.5, 2.25 on that one. The first stop is the 15 even. The next stop is the pre-market low, in my opinion. NEO, that was fast. There you go off that. So it goes to 15 bounce, instantly pops to 10, then pops right into the teens. Got the 10s out, got the teens out. Now I'm looking quarters, VWAP, all that good stuff. But remember, this is still technically a downward trend. I want to have orders out. So I'm going to get some orders out there. If it gets up to like 15.40, make a judgment call, that pre-market wick bottom, we'll see. But yeah, looking pretty good here for NIO to that long side on that bounce. But what a nasty move down. You just got to look for those little setups. We did this on NEO the other day. I think it was, the 10 level's an obvious one. We did it at $10. It just happens to be at 15 here today. I have taken profit. If it's under 15, I am definitely out. And AMD was not nearly as good as Meta. Short under 15, got to 114, and then right back to 115. So winner's a winner, and I'm always going to have my nice little tight stop out there so I don't get wrecked because this market, it looks pretty weak still, but it just went back green. We are now officially range bound because we've gone bottom top a couple of times here. So you're officially range bound, which makes it tricky. This is not a time that I usually want to overtrade. I want to see this resolve itself. Consolidation, move down, confirms the shorts. Maybe that's what's happening, a break of the low of the day and holding beneath, and its floodgates opening up. So I am back to NEO with a kind of a gimmicky trade off the 15 level, which is fine for day trading. That's what it's all about. And then Nikola, which is where the bread was been buttered here. So I'm not going to force anything just yet. I am looking for one of these squeeze names to take out a top that I can dig into, but I haven't seen any of those come just yet. So there's not Tupperware, not Carvana. Yellow's the other one. Yellow's still meandering underneath VWAP here. Like, I'm not seeing the breakout happen just yet on Yellow. And again, that's just. I know what's going under. I'm not saying this is a good company to own. I'm just saying that it can be a squeeze play, right? I don't want to get in the wrong idea about Yellow. Like, I think they're going under. MF has halted up.
MF.
Oh, I haven't checked my halt page. Miss Fresh.
I like that ticker.
Huh? It's 47 million in volume? Miss Fresh? What am I missing here?
That's a strong MF there.
Nothing? Miss Fresh? What am I missing?
I don't know.
I'm not sure the story on MF. I'll check the short float, and it's indicating a 175 open, 162 close. But if it's done that much volume, it should be plenty liquid. That looks pretty tradable
How did
to
we
me.
not see this?
I don't know why we didn't see that. Okay, we'll check the short float on that one, and then get back to you guys.
All right, Amazon breaking back below 141, so I did take profit. Now I'm going to take the rest, and we go back to this level. I take it again. I will take the 142 break if that does show up. I think that kind of opening range breakout makes sense. What time is it? 10. It's already 10:15, Neil.
Yes.
We've been.
Time flies.
Wow. All right. Things have been happening, guys. Things have been happening. I didn't think it was 10:15 already.
Come on, float checker. MF is open and halting up again at 190, it looks like. I can't, my float checker is not loading for me.
That's a crazy
Maybe
MF.
you can check. I just tried to load up float checker, and for some reason it's not loading. Maybe my internet's
Trade
having a
Ideas
problem.
doesn't even have
And Trade
a
Ideas
float.
doesn't have it.
They don't even have a float on this one. So this could be something. Is this new? Is this really new, maybe?
I'm not
No,
sure
it's
the
not
story
new.
here, guys. It's a technical break through $1 and through like a double top here on the 15-minute chart, and then it just broke another double top here locally, and now it's halted up at 190. Despite a lot of volume, it doesn't seem to be able to stay open very long. There wasn't when I saw it open up, it didn't look that liquid to me, so it's just flying from level to level. Good look on that one. Wow, that is crazy. It's indicating without knowing a bit more about it, I don't want to just jump on over to it. We're going to go to Brendan at the desk.
So they announced this after the close yesterday, guys. So this is a Chinese holding company. They're in the produce industry. So 5.4 billion Class B ordinary share repurchase program at 27 for MF, guys.
What?
So nonsense.
$27?
Nonsense is what I heard. Basically, this is like a attempt to be HKD is what that sounded like to me. I'm going to quickly see what it costs for locates, because if it does something really stupid, I just want to be ready for it. So I'm going to just go into Metro right now, which is our platform that we're able to pay for locates on, and see what the cost. It doesn't mean I'm going to pay for locates. It's just I want to be ready in case. And if there is an opportunity, I want to be able to pay for it. Let me go back over very quickly to two things. Nicola's bouncing a little bit. And Neo bouncing is good. Nicola bouncing is not good. I'm here. There is my order. Give me the fill. There we go. Ring the register again at 525, 1525. 525 will be abject disaster. 1 cent a share? Why is it so cheap? That's probably a trap. Anyways.
Shout out to
MF
Vin
is-
in the chat. That's a sketchy MF there.
MF is 1 cent a share to short. That is, I'm going to pay for it because that's ridiculously cheap. Why
Usually,
would
if
you
it's
not?
1 cent, then they're actually free.
No, it's like 0.94. So
Oh,
it's,
okay,
It's
okay,
0.94. It's close. I just rounded. It's
Fair,
0.94
fair.
cents a share.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing.
But that is super, super cheap.
If this thing had free shorts on it, it's probably going to $500.
That is so I'm trying to remember. It was what was
Viru had free shorts.
Veru? That was the
Yeah.
one. I remember.
I was shorting it early in the
I
day.
was shorting Veru and getting run over, and then someone pointed out the locates are free, and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't have to pay for this.
Yeah.
That means every big day trader in the world is going to try and short this stock that's gone up too far, which means everybody's just getting run stops, and then they're loving that they can do it over and over again because they're not paying for locates.
Yeah.
Sometimes the fact that you pay for locates makes it a little bit more attractive in terms of looking for an opportunity to short. You should just, I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to tell people go long if the locates are free.
That was my first day on the floor, actually. Or no, my first day live. And I was shorting Viru, and then I went long, and I made $200 on my first day live. Looked like an absolute, legend, but then it took another 6 months to graduate after that. So, the hype faded pretty quick on that one.
You know what's interesting? too much success early cannot be because sometimes that basically means like you might have just hit the market at the right time, or like something was really, really good or really easy and working, and you make a bunch of money off of that, and then it's like, oh, reality sets in or that stops, and suddenly like you've got money to play with, like your account is up, but you didn't really go through those growing pains. That can be a dangerous thing. So like Neo, we just got some out there. I'm still monitoring that MF for you guys. There's puns that I want to say for that. I can't. I really do want to. There's some Samuel L. Jackson stuff I should be doing every time I say that name. But Nikola back into 3. If we roll over here, this is where I look to add on lower highs. I've been wicking out of this stock, and it's like every time I get out, it's been a really good entry point to just stay short this stock. So I'm resisting the temptation to dump this as we go to the desk for the small cap recap.
A number of them moving around this morning as well, guys. Just talking about Miss Fresh. Again, if you missed it, a Chinese holding company in the fresh produce industry. Crazy move so far, back to 190 right now on the halt. This was the note that came out after the close yesterday. So a share repurchase program announced by MF. So huge volume coming in here to the upside. Just keep in mind, this is an ADR, so who knows how this thing will play out. Tupperware back on watch as well. This came out after the close yesterday, also back downside, but you can see just a monster day yesterday. Debt restructuring agreement finally reached. Fubo among the ones moving around as well today. Has been a pretty impressive move back down, however, after topping out above 380, stalled out at $4 really before the open there. But second quarter results for Fubo this morning, guys.
Fubo. I see your line in there. That's not a bad one. I'm sick and tired of these MF bulls in this MF bear market. That's what it is. Although it's really the other way around. I mean, technically we're in a bull market and we've been pulling back for like 3 days. So really, I should be saying that in the other direction. I know the shorts have all paid off pretty well this morning, but you guys know we're in a bull market. At least I hope you guys know we're in a bull market until proven otherwise. AMD, apparently 114 was a thing. Maybe. That's where I got out of the short. That's where it broke out from at the open. Maybe we should respect that, but it's still lower highs. Underneath 118 is a bit of, underneath 115 is a bit of a different story. And thank you for pointing that one out, Ron Williams. If it ain't open now, MF is a 10-minute halt. So brilliant deduction by myself that it's been 6 minutes and it didn't open up at 5, which means it is a halt play. Square or block, we're supposed to be calling it block. It's hard for me to do it. It's SQ. You want me to call you block, then change your ticker. It's square. Yeah. Because it's actually annoying. Like, I'm not gonna call you block. I try. 64. I thought maybe you get down to 62 on an SSR bounce, but if it's making a bottom here and this market can hold up, I do like this is the kind of stock you usually like for the SSR play, like a company like a block, like XPeng was a good one. You're back through 64. If we retest the bottom and show any consolidation or base there, I think I'm going to want that one to the long side. I just don't feel like chasing this, but I think this is a nice little bottom it's made just underneath the 64 level. We get back down there again, I go for that long trade. Amazon is still just a suck. It's crazy. It's just inside range, inside range. Tesla, this was a rug, but now it's holding. You got 58 holding. Maybe it's a higher low that could get put in here. My next trade is either going to be, maybe we'll see what happens with MF when it opens up in 10 minutes, but Nikola's at that zone. So we're able to get out most of it. When it gets to that bottom, this is where another decision gets made. Like, does it hold underneath VWAP? The second I see some weakness here, I'm probably going to get more shares in, but I'm a fool if I don't get out above VWAP. But I'm looking for an entry. My first thought is I want an entry. It's a triple bottom. The trend has been good, but you've had to sort of withstand when it wicks people out. Like when it goes up and stops people out, I jam back in that time. I did not get back in when it wicked me at 15 until underneath 3. That was a huge mistake. If I get that entry there, it's game over. But you miss some, and it's just how it's going to be. That MF, still about 10 minutes to go. And DraftKings, that's the other thing. I knew I was forgetting something. Thank you very much, Dale. In the chat mentioning DraftKings is finding some support. Not where I would have thought. I was thinking 32.5 all the way. Yeah. But it looks like it wants that post-market bottom. Your post-market bottom at about 31.70. That's where it ends up finding its support.
Yeah, Square, I was looking at, or Block, whatever, looking at 67.20 for a potential long. That was the gap fill when they had that short report on them. So the gap fill was back up to 67.20. So I had that level highlighted. I figured, we go SSR on this thing. Was that SSR? I don't think it was. I think 66 something was SSR. But I was looking at 67 area. It is now, but not at 67. That's where I was looking for the bounce. I saw it go through. It absolutely got crushed through there, so I looked away. Yeah, 63 bucks. Can't say that I expected Square to be down 12% on this one. But yeah, nasty move. I am back into Amazon, small size this time because I'm in at the wrong price. But I do want to add above 141.50 here. All right, and we are taking the breakout at 142. So let's see if we can finally get the trend trade on Amazon. I'm thinking I'm probably going to get stopped out on this 142, but I can't not take this. The opening range breakout on the strongest stock in the market today, up 10%. I mean, I think you got to have this. So yeah, now I will be stopping out of this basically at break even. Yeah, is what it is. So we stop out. I'm going to stop out 141 if we get there on Amazon. If we get the breakout that I am looking for, then going to stop out on a failed breakout. Maybe we finally get the move that we're looking for. Looking really strong now. Looking real strong. Higher lows all the way. Now it's holding VWAP. So now we're holding VWAP. We're holding all of the moving averages basically on this one. Starting to curl up. Now, we had that kind of trend up. Now we're getting the curl up. So we get the curl up. We blast through 142. We're trading 144 before long. But still, the sellers show up on Amazon today. I think a lot of people are probably thinking, well, this is up 10%. Why is Amazon up 10%? Yeah, so far. This has to be a banger short, but I don't know. The bid is still there. So
Holy crap.
as long as it's there, I'm long. What's going on over there? Is there a crazy MF in the market?
I mean, you know what I want to say when I saw that open up, but I couldn't say it because we're on YouTube. That's what I wanted to say. Just that, Brad. That's what I want to say. But I'll go here first. 15. I'll reload it one time. Stop out underneath on Neo. We got 15 to 15.25. I mean, if it holds this, great. But I'm gonna get back in at like ones and twos. But this MF, I'm telling you, this is like it feels a little HKD-ish. It's just, again, 10-minute, 5-minute halt, we go higher. 10-minute halt, it goes higher. It's up 350%. I'm just shaking my head at this one. I paid for some locates, so if it sees $10 today, I'd probably take a shot at it, maybe even like 20. I don't know what's going on with that. Stock is completely insane. I'm with you, Max. I'm going to take the break on Amazon again at 142. But this MF is, I'm kind of speechless with it because if you just, damn. Yeah, let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Damn. Let's just.
I don't know how we didn't see this one pre-market. How has it done 50 million shares of volume? It broke $1 and we're not paying attention. That's a fail.
I actually know what.
It's not on my trade. Oh, you know what?
No,
because it doesn't have a float on Trade Ideas, it doesn't show up on my Trade Ideas gap scanner.
Guys, this is I can't claim I have an excuse on MF. Because if you come over here, like come to my Trade Idea scanner. Now this is on me. This was actually, I had my individual stock one up, and then I did not have this one up, and that's a huge miss for me because my Momo scanner was all over this here, and then again it hit it again up here, and this is all underneath $2. Like it was screaming at me, MF, and it wasn't until you guys were screaming as well that I saw this. But I mean that's up to, I mean, you had a chance to get that one long, and my scanner was screaming at me. I just did not have it up. That is an absolute swing and a miss for me on MF. That MF is, it's an MF for sure. Qualcomm, I just saw someone say this 120 level. That was the level yesterday. This was that, like, if you had to go to the daily chart, I think it was. Yeah, it's a daily. That's the previous support on Qualcomm. If it holds out here, it could be a big time reversal runner. Through that 120. So it's trying to hold it, break out. If it holds above and takes out the high, that could be a run. I didn't get filled on Neo. I don't know why. Why didn't I get really? Oh, come on, Neo. I'm on the bid at 2. It got to 2 and didn't print me. So that sucks. It happens sometimes. I'm passive on the bid. I could have just punched 3, but I'm passive on the bid at 2. I did not get that re-up there. It's a bit unfortunate. As I said, I will take the Amazon break if it happens. And look at the chips. Not Lay's or Doritos or any of those good things that I could be eating right now. I had that coffee crisp yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And now all of a sudden I realized how great it was to have a treat after the morning show and after lunch. And now I could just go for something. But look at NVIDIA. Flies off the bottom. Look at the rejection at 450. 450 has been, look at the velocity when you break away from it each time. So if we can't get back above it, the market turns red. I think you're short NVIDIA. AMD certainly a bit stronger though. Back above that 115 mark, that has been a good linchpin level. AMD suddenly looks strong again. I don't like going back and forth on the stock. It's frustrating to do it. I want it to hold the direction.
It couldn't just bounce on day one.
Well, it's never that easy.
It's never that easy, and
It's never that easy.
yeah. And I mean, there were people who had an incentive to not throw the bid there on day one as the selling was coming in, because then you could just buy it up on day two, and you got a way better price, even though really, you were totally fine with AMD trading at 115. Amazon is just kind of holding the teal now, so maybe should have rocked the teal shirt for the second time in 1 week, though that's kind of a faux pas for me. I'm not going to.
You can do whatever you want to do.
The same shirt twice in 1 week, but. Yeah, holding the teal now. We'll see if we get that bounce. I don't know. I really am kind of confused. Not confused. It's just like, I figured it would go one way. By now, it's like 10:30. I don't know. Maybe the trend is up. The trend is up, so that's good. Still going to stop out at 141 on this one if we get there. Big size just got filled at 155, and then we reverse a bit. So if we get back above that 141.55, then that would probably be trend continuation. If we hold below there, we're probably going down, because when big size gets filled, if they're winning, typically they continue winning. And if they're losing, I find that they continue losing.
I also noticed that you're in the red shirt.
I am in the
and
red
these
shirt.
are both like bears.
And we're pretty much only going long today, I think, other than Nicola.
And the market's actually back to green. There's a nice, on the 15-minute, I'm going to go to the desk in a second, but on the 15-minute on Tupperware, there is this nice reversal candle. And look where it happened. Like right on this level, like right about that 480, wick under and back above. This is a little bit bullish. It could be the start of a move towards 6. I still think 6 is the big breakout, but this could be a move on the way to that 6 level. And I think I want to get involved after that kind of wick underneath and then hold the higher low. That signals along to me to 490. But let's go back to the desk. It is 10:30. What's up in crypto land?
It's been a quiet couple of weeks. We've been talking about as far as volatility is concerned in all crypto markets. So we'll talk about BTBT. How about that? They came out with their production numbers for the month, a little bit higher than expected. Fair market value, 19.8 million and 22.6 million for BTC and Ethereum. So BTBT, if you want to have a look at that. Downside a little bit here, not a lot of volatility, but Bit Digital, worth a look this morning. Meanwhile, yeah, same story. Bitcoin, very, very quiet here. 29,000 still holding as support, but tiny, tiny little daily bars and candles forming for Bitcoin. BTC dead flat right now, 29,258 coming into play. Same story for Ethereum here, 1846.38. Guys.
Yes, sir. Bitcoin is something we've been looking at, but right now it's about Amazon on that 142 again. So if it's a trap, then let's set the trap and lay it. I've had 2 positions on Amazon. I had this local break at 41, which I thought was going to lead to an ad at 42. There's your double bottom. So I took one shot at it there. It could not hold the break. So it's not bad because we had the early long. But I want this second time through, room to 144 in the daily chart. I'm going to have this long. Again, tight stop as always. This is the rocket ship. They had great earnings. I do have my bid now for if I get that Tupperware in front of 5. That could be interesting, but come on, break it. They just filled the size at 142. But remember, the local high is now 02s because it broke once. So I'm not triggered until it breaks that high. That's 142.02. I never want to sit, because when it does that wick the first time, I don't want to have the 142 break. I'm willing to pay a couple of cents above that just to be sure it actually breaks the level this time. So my stop's above the 02 on Amazon. Now I'm just staring at it and it doesn't want to fill me, which is always frustrating. Come on, go, 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 break it. It cannot get through
Amazon.
142. This is frustrating. Break it, break it, break it. Do it or don't do it. We got places to be. That's from The Wire. You should know that one.
Do it or don't. I don't.
Do it. Marlowe's
It was
like,
a long time since I watched The Wire.
look, man, someone's messing around when Marlowe comes out the convenience store and he's chilling on top of his ride. And so, Chris, he pulls the what out, and he's like, Marlowe's like, what, man? Like, do it or don't do it. I got places to be. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't stop wafering here. You know what I mean by that. So
Yeah.
O2 has to go. My name is what Marlowe says. My name is my name. This does not want to break 142. This is ridiculous.
This is crazy.
If you were only scalping Amazon 140 to 142, it's like long bottom, short the top. That's completely insane. I should be adding, I
here
might
we
add
go.
a little
Come on.
something here on Nikola if it's going to go back underneath VWAP, but this 142, I can't pull away from it because I'm taking this break. I don't want to look away for 2 seconds and then it goes, but it just cannot seem to make a fresh high.
Oh my God. This is crazy. This is
This is
crazy. What am
stupid.
I doing? I've been in this break just waiting, and I'll punch out if it prints 80s, but it just keeps bidding back up and then reserving 142. I don't know, maybe just get out of this and yeah, all right. Thanks.
Wow. You could just short it.
All right, so I'm just gonna punch in if it breaks O2 here.
Go.
Forget these stops. They're running the stops. They're really making it difficult. Obviously, I mean, it feels like this is gonna go, and they're making it as difficult as possible to get into the good position here. So I am going to just punch it. I am not gonna use stops. I'm just gonna hit it if we break O2 here, and I think this is really gonna go if we do finally start trending above 141. Clearly, buying the dip has been the way on Amazon today, and these breakouts have been absolutely trash. But
Now I really hate Amazon.
This looks really good. The fact that we just dipped 40 cents and then came back up. I shouldn't have punched out. I should have been stubborn. But you can't just hold on for a 50-cent loss
Max,
on this.
If
Come
Amazon
on.
doesn't go to 144, I'm going to be peeved because
This looks ridiculous.
the opportunity cost of staring at the 142 break, which still won't break, by the way, is that I don't have, Qualcomm does the wick 120 and then breaks the high, exactly what we were talking about at that 120 level. And I'm just sitting here I'm still staring at Amazon on level 2 up over there. Like, I have it up here and I'm staring at it. I can't even focus on this because it's going to break any second now. And then when I think it's going to happen, it doesn't happen. But that 120 looks pretty good on Qualcomm. I should try to grab this if it comes back in. And I'm not even sure I do get it. And just to refresh, we said this on day one. If this gets above 120, start looking for the rebound play on Qualcomm. Hold both major moving averages. A close above 120 is nasty. Pitchbull says, look at Disney. I got you. I got you, Pitchbull. As I look over at Amazon for like the 27th time, my daily, there we go, now starting to load. We're still off the bottoms. 85, oh, flat bottom break. Has to happen. It's actually bouncing off that same level. Disney off of 85, you just need to be there, but it doesn't quite get there. 85 and a half, it looks like it's bottoming today. That's a good bullish move off that low over and over again, and now Amazon's through. It's about time. Like, if it didn't break, I'd feel like this would be the biggest wasted, 15 minutes. It's only 15 minutes. Maybe it just feels like it's been 15 minutes. How long has it been since we've been staring at it? 3-minute
It feels
chart
like
says
forever.
it's at least 6 or 7. So the first quarter, I got 10% out because I always take something out on the first move, and I'll take another 10% out if it gets to 142.50, and I will follow that up to 144 because that's where this has to go now for me not to be angry.
Yeah, this has to go real fast. I actually didn't take anything out on the first quarter. I added on the first quarter because we're finally trading above the level, but this needs to get to 50s real quick. I think this is a massive, massive breakout. I mean, we've been trading for 2 hours under, or 1 hour, sorry. Feels like 5 hours under this 142 level. We finally break it. Everybody's offside on the day. This has real room to go, so I'm taking nothing out. I have my full position on this one, and we are holding this one for the dream. If we break 142 back down, I have no choice but to punch out. But I don't think we're going to do that at this point. We spent so much time reserving under there that this has to be. Well, you got to be careful when you start saying this has to be. But this
always gotta be
seems
careful
like
when you say that.
this should be an exceptional breakout. Given how many times, oh yeah, here we go.
Oh,
Come
yeah,
on, through
there's
50s.
50.
There's size on 50. I feel like adding through 50 makes more sense than taking profit there. So I'm just gonna hold it. Hold it. Just wait. waiting for that pre-market or post-market high of 143 and see if we can break that and go to 144. We're trying to make some real money here. I'm not trying to scalp anything on Amazon right now. So see where this one goes. I don't know. Should be fine. Should be good. I feel like I'm taking a Carvana break the way that
It's
Amazon has
not really
bamboozled right now.
I know, it feels like that because it held for so long.
Yeah.
I got my quarter, I got my 50, 10% each level. I'm doing the same thing if we get to 75. I'm doing the same thing if we get to the even. So I'm actually just going to get those out right now because I don't have to worry about it. Tupperware just broke. Well, sorry, just came back down into the 5 level. So I did have to wait for it. Tupperware's on the New York. So sometimes I hit NASDAQ when I get the symbol wrong. Let's go, load up. There we go. So it dipped off of VWAP. I like the higher low that it put in at the 490, so that's what I want to give this to. I want to get into the 490, bounce. If it breaks VWAP, I think that's, take profit above VWAP when it can, if it can go. That's a big if, always. You don't want to say for sure that something is going to happen because that's not how it works. MF, well, nothing stupid did happen on MF. It got to, after the halt at 230, it opened down. It tried to go again. And then it halted again. The halt now is at 210 with an indicated open at 2. So it's almost like it's leveling off here. Like you're talking about down halts while holding the $2 level, which is interesting to me. So if you hold on to this 2 level through these halts and then take out the top again, I'm just spitballing here. The breakout of the 233 top is a wide, $2 is a wide stop. That's like 40 cents, maybe even 50. That's a lot. That's a big stop. But at the same time, if it does do something stupid like HKD, you'd look back and say that's really not that bad. So I'm going to see if it bounces off 2, if I can find a better area to stop out. Maybe this whole price at 210 would be it. A breakout does make a little bit of sense on MF. Let's go to Sector Watch first because somehow it's already 1040.
Hey guys, yeah, still some positivity coming back into the market here. Want to mention this one first off, definitely not in the S&P 500, but worth a note. U.S. Cellular with a earnings report as well, better than expected on the forecast side. The actual number is for Q2, downside for this one, but USM, absolute tear right now, 3150 coming into play at day highs. That's the way the overall market is setting up. Yeah, Amazon, the big one. Better part of 10% still to the upside. Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, all higher. Apple trying. I mean, it's off the lows, definitely. 3% though, downside. Rare day when you see Apple down 3%. J&J positive 2 days in a row here, back higher. So some of the healthcare stocks trying to add to the gains, as are energy names today. XOM, CVX, 1 and 1.5%, both higher. On the flip side, Tesla downside so far today. So a bit of a mixed story, but some tech strength helping out overall, guys.
The tech strength and Amazon is a strong one. AMD gets the, I don't know, the silver medal. I don't know what you want to call it, but I just want to point out block here. They have not been good, but holds a 63 half bottom, maybe a little bit of an SSR bounce, then 64 here. Wicks under 64, holding that higher low. If it can go sideways off this, maybe it's a 64 attempt at a long and give it to that local bottom, just for a VWAP pop. But that's 65 at VWAP. That's a lot of room for it. MF is still halted. I'm assuming a 5-minute halt. So it should be, if it's a 5-minute halt, it's opening up any second. Now in NEO, this time I think I get that bid. We'll see. I'm bidding NEOs at the 2 level. If it breaks 15, I am out of it altogether. But MF would be opening up in just a matter of seconds. There I got NEO. There's a reload at 2. If it breaks 15, I'm going to be out. But MF, my thought here is a breakout. And I've kind of convinced myself I like the stop out. If it breaks the top, I like to stop out at 210 there. So I'm going to have a stop order already ready to go. So that okay, it's already looking weak, so never mind. It either does or doesn't happen. Like if it shows me strength and can get back above the top, I like this for the out. It's about, you're risking more than 10% there. So this is for it to break big time and get past 250 into $3. Like that's the notion here. You're looking for more of a home run trade, not a single or a double on this MF.
There it is. There it is. Carvana's kind of holding the
There
low.
what is?
49.
The ticker is MF.
I know.
What, like,
not
I
saying
have a daughter that might watch the show. You can't, don't insinuate that I'm trying to curse Come on, Max. I'm a family man. I would never curse or insinuate anything horribly.
No,
Like,
of course not. You are a stand-up,
how dare you, Max?
Yeah, I'm basically just staring at Amazon right now. I don't know what to do with it. Well, I do know what to do with it. Just hold it and trust the teal. I'm even willing to hold through a break of 142 on this. I think, as long as it doesn't take out 90s, then I'm good on Amazon. I got a profit taker at 142.69, which if it screams into there, I will cancel it and see if we can get into 143 really quickly. If it's just kind of trending up and chopping like this, then I will let that fill. But yeah, looking really good, holding above the level. I think there's a bigger picture move in this. This is a very long-term breakout on Amazon. It's been, I don't know, over a year at least since we've been at these levels. So here we go. Breakout time now, 142.50, big problem for whatever reason. But we break that, we break 55, high of day. We're seeing 143 before long, I think. And I think that the target on this is easily 144. Let's go, come on, take out 55s. There's somebody who really, really has an interest in this stock not going up, it seems. And I just wonder where's that pain point
Profit takers.
for that. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we are very high. I do have Amazon in my long term. It's like a really long-term kind of play for me. I think Amazon's taking over the world, so I want to be, long on it for a long time.
You think
I'm not
they take over the world?
Well, that's what their goal is, right? They want to do everything.
There was a point at which I thought, I don't necessarily think this anymore, but I read a lot of science fiction, and in most science fictions, it's like one corporation usually at some point gets like ridiculous domination.
The Acme
and
company.
I used to think it was Amazon.
Yeah.
But
What do you think now?
I've kind of been it now feels like Google, Microsoft, Apple, one of those three. I'd put all of them ahead of it. I'd drop Meta from that list if it was even on
But
it.
Apple doesn't do anything,
Yet. It's always the one you're not thinking about. They're the
Yeah,
ones
you're
like
right.
all about your
Yeah, they're
privacy
planning.
and the right way of doing things, or maybe that's just all a trick.
Fair.
Amazon,
Come on,
144 on the daily. Look at the weekly chart. This is what you're hammering for, is the 144 level. I just feel, when was the last time a stock made this break or these moves and we didn't get there? So while that was happening, we don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. However, we did start with Nikola, and this time I did not stop. So the last couple of times that it's made a little top here, I've stopped out. This time I stopped out and didn't get back in. This time I waited for it, and at the first sign of weakness, I jumped more shares in. I added at 99. We're right back into 280. It's Scalp City. It's Plunge City. Here comes 143 on Amazon. So Amazon to the long side. Congratulations, we got that. Nikola to the gates of you-know-what. While this MF, it hasn't broken out the high just yet, but it wants to. But I forgot about the fact that it could halt going into this. Suddenly this changes everything. Because now you have this halt high at 225. You have it opening up and failing 225. Then you have it halting again at 225. You can see where I'm going with this. Now I just want to break out the high. If it breaks out the high at the open, I'm long above 33, and I'm stopping out under 225. Give me an opportunity to have a tight stop on a home run style play, and I'm taking it. Because that's how I roll. I have no problem taking a paper cut if the upside is there. And to me, that now sets up for a take of the high, and I don't have to give it 10%. I can literally stop at underneath 225, which is, I think, just a safer way to be able to play it. So that's how I roll. That's what I'm going to do. Nikola, I should be getting more out. If it gets back, if it cannot take out 290, I'm still holding 80% of this, which is probably too much when it's already, like if halfway to the bottom is here, then I shouldn't be holding 80%. So if it gets back above 290, I'll take some more out, but I've got bids here into the 80s that can get me to that same number as that flushes. So when the MF opens up, you know what my plan is. Oh, Rite Aid. Jose, thank you in the chat. This was a runner yesterday. Rad, oh, no. We forgot about Rad. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the lips, just a bunch of gibberish, and everybody forgot about Rad. I was trying to work that into MF, but then the problem was I almost actually said the real lyric. This should have been easy. This should have been very easy. Look at Rad. This is a really simple trade, everybody. Here's your consolidation, 240 with a 260 top. It gaps above, holds support at 240. breaks back out up here, consolidation, you can take this break back out, you can take this dip buy in here, you can take this break back out, you can take this step buy in here. It is stair step to the upside. I will not chase it. But if you are looking for a day 2 consolidation stair step play, RAD has essentially gifted you 20 cents at a time. And if you're a day trader and can't make money when a $2 stock goes 20 cents at a time to the upside, you should probably rethink your path. But look at the chart. Sharif, look at this chart and look at what it did yesterday. It is just pattern recognition, and it's really easy. I'm not even drawing lines here, people. Like, that is stair step. Honestly, I got a dollar says that Luis, if he's trading this, his office would crush something like that. That's their MO, and they know what they do, and they do it really well. He destroys a stock like this. I wish we had him on. They're on vacation out there. Okay, that was a bit harsh. No, I get it. That's fine. And I say things like that because I missed it. We were talking about RAD, and I missed that one today. So I get mad at myself for missing it, and then I say things like this so that I'm kind of admonishing myself. It's just me. Like, it's fine.
That's that could be word of the day there. Admonishing.
No, admonish? That's not word of the day.
No, so I added to Amazon. There was 1,000 lots on the offer at 142.79. So I added on the break of that. Got half of that ad out at 142.95, which was the after hours high. I think we get the 143 break pretty quick here. We just dipped down and then bought that dip super aggressively. So I'll be offering like 143.25-ish up there for the next profit taker. I think we got a great move here. Average price kind of skewed right now because of that ad, but that's fine. We will chill with this.
You don't have that wick on your chart. My Amazon's got this wick that I can't get rid of. So we'll just stick to his chart for the Amazon because mine looks ridiculous. Like every time I clear the wick, it just comes right back. But the other thing which is true is every time I cover something, Max adds to the position, which is it just shows the contrasting styles. Like you see me with the smaller cap names sometimes and the way I'll trade them. But yeah, Amazon through 143. I have one more offer up here, literally at 95, because the way I trade it, I want to be half out when it goes. If it's 42 to 44, I want to be half out when it breaks 143. That's just kind of how I roll with this. Which means if it goes clean to 44, I'm not going to have the whole trade on. It's just not the way I do it. But money talks, and you know what walks. It is 251. We have to go over to Brendan. You just had the break on MF, and I didn't get it, which is interesting. So let's go to Brendo.
Hey guys, here's what you need to know as far as the US dollar is concerned this morning. 187,000 versus 200,000 on the July non-farm payrolls print that came out at 8:30. So dollar downside in a big way. We are seeing yields downside in a big way to kick things off here on a Friday. Big ugly red candle once again after this March higher that we've been talking about with Frank Caberna. If you're with us late in the afternoon yesterday, Frank talking about the possibility of more upside depending on how this print came out this morning. So big move down for the dollar typically means good things to come for stocks, but a bit of a choppy day so far overall for the market. We are seeing a little bit of strength in certain areas, but dollar weakness means strength across the board in basically every other currency to kick things off today, guys.
This MF. So MF opened back up. You kind of know what the plan is already. I'm long above the breakout, and my stop is in the literally most obvious place that it could be. So take that with a grain of salt. If we get to that 250 level, one out, and then probably one at 75, and then one at 3. Every time it halts, I kind of want to be playing the quarter levels and then the halts to the upside. That's if it breaks the high and halts first things first. So I am in this name. Amazon's having trouble with that 43 level a little bit, and Tupperware is oddly enough going to the downside here. So let me go back over to Tupperware. It might not, looks like it's not going to hold on. I got in, I was looking for a place to add here, and it's not really giving me a spot to add. What you want to see is a consolidation holding, and then I can add to the position. Otherwise, I just kind of have to stop out underneath this bottom. So I never found a place to add. That can be frustrating, but maybe it saved me some money as well. I want to see something a little bit stronger in Tupperware holding this higher low, and I'm not really getting those signs yet.
I was taking a look at Carvana, which is still kind of consolidating at that 50 level. Amazon, I'm going to take the 143 breakout. That was the after hours high. I think that's a break to have. If it fails, I bail out. So that's a spot where I'm going to get that free ad as we were talking about before. But Carvana consolidating below that 50 level, looking like maybe 50 could be a breakout if you do like a wick down and then straight back into that 50. So I don't know. This one's going to be on the list going through the day. But I mean, really, we have to be breaking that 50-30 for me to be bullish on Carvana today. Sometimes you need a cool-off day in the middle of a squeeze, and DraftKings is back to that 32.50 that we liked previously. Is it? So on Shopify yesterday, Neil and I both went long 61.50. Didn't short it when it came back up to that level after it failed it. Is this now the short off of 32.50 on DraftKings? Market's kind of screaming up at the moment. We are above 15.5, so I'm going to hold off on that, but maybe an idea to consider if the market turns around to take DraftKings short at the level that we previously liked, where other people are, I mean, it's shown that it is a key level, right?
Yes.
It held from here and it broke down from here. So it's clearly a key level. Which way does it go from here? Amazon screaming into 143. So we're gonna watch this breakout. I'm gonna take profit on the break after it comes, whatever that kind of first move into like probably teens. I'll take something off and then try to hold the rest for the dream. If 143 really fails, then the position is dead. We got 2,000 lots there, screaming into it. This looks like it could be a good breakout here. So let's see. I probably wouldn't take this if I wasn't already in the position, but I mean, it is the after hours high. So we'll see if we can get to 144 on Amazon today. It is 11 o'clock. So yeah, let's see. Kind of reserving 99, so somebody maybe getting short in front of 99, maybe taking profit. Can't break yet. So yeah, let's see. I mean, it took a few tries on 142 to get through there. So
I'm through plan. My plan has been enacted. I'm out of half on Amazon. I'm holding the other half. But the other plan that was enacted, again, if I can't tell the story of how the trade I'm going to make, then I'm not going to make it. And it's to protect yourself. So I know that I'm not going to get destroyed. So we took the long above the whole price on MF. I'm looking for a pure squeeze. If it does what it did before, that's a huge opportunity. But once it showed me a level that I know, when you have a triple halt level like this, it generally means liquidity. And it's going to be above the halt down level. So I'm stopping out before it has a chance to halt down on me. That's the idea of a tight stop. Remember I was saying the other break, you'd have to put the stop at 10 or at 2s. The problem with that, and why I didn't really like it, is then you have to sit through a potential halt down. So once it showed a tight stop, I get in and out, take a small hit, and again, I like that risk reward. If you can risk 15 cents on a stock that could double and go to $5, and you're legging out, I like that kind of a setup, and I take that 10 times out of 10. It doesn't work out here today, but that is the cost of doing business. Nicola with a bit of a bounce. I did get the 85 fill, so we're absolutely laughing there. And then AM freaking D.
Wow.
See, this is the other problem with MF. That MF is just, it is what it is at this point. I'm not going to say it again. I've said it enough. 115. I did not go back to, if it's above that price, look for the long. Consolidation higher. Absolutely, that level's been good. It's just been tricky, and it's the 50 period on the daily, which we're now battling. 116.5 is the 50 period on the daily. So when it gets above 117, you are now back above the 50 period on AMD. That's bullish, and there's room to 120. Maybe we like a 117 breakout on AMD.
Interesting.
That doesn't look that bad. Double top, it's lunchtime is the only issue. With double top, though, you look at the higher time frame, it looks good. The story is higher low, regain this, roomed up here. Look at the trend. The trend has been a hold around this 105 to 110 level on AMD, but that entire time you've been making higher wick highs. So it's actually been trending up all this time while showing you some support down here, even through that earnings. That's not bad, and it might have bamboozled some people here. Anytime a stock has a monster day to the downside, does it hold a higher low the next day? Does it hold a higher low the day after that? That's an uptrend since the dip, people. That's an uptrend since the dip. So 117 looks good. This Amazon 143 level is a brick wall, man.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute brick wall. And TUP, I don't disagree that TUP might break out, but I just wicked out of it once. Like I decided not to add to the position because that wasn't the setup. It's still looking like a downward trend. Once I see a little bit more strength, I do want this long. I just haven't really seen it yet. So I do like the idea, as long as we don't hold it, as long as we hold this bottom, I like the idea of the long. I just haven't really had any confidence in it just yet. So I think top can go. I'm just not really there with it. IEP with a bounce. As we mentioned, for everybody, if you weren't watching at the beginning of the show, we can't trade IEP at Day Trade the World. And it's a few symbols out there that are names equities that we cannot trade. IEP is one of them. It might have had the most obvious wick bottom that you could ever see at 9:30. I don't know. Sometimes things that you can't trade are good because not as many people can trade them. But that is about the easiest. They had a 21 bottom in the pre-market. You wick that bottom on volume and reclaim it. It hasn't looked back since. That is the classic SSR bounce at 9:30.
Oh yeah.
None of us could have done it here on the floor. But it is already 11 o'clock. Max, banger this morning. I think sometimes. I know you were only on Amazon, but it was worth it today.
It was. I wish I was a little bit smarter about it at the bottom of the range and not trying to add in the middle so much. But you can only do what you can do.
But what was the focus today? Amazon long,
Apple long,
Nicola short.
Nicola short, yeah.
Amazon long, Nicola short. And what do you have the most? If you're going to go down with the ship, it should be on the idea that you believe the best in. You've got to be willing to make that stand. With that, it's 11. Obi and the professor are locked and loaded, ready to go. But let's go to the desk first.
Hey guys, 11 o'clock. Let's get you up to date on what you need to know this morning. It was all about July non-farm payrolls out at 8:30. Finally, we get a downtick, a significant downtick, 187 versus 200 expected. Meanwhile, Apple and Amazon, Apple's a little bit wobbly, if you want to call it that, as far as their earnings are concerned. It was about the forecast. Amazon, on the other hand, monster beat right across the board, better than expected for basically everything. DraftKings as well, a huge monster as far as their report is concerned. We touched on this briefly, wasn't doing much in the pre-market here, but Fisker now down 6% following their earnings this morning. Pretty ugly if you zoom out a little bit. Sliced through that level from 2 days ago with no hesitation. That's $6 for Fisker. Now let's go over to Sharif and Obi.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's Obi Trice or Obi-Wan Kenobi. You take your pick. I'm Sharif.
Hey.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's get to what's moving because there's plenty moving. Some small cap gappers to talk about this TDS stock. What? Where did this coming from? What is the name of this bad boy over here? We'll talk about this. Up 75 points on the day. Telephone and data systems. There's such thing as telephones still, Hobie? I didn't even know that they were around.
Landlines? I don't know. Who has a landline anymore? I don't know.
Right? All right, the news item on this. Here we go. Let's talk about TDS because it's moving big boy right now. Trading higher after the company reported. Come on, IBK, you can do better than that. Q2 financial results. It is an earnings play. It is pumping through that 387 top at high days. Here comes 14 possibly. Good movement here on the stock, 75 points to the good like I was mentioning. Let's talk about the deets of this stock. Flow, 97.7 million shares, larger, not huge, but on the larger side. What is the short float on this TDS stock? Let's talk about that quick. If we're able to secure that, 5.6, not negligible, but not huge either. We'll keep an eye on this stock as it knocks on the door of 14. Let's talk about some longer out technical levels. Let's get to the right chart here. Allow me some time. There we go. TDS. You can see it's just been one symphony, yes, of green candles on my 5-minute chart, but we want to find out where we are going to encounter resistance should we get to those points. Let's go quickly here to the half. No. We got to go way farther than the half here, Obi. That ain't going to cut it. The hourly is not going to cut it either. So let's go back just to the daily here and figure out our knee from our you-know-what. Okay, so we are at a critical level here, no question about it. Look at what we did here in January. 14, unquestionably the top at that level. Again, pardon me, in mid-February, we find a bit of a double top there, and then Huadunk goes, the stock breaking down below 7, touching 650, obviously here the base. So very interesting point where we're at right now. Now, it has to be noted, in January, we did break those 14 levels, but look where the closing print is. Dow theory says closing print way more important than intraday action. But we did get up to 1435 or so. We're at 1411 right now, man. We're pumping to the high side on TDS, Obi. Again, in February, we get up right to 14. What's the wick of this candle? 1403 was the high on that day. So there is a tendency for the stock to break through 14 but not be able to sustain the move. We will have to be cognizant of that if we're going to trade this name on the day. I am involved. I'm keeping my eye on this one, obviously. Goes without saying, but I am involved in a Carvana long. I did like to hold at 50. I get in there. I get some out at 540. We're retracing back down now. Will we hold 50 here? It's a bit of a tougher one, still 3% on the day, but I did like the 50 for a possible break. Now, look how it traded the majority of the morning. 50 seemed to be resistance. So is this going to be a false breakout? I don't want to be on the wrong end of this trade. Needless to say, my out is the break of the low a day here. On the break of this range will be around 49.50-ish, so about 50 pennies worth of risk, Obi. We talked also, not we, the gentleman on the morning show talking about MF. And, you know, they made a couple of innuendos there with respect to the, you know, the ticker there, Obi. We'll just leave that as it be. Let's talk about the key resistance levels on the daily. Surprise, surprise. We reject off 250. When did we reject off that level? Oh, yeah, plenty of times. Look at this. From early December into mid or to late December, I should say, 250 was an obvious level of resistance. And you actually didn't have any closing prints above 250. So that level coming back in, that's a key resistance level on MF. Now, I know the guys talked about it in the morning, but Miss Fresh, I believe it is an Australian company. No. Miss Fresh is a China-based holding company. The company engaged in providing fresh produce, fast-moving consumer goods. Okay, so it's an online produce company from China. Let's put in the ticker. It's a rejection off a key resistance level. If it does break and stay above there, I want all the smoke. As such, I will put an alert. I will put an alert around 240. That will alert me if we get back into closer to today's high, Obi.
Yes, sir. Today may or may not be a special day. Just saying.
Just saying.
Amazon earnings. A lot of fugays, a lot of chop, a lot of volatility, as expected. But last night, that earnings play, let's blow up this chart a little bit. Let's talk about what happened last night. We were sitting here watching some of this action. Now, Amazon beat almost, I think Max mentioned this earlier today, almost 100%. They're 83% above expected on their earnings. So decent report there. Now we got that strong move, strong bidding all the way up into that 135. We know that 131.50, all these key areas got straight blasted through there yesterday, and then this hold 135, and a lot of size went in at that 137 to 140 area last night. And then now not the whole chart is printed on here, but price did move up into the 142-ish, 142.50 area here. As price is accelerating right now, I did take a few trades here on Amazon. This 142 break gave us a little bit of trouble here, but again, I tried to keep it sane with the scalps amidst the fugazi that was going on. So took some quick scalps in and off of some of these pre-market highs. This initial test of the 42, I was like, yeah, no, fugazi, I'm selling that. That was a little too fast of a recovery. Now, I don't know, maybe I was right, maybe I was wrong, but like I feel like I am a little bit familiar with how this ticker moves. And I was just like, the Amazon does the breakouts, yes, but like this is kind of an unnatural breakout. Now, I am keeping in consideration that is earnings day. You do have high RVOL, all of that, but at the same time, a little bit of, I think I learned a little bit about my own discretion here on that 142 test being a little bit fugazi. Could I have positioned a little bit better? For sure, I could have positioned very, much better on this trade here, but here's the thing. Bidders were stepping up off this 140 into the 140.50 and then the 141 and then into the 142 break. I actually got rocked. I think it was here, right there. I took a short and then it came in real hot. I kind of hesitated for a couple seconds, and it didn't punch out, and straight into 142. And I was like, well, okay, well, I'm definitely wrong on that. Gave back some of the scalps that we made in the morning, but that's fine. There's still going to be a lot of opportunity. I should get the hell out of this position because this rip up here is definitely not the same as this one or this one that I actually shorted into. So got out of the short, flipped the long right under 142 because I was like, oh, the way it's holding now, very distinctly different price action from the first two tests of the 142. So I started getting long here in the 141.80s, and then added onto the 142 break, and then added some more after the break happened there. So and then got out a little bit, might have gotten out all of it a little too quickly there, but a bit of a chop there. As we see that after that break kind of happened, we started to trend pretty strongly to the upside on Amazon. So let's take a look at where this might find some trouble here. As we know, Amazon has not been in and around these prices for a very, very long time here. So above VWAP, holding a very strong trend here. Throw some EMAs up there. Look at that, right? As soon as you break this morning chop consolidation, look how clean and strong this trend becomes. That 142 break was very, very strong as well. Like the way it came in is very distinct, and then we held above that, and right away we start catching a strong trend after that key level break. I like that look, and maybe let's see where we can find some trouble looking left here on the chart where this might catch some sellers here. Now we know this 142.50, 140, actually 143 area-ish was the high from last night's action. So again, we got that 142 and that 143 as well, acting as a bit of a cushion here, about a point worth of cushion there for the long. And I do want to take a look left and identify some of the longer term levels here on Amazon that we might have some trouble with. Now, right away, let me get this VWAP out of the way. Right away, we see a distinct top, right? Right away, looking left, right there. What is that? 146.50-ish area. What's the high of that candle? 146.57, right? So around that 145, 146 area is we're about 2 points off of that area as well, where sellers kind of came in and brought us down to below 100, and we're kind of retesting that, accelerating into that resistance with the strength of earnings here on Amazon. So let's see if we can have a continuation type of trade there. On Amazon, that's what I'll be looking for the rest of the day, as it is holding this trend quite strongly here. So how can I approach this? I don't know. Maybe we can. There is probably interesting here at the bottom of this trend, and maybe as we approach the lunchtime, we kind of slow down a little bit as well. And let's see if we get that real follow through up and towards that 145 area as well. I will be keeping in mind what the ES and the NQ, especially the NQ, is doing. We are above that 15.5. So I think as long as we stay above that 15.5 and we kind of stay above this 142 on Amazon, I think we are the probability for that 145 test, in my opinion, is pretty strong if those two factors hold.
Did you see this coming on Amazon?
Did I see this coming? No, not really. But I had a bunch of if-thens, and I'm trying to get better at that. And I know Neil was talking about this yesterday as well. Like, you're not gonna know what the ticker is gonna do, right? You can understand, like, if you watch it every day, or like you're familiar with the price action, you can understand like changing probabilities. Is it more likely or less likely to do this?
I meant the earnings.
The earnings. So like, okay, so no, not from a fundamental perspective, like, are they going to blast through earnings over 100%? No, I have no idea, right? So like, we were talking about this. We were talking about like, I was talking about this with Greg last night, where it's like, could you play the closing print for the earnings? And it was like, that's pretty much a straight gamble unless you have some sort of information, right? But could you have played some key level breaks? Maybe with relatively less size. Yeah. The 131, the 130, even the 130. I think it was a 132 area as well. 133 was key as well. So if you could have maybe had a cross at those, but whatever. Retrospect, right? Right. But here's the thing. For today, coming into today, observing the morning price action, I had a bunch of if-then statements, a bunch of things, and like, yeah, some of them worked out. Like, if you have have enough, you're gonna find if you have like 50.
Like my modes of reasoning class in undergrad.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same concept, right? It's like you're not going to know what it's going to do, but if you're like, if it does this, if it holds this, if it breaks below this, this is a pivot level, over under this level, you know, you lay yourself a net of possibilities, and yeah, sure, you're like, well, all of these, maybe 80% of those are not going to happen based off of what's happening in the open, but like, oh, I do have a plan for some of this. Exactly. Right? And then you can use discretion on top of that to kind of, you know, make the recipe, bake the cake a little bit better, you know? Yeah.
Obi coming in hot with the sayings, baby, today. It is. By the way, we didn't even, I don't know if you mentioned it on the show before. Was it mentioned?
Yeah, it's been mentioned for a couple of weeks now.
Wow.
We're catching Sharif. Sharif was on vacation for a few weeks, if you guys don't remember. But
Floral Friday.
Floral Fridays.
And I have a knocker of a blue shirt that's floral like this. I used to wear it. I used to get
Sharif Mike, apparently.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Did not know that my mic was off. Nobody said anything. I didn't even know that I turned it off, guys. I am sorry about that. Yeah. Floral Fridays, baby. I love it. I got a sick blue floral dress shirt that I'm going to wear next week. I used to wear it until Neil made fun of me, and then I stopped wearing it. But it's coming back in the rotation as a result of Floral Friday. Sorry, guys, about my mic. Let's see what is popping off here. Let's bring in the charts and talk about the movers du jour, right? Let's talk about, we talked about MF already. I've got my alert out there for the 240 break on MF. I like 250. We just talked about why. There is a key level of resistance there. So if we break it, I want all the smoke. The one that I didn't talk about though, AAOI. Look at this thing pumped to the high side. What the hell is this name anyway? 62 or almost 63% of the good applied. This one was an earnings winner because I saw it on the earnings board this morning. Optoelectronics, OB, that's a mouthful. Applied Optoelectronics is a vertically integrated provider of fiber optic networking products. The company designs and manufactures a range of optical communications products at varying levels of integration from components, sub-assemblies, and modules. Okay, yada, yada, yada. Let's talk about the float. We want the technicals, baby. The technicals are a 26.7 million share float, not micro, but very small, which means good chance of volatility. Let's talk about the short float. Where's my trade ideas at? 24.9% of the float is shorted, 25%. This has got me salivating. Oh, baby, we could get a squeeze on this bad boy, so we're going to very much have our eye. We just wicked up to $10.99, OB. Knocking on the door of that $11, now 65 to the good. Let's go to the daily and figure out the resistance levels, and we're right there. Okay, so this bad boy has been running all of June. Look at this, man. Starts off, we were above a buck. Okay, so we're $1.50, all intents and purposes, a penny stock. We get a bit of a pullback early June, but then boom, goes the dynamite. We make that $11.50 top on July 13th, a bit of a pullback. We come back into that 650 level, and then earnings today blows through the roof. I didn't even read the earnings, but you can just tell by the price action what it is. There goes 11.08 coming in hot on this name. Again, 11.50 the top, but look where the closing print is. Dow theory, baby, Dow theory. Sub 11, we get that closing print at 1090. We're above that now. Where are we going to hang out the rest of the day? It's not bamboozling, but it's a bit tricky. Now, have a look at this candle here. This is the 5-minute chart on AAOI. Look at this. It breaks through, then it comes right back down. Why am I showing you this? Why am I mentioning the range? Because the range of the candle has to influence your stop. If it's very rangy, it doesn't matter that it's $10. It doesn't matter that your risk can only be 50 cents. You have to play what the stock is giving you. It's rangy, it's wicky, so you will have to either size down or take the hit. So that's a look on AAOI. I'm going to keep my eye definitely on that name as I like how it is running to the north side, Obi.
Yes, sir. I got a little bit long here on Amazon as it starts to kind of slow down a little bit and kind of hold in and around this 143 area here. The trend still holding a little bit, maybe not on the 3, but that's not the only time frame I am watching here. on Amazon as we still kind of hold above some of those key levels that we made earlier. So this 143 entry might be a little premature for the continuation for me. Yeah, let's see if there is any real follow through. Now, I know there's a lot of other names going on as well. There's a lot of other movers as well. So, feel free to post them up in the chat, and we can take a look at some of them. Now, I know Apple also had its earnings today, and we can take a look at that real quick. Apple right here. Okay, yeah. So take a look at Apple. Apple crazy. That 185, I think, is a pretty key level as well, right? 185. We identified that because of yesterday's kind of bottom here, right? And then you come in today, a lot of chop. But overall, you're still holding above that 185. So I guess my idea was a little bit of that 185 over under, but it's not really giving you a significant move in and around those prices there. So you know what? If we can kind of get back to this 185, I think that'll be pretty interesting. But look at these tops that we're making. We're kind of building into that 185. But let's see if it stays strong. We could still get a movement to the upside. I am watching this hold above 15.5 as well on the NQ. That could that kind of confluences as well. But yeah, let's see if there is real follow through to the upside, or that 185 kind of gets broken. Now, I do want to mention that yesterday Apple tried all that it could to get above this 192 level, and 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and even through earnings was sold right back down through that level, quadunk to 185. Right? So that 185 definitely coming in as showing itself as a potential area of key interest. Now, we did kind of wick up off of that too, and kind of making those higher lows. I'm keeping that in mind as well. This strong wick out the open, right? So yeah, a bit of a compression from both sides. So that 185 could be, like I said, it's basically telling me that this can prove to be a very key over under level, right? So yeah, so let's see what that level kind of brings in as well today. AMD, yeah, no, I know AMD. I was watching as well. AMD was holding that 115 in the morning. Was a little busy with trading that this Amazon here. But yeah, no, holding above VWAP, very strong on the day. We're holding above yesterday's prices as well. We saw that 115 come in and fail, and now coming into today, we kind of wish-wash that 115, get back above VWAP, and then hold into the 117 test. On AMD, as Amazon looks like it is holding this trend for now. Let's see if there's any real continuation in towards that 145.
All right, AOI took the flat top break at, where did I get it? I got at 60. We break through 11, a couple of scalps on the top. We're having trouble holding 11. Not surprising, we earmarked 11 as the level that we have to keep our eye out on. But here we go, coming right back down. We're dancing below 11. I think we got as high as, give me one sec here just to verify that, 1120 on that candle. Okay, so 1120, the high right now, breaks through what was previously the top. Let's see if we get continuity. I like my entry. Let's see if also former area of resistance, which was definitely this 10 2/3 area, will act as an area of support, or whether we're going to get a full state of bamboozlement here. We're dancing with 11 at the moment, a 4-penny, 2-penny spread at times. It's good liquidity-wise. No complaints on AAOI. We have 18.7 million shares, 1.5 million shares down the last 5 minutes, so definitely volume still sustaining. But if you are short at 11, it is not a bad entry. I would have to nod my hat over to you, because that is a key level of resistance. I'm taking it the other way simply because I got a good entry on this one, okay? The flat top break. Let's see if we get that hold at the moment on AAOI. Let's also look at TDS. This one here, now on my 5-minute chart, it has a bit of a bottoming, a nice reversal candle here. This is what you want to see. Now, people were complaining earlier that they couldn't see the charts. Guys, look at this. Do you see these black with white background? That's what they are. So Carvana over here, MF over here. Take my face off that picture for a sec, Ramin, if you're able to. There we go. TDS over here, AAOI. Very clear, guys. ES, NQ. So that's where you're looking, okay? When I bring in these charts, look for these black backgrounds with white writing. I do these, I add these on, they don't actually come on. Anyway, TDS, interesting here if we can get that 13.5 hold. This is the candle I was looking at here on my 5-minute chart, but you know, a bit of a bamboozling look. You'll want to reclaim a 14 really here. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Maybe the 13 dip is better here, Obi. Number one, it's a $13 level, which we had a nice period of consolidation at between about 9.55 to about 10.25, so a decent amount of time. It's also VWAP, and it's also the whole dollar level. So maybe I won't jump into this one too quickly. I'll wait for a pullback. 71% high at the moment. We'll keep an eye on TDS. Now back to AAOI as it starts coming right back down into near where I got in, 10 3/4. Here comes the dip down on AAOI. What I'm looking for here is a former area of resistance at that 10 2/3, 10 3/4 to hold now as a level of support. That's what you want to see. Otherwise, I end the trade. And the end of the trade is the breakthrough the bottom end of this range. So if you looked at this as kind of like a bull flag, you have a bit of a range between the top and the bottom. The break of the bottom, that's the end of the trade for me on that. So keeping an eye on both these bad boys to see how they perform the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, sir. I just added a little bit more there. This 143 is a little bit of a chop there, but like we try to break below and we kind of get rebid 1, 2, 3 times. So we are having a bit of a chop here, but I like this hold in and above that 143. So let's look for that continuation there. I am watching this tape like a hawk. Just to see if I see anything too crazy that might show me that I want to get out of the way there. But nothing too crazy so far. But yeah, no, a bit of a chop here as the market kind of pushes for these highs, right? We're kind of pushing back towards these highs on ES and NQ and that can kind of give us a little bit of tailwind as well. Let me pull up Apple here as well because we know that might have a bit of influence as well, potentially, maybe not. They both had earnings, so yeah, that 143 holding. This is probably going to be my one of my main trades for the day. Just trying to take chops off the Amazon move today, and I think earnings day 2 as well will be pretty interesting. So let's it's we can find some levels today that are interesting and kind of tackle them on Monday, which is an earnings day 2 kind of play as well. So you had that high RVOL day today, kind of defining your levels, and then you have some levels to go off of on earnings day 2. Sharif.
Yeah, man. Sorry, just had to get up for a second. Let's just have a look quickly here at our position on AAOI. Yeah, curling right back. So this is what you want to see now. This isn't by no means the end of the story, but what I was looking for, former area of resistance to act as support. We dip right into that 10, let's call it 10 2/3, okay? And then we bounce back. But we want continuity above 11, knowing full well that 11 is the resistance level here. So a bit of a range. You could take profits here, but what's the point in that? Let's have a look quickly at the wider chart again on AAOI. AAOI, guys, that's what I'm talking about. All right, yes, this is what I was talking about earlier, that move up July 13th. Also, that wick up July 14th, we get into that $11. But if history's any indicator, we'll wick up a little bit higher on 11. Now, I don't know what the catalyst was on the 13th. Let's have a look, see if I can scroll back here to the 13th on my blotter to see what was popping off that day. Here we go. Applied. Okay, announces date of second quarter financial results conference call. That's all they did. They just said when the call and the earnings date was going to be. What did they say? I'll read this after, but that was the catalyst that day. Now, today they reported. You think that this would be more reason to actually continue through that level, but stocks don't always move in a logical manner, and we're going to trade the price action. We're sub 11 right now, but we're 20 plus pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get continuity. This is the trade I am most focused on at the moment. if we can continue to the north side. What I'm also seeing was a nice little bounce here on the NQ. Some good sustained movement. Popped into a little bit, one on the NQ there. Let's see if we can break the top of this crest here, which we crested at. Where do we crest out at? 15,550, which we know will probably be a resistance level. But what you're seeing here is a series of higher highs and higher lows. Very bamboozling on the future this morning. Obi, I don't know if you were at your desk yet, but when we got the jobs number at 8:30, went up, went down, went up, went down. Better than expected, or not better than expected, worse than expected. Jobs number showing slack in the economy. That's what you want to, in the jobs market, that's kind of what you want to see if you're looking for the Fed to kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit with respect to interest rates. They keep their eye closely, obviously, on inflation, on jobs. So we shall see what happens there, curling back into 15,550, 4 or 5 points off that high. Let's see if we get continuity.
Yeah, no, I wasn't here that early today, but yeah, no, I did see that we did a bit of a chop in the morning there, and that kind of had a bit of an effect on the general markets here. Still watching this 143, man. This 143 hold is very, very peculiar. I like it, but yeah, just you know, gotta stay patient and kind of let the trade work if it's really there. It's shown some things that kind of show that there's a bid kind of stepping up, but at the same time, it is 11:30, right? So staying wary about that as well. Bit of a chop here, plus minus 15-20 cents in and around this 143 level. Randy says short Amazon 143.20. Yeah, okay. I mean, sure, yeah, you're a little bit in the money right now, but we don't know. This is still holding well above this action that we've had, right? So something that I want to mention as well is like bidders here, they literally stepped up 140, they stepped up again 140.50, and then they stepped up again 141, and then they stepped up again 141.50, and then they stepped up again 142. So
step off,
it looks like this 143 is also being, and look, you can see a little bit of a hold on the 142.5. So it's literally every half dollar. Yeah, if you can withstand the chop, and if you can kind of position yourselves well within that chop, within the fugazi, if you could embrace the fugazi, but you know, you could position yourself within that chop, and you kind of observe the bigger picture move that's happening, where the bidders are potentially stepping up a little bit, half dollar every step, and unless and until I kind of see that bigger picture action kind of fall off. I think I want to stay long biased even through the fugazi and through the chop, as that's what I'm kind of observing here in the morning session on Amazon there. NEO back at 15. Yeah, NEO, I don't know about what's NEO doing. Wow, NEO all the way down, eh? Just a straight fade on NEO. Yesterday we had some action as well. That's a crazy move on NEO. 15 short. Yeah, look at that. Seems like a decent place. A lot of opportunity there. Yeah. You know, I was talking about this to a couple of my buddies yesterday. It's like when I first came, I was like, I had a strong short bias, and
why?
now I'm just like, a lot of my strategies are a little bit more long than they are short, but that might have to do with the market being more towards the upside, right? You might lean a little bit more towards the long, because over time in a bull market, the longs can be a little bit more forgiving than the shorts, right? You got to be a little bit more, I guess, quick with the shorts. But yeah.
Got it. Yeah, just took out another piece there as we popped through 11 on AAOI. Yeah, nice little 11.02, whatever, 11.03 fill. We're going to dance with 11. We know that that's going to be a resistance level. It's clearly defined here on this name, as we know exactly what the resistance level is here because of consolidation period at the top. You know that the consolidation top area is where you should find support. If you break down below the lower end, that's the end of the trade. Taking out some size here, looking for continuity, but if we don't get it, we don't get it. Too bad for me. So we'll have to continue to wait. Here we go, right back down into 1075. Let's see if we get the hold here. My out will be the break of 1040-ish, so about 20 pennies worth of risk because I'm in at 1060, but taking some nice size out here so we can de-lever and, you know, lock in those profits, baby. We'll see how this one ends up ends up on the day. What else is moving here? People saying in the chat, MF is coming back. Sure, let's have a look at MF. Multiple halter to the high side here, guys. Let's go and have a look at MF. Let me go to the 1 minute chart. Yeah, let me add the ticker in so that you guys can follow along. We're talking about MF. You know, I put my alert here at 240. I know it dipped into 2, actually sub 2. 190 held quite well. 190 was an earlier halt level at around 10:15 or so. Comes right back into that level, you know, dips into the 185 area, and then we get some more sustained buying. So curling up a little bit now. So many halt levels to work with here. Kind of, it's going to be one of those ones where it may be a little overwhelming to kind of try to play the price action. We'll see, but it's a good curl up right now. Moving through 2. I've got my, again, my alert at that 240 level for the possible 250 break. That will be my look on MF. I don't really have a trade on it at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that. AAOI, say that like a lot quickly. Forming a bit of a base. You know, this one could be bamboozling, so we'll have to watch that closely. Ganesh wants me to take a look at AHI. We talked about that one in the morning. I noticed that it had been unhalted. This one, I believe, is an Australian ADR, American Depository Receipt. Let's put the ticker in, AHI. It was halted for the majority of the day yesterday after having a fantastic Wednesday. It was halted pending news. This is the 1 minute chart on AHI. There you go. We get the resumption of trading at around 7 a.m., maybe a couple of minutes after that, 7:10 or so. And then once people get wind that it's moving, 7:20, look at the amount of buying coming in, taking us all the way up to 580, not quite taking 6 out. You get a bit of a consolidation area here in the pre-market at that 5-ish level, and then we kind of trend down, holding that 420 area, surprise, surprise, so far on the day, curling back up here, but not able quite yet to make a newer high through that 445. That's where we crested here at around 5 minutes to 11. Let's see what the price action was from a few days ago. So where do we find an area of either resistance or support here? An interesting level at 440. You get a couple of touches in around there. Kind of hard to discern how we will resolve on the day. It's a bit tricky here looking at the price action, especially having halted the majority of the day yesterday. I don't have a trade on it at the moment, but we'll definitely keep my eyes on this one. And in fact, I'm going to put it on the side chart here so that we can follow along. AHI. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. What else is popping off here? AAOI coming right back into that support level again. We'll see if it holds.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about DraftKings. We can pull that up. DKNG as well. DraftKings. Yeah, looking kind of similar to NEO here, right? Looking a little similar to NEO here on this move. But yeah, no, did they have? They had earnings yesterday. Okay, right. So they had earnings yesterday and kind of pushing back through that earnings move here. Kind of wiping that off there. 35 potential short area as well. I don't know. I haven't looked left on this chart, but yeah, let's take a quick look left here to see if there's any significant resistances. That's not the right chart that I'm looking for. I want resistance. So yeah.
Vive la France.
So that 135, yeah, right there, looking left. It is a key area of interest. Amazon with the fugaze, a little bit of a drop and pop there on light volume. You sell off and then you kind of rip back up towards that 143. I'm keeping that on watch.
Chat wants to play a drinking game. Every time you say fugaze, somebody takes a shot.
I mean,
it's Friday anyway,
I don't
why
know.
not?
Yeah, I don't know where you'll be at the end of the hour, but you know. But yeah, some decent moves there on DKNG as well. Now, I don't know if I would chase the move down here for the short. I think the short was probably up here, maybe under pops into VWAP as well. But yeah, no, definitely a solid move to the downside here on DKNG today.
All right, nothing really going on in my world still. Both positions I'm holding basically flat at the moment. Let's see how it resolves. Nothing moving on my radar. I know the guys were talking about RAD. Actually, I think Neil was talking about RAD. That's Rite Aid. That's been running for a couple of days. I mean, oh, here we go. They announced availability of flu and RSV vaccine appointments. Don't really care about that. What is the real reason this has been running? We were theorizing that it was likely to do with CVS's earnings. Yeah, this is what it was. Look, Rite Aid shares are trading higher in sympathy with CVS after the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results. Yeah, you're not going to convince me that the availability of flu and RSV vaccine appointments at all locations is going to make this one pop 22.5%. Not buying, but in any event, it's moving. 316 is the high of day. Yesterday's close was at 257, so we will see what that one is up to. I have to get out of AAOI as I just huadunk, so that's the end of the trade for me. Ends up being a decent trade, make some money out of it. We only had a little bit left here through the break, so we'll have to make sure this one, there he goes, huadunking now through that 10 level. We'll see if 10 ends up being a good level on AAOI for an area of support. We definitely knew that 11 was an interesting area of resistance. Here it comes right back down, guys, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yep, the RAD was a crazy one yesterday where we kind of like talked about it, and as soon as we kind of talked about it, it starts blasting off into previous resistances. That was kind of interesting as well. Yeah, looking a little weak here as the markets start to slow down a little bit here as well. But yeah, a little bit of consolidation near the tops there on ES and NQ as Amazon kind of quadunks to the downside here back into that 142.50 area. As well. So let's see if those bidders kind of step back up and in. Like I said, I might have been a little premature here on the 143, but yeah, we are holding a little bit of this position for the bigger picture move if it's going to be there. It is earnings day. I kind of want to throw on a little bit of risk for the bigger picture move there. So yeah, I like the hold right now. Yeah, the position is in the red right now, but you know, I want to stay convicted on the bigger picture move that I have now. Obviously, I don't want to stay too strongly biased as well. If the S and the NQ start coming down heavily as well, I might want to sidestep the long here as it might not be ready to kind of push that level. It might not even do it at all, right? So, but yeah, let's see what happens. I like the hold above that 15.5, right? Like we said, that's going to stay determinant. We see that Apple is still holding this 185 pretty well. Like can't get below it. Tries multiple times today. Right, this is a 3-minute chart, so you have these strong wicks that show you the buying power underneath. Sorry, the buying pressure underneath that 185, and then you kind of start pushing and holding right above that. And let's see what that 185 can really bring us. A lot of chop here on Apple there, in and around that 185, keeping that in mind. Now, I haven't taken a look at some of the other names as well, so we can take a quick look as well. We know Apple. Let's take a look at what our friend Microsoft is doing. Microsoft still well within range. Initial range from the morning session, we are trading within that initial range. Look at this size on Amazon. I see from the corner of my eye, 142.90 right there. 142.90. There's some size there at the dollar. So if that size gets taken out, that's kind of what I want to see for a potential continuation move. But yeah, Microsoft looking like it's holding above VWAP right now. A bit of a reclaim there on Microsoft. Now Nvidia, we haven't taken a look at in a minute. So yeah, Nvidia looking like the same picture as well. Google also very similar as well. Now Google in the morning, I was like, oh yeah, that 130 level might be pretty key. Right, that 130 level, and then I'm busy looking at Amazon, and that 130 blasts to the upside, giving you a 1.5 out the open on Google. there. So some strong action on Google, and it kind of holds that 129 area that was key from before as well, kind of churning underneath VWAP at that 130 level. So yeah, I like that look. Let's see if the markets can kind of hold above this level, kind of continue. Amazon is very strong on the day. We're back at that 143. So let's see. I did hold a bit of a bag there, but you know, that's kind of the risk that I was willing to take, about a 50-cent move there to the downside, because we know we're looking for that 145 potentially incoming. Now, I'm not going to stay here in this position and be like, oh, I have to give it to 145.
Yeah.
That has to come in. No. Discretion. I gotta make sure that you see the right things. Look at those 300 lots at the 43. Get taken out. Boom, right away. And we are to the upside, 143. And now look at the size on 143.10. There's size on the ask continuously. There was some in the 90s under the dollar, at the dollar, and then a dime above the dollar, all getting taken out on Amazon as we blast to the upside. Look at that wick that formed on the NQ, right? Bottom wick, bit of a fugaze there, looking like we kind of slow down, grab that liquidity, and push right back to the upside. And we're seeing that tailwind come into play on Amazon here as it is pushing back towards high of day. Let's see if we make lower highs or we kind of blast through these, as it looks like some shorts are definitely in trouble. Size on the ask getting taken out.
I'll be so excited he flipped the mouse, bro.
Fumble my mouse here, as this action is exactly what I want to see. Thank you very much. A little bit of luck. A little bit of luck.
There's no luck about that, bro.
Blast off.
There was no luck about that.
Is there news on this thing? This is a real squeeze.
No, the market's squeezing, bro.
Look,
We just
143
popped up
half.
big.
There's some sellers there. Can we make it through? Can we make it through? Grinding 143 half, a little bit there. Can you take some? Took some out there, 143 half. Still have the whole position. Well, not the whole position, a good piece of the position. But yeah, let's see if we can get that continuation. Piecing off on a little bit of slowdown into high a day. This strength is very, very distinct. Amazon, size in the 143.50. Let's see if there's real continuation on the move. Bigger picture idea coming into play.
Yeah, Obi, I think we're getting a nice move in Amazon. Even Meta started moving. Your friend Google also has a nice 5-minute candle, and the Fuchs definitely popped up there. I'm even seeing NVIDIA with a nice 5-minute candle here, it's like $1.50 long. Let's see if we get continuation. 15.550 just blew. There goes 15.6. We took some out. We're going to wait at 15.7 for the next out here on the Fuchs. If we get continuation, looking good. Not too crazy in terms of movement. Nice midday action. Pump it to the top side, baby, as we move up on the MNQ. There we go. Let's take some more out there. We're going to wait on the next one. But good move on the Fuchs. I'm seeing Meta at VWAP. I'm seeing Amazon at high a day. Apple's asleep. We're not even going to talk about Apple today. Totally asleep. Microsoft is good. 1.86% on the day, but the chart looks like poop. Let's bring it in. I used to talk about, yeah, well, maybe I'll leave that for a second. 333 here seems to be a nice local flat top on Microsoft. We tried to test it earlier on in the morning, 9:45 rejection, 9:50 rejection. We get back up there, 11:05, 11:10. All rejections off this 333 is getting me interested into why we are rejecting off that level. We're above VWAP. We're almost 2% to the good today on Mr. Softy, yet 333 acting as a local resistance area there. We're just below it by a couple of shekels, 332 and 3/4. I mean, if the market really gets going here, this 333 on Softy will be interesting. High a day technically 335.14 here. What you're seeing is a series of higher highs and higher lows. It looks good on the day. And if you had to ask me, I would say we probably end up green vis-a-vis the jobs number that came in this morning. Here we go, back on the Fuchs again. Are we going to get 15 and 3/4 here? It'll be 15.575. We're moving up, baby. We are headed north. It looks like. I don't want to jinx it.
Look at Apple go, man.
Apple.
I'm like, oh, the market's turning. That 185 is holding. I saw the bid hold on that 185 teens, and I'm like, maybe I should punch. That 185 seems like a pretty decent area. Look at that. I look away. I get out of some Amazon because that looked like it was a little too hard, too fast, kind of selling off. And look at that pop off that 185. Gives you instantly 30 cents in the money off of that 185 hold on Apple, giving us that trade over and over again. Am I taking it? No. What the hell am I doing, man? Come on.
Just don't leave me hanging like that, bro. What am I supposed to say after that?
A little disappointed. I'm just a little disappointed. But it's okay. It's okay. You know what? What's the next trade? The next trade, let's see if we can re-up on that 185. You know, that would be the next trade there. If Apple 185, if that's the gift that keeps on giving, I don't care what it does. That 185 hold, I want to keep getting long in front of that one there. As Amazon give a bit of a pullback there. That was a pretty strong move, so I pieced off a little bit, and I pieced off some more there, just into that 143 pullback. So now what I want to see here is a higher low kind of consolidate and form and give me some places to add those outs back in. Like I said, bigger picture move, continuation on the day, holding, seeing all the right things that we want to see as shorts are trapped a little bit. The bid is strong. The bidders have been stepping up, right? So, you know, maybe this is the double top. Who knows? We're gonna stay open-minded, right? Gonna stay open-minded, but let me see that consolidation a little bit higher, so we can kind of take that trade again and to the upside, and kind of you know, take as many chops as we can on today's name, Amazon, to the moon, 145.
Good luck,
but yeah. NQ double top, people are asking, no, man, look at that. Where's it? Yeah, it's coming into that 15. Here's the thing, 15.6, right? 15.6, are we going to have a little bit of trouble? Can we expect a little bit of trouble there? I think so, but are we going to go straight through it? Look at this action. We're coming in right from 15.4, and yesterday's tops. Let me pull up the hourly here on the NQ. Look at this, yesterday's tops, you know, a couple of days ago, we were testing that 15.8 to 15.7. So if we rip right back into that area, that was only a couple of days ago, right? This could very well just be a lick grab down into the 15.4 and then pop back up for that 16 test, right? So 16,000, expect volatility. That's what I told myself, and we are seeing some of that kind of pan out here over the past couple of weeks. Now here, you know what? I haven't taken a look at the VIX today. You know what? Let me just get out of here, off of that 143. We're kind of coming back into that 143. Like I said, I'm out of the position there. Now, if it gives me more chances to get in up here, I mean, I'll come back to the trade on Amazon because this will keep on going if it's there. But yeah, that little bit of a double top there as we approach this 15.6, where I did just say we may or may not expect a little bit of chop. We're seeing a bit of a pullback there on Amazon there. But look at Apple. Apple does not care. Apple, that 185, still going up back up to the upside there. But look, a little bit. What I do want to keep in mind here. Let me get this wick out of the way real quick. 186 should work. Okay. Yeah, okay, so right there, look, we've made these highs. We made this high as well, which is lower, that 187, 186, and now we're stepping up. So do we make a lower high is the question that I'm asking myself on Apple here as each one of these pops kind of start getting a little bit more muted than the previous. But if this 15.6 can convincingly break and hold above, I think that some of that higher range on Apple will get tested, and I think we will be well on our way towards that 145 on Amazon there. But yeah, what was I doing? I was going to check the VIX real quick. I want to see what the VIX is doing. We know that the VIX has been a little spicy as of late. We bounced off of these. I think it was a long. I don't want to say 52-week lows, but a long time lows on the VIX. So we had a bit of a build up there, and then we started getting some gap ups on the VIX, which is exactly what I want to see as that volatility expansion kind of comes in to the market after we've seen this compression for the past few weeks, right? So. I saw that yesterday. We kind of gapped up, or was that yesterday? Yeah, on Thursday. Yep, yesterday we gapped up, popped up in that 17. I was like, whoa, hold on there. I didn't even get a chance at the 15 the day before, and we get that reversion. We were talking about how volatility has a way higher probability of reverting than does price.
Yes.
Now take a look. VIX, gap up. Where does it come back into? Right back into that 15. So a bit of a reversion going on there on the VIX there. So that's kind of what we like to see. We like to see those mechanics kind of coming into play in the markets live as we are day trading in and around some of these supply-demand mechanics.
Yes, absolutely, Obi. Thank you for that. We were about 40 points in the money on this future trade. Now we got into that 15,580, which was a earlier top. So the chat was asking, do we have a double top at that level? It's very possible, guys. We're still 0.8% to the good. I mean, I'm in way lower here at 37s, 38s, pardon me. So, you know, we're going to have to watch this as a retrace, and that means leaving money on the table, which is fine. Thank you, Dan, for reposting your message. I saw it earlier, but Obi was talking. Dan says the ES 4550 was the IB low on Wednesday too, buddy. Thanks. Pardon me for that. All right, so what I did was I'm going to let this one run. We want to see if we can get up to 15.6 on the name. I'm just going to hands off. I won't let this go against me, though. So if it comes back into my level, that will be the end of the trade. But we'll keep an eye on that. Also, I got back into this AAOI trade. Let's see if we can get that fill. I know it made it up back to 69. The reason I like it, look at this defending bottom here. So what I want to see is this bottom get defended. There we go. We take a little bit more out as we get back into that 70 area. We got long 51, so about 20 pennies in the money on this one. Good trade first time around. Let's see if we can make it another good trade second time around off that key level. We'll test 11 again possibly. Let's have some more outs here. I'm going to sit at the $0.75 should we make it up there. Let's put the resting orders because old man hands can't hang. We'll get a couple of levels there should it break up. Can we get continuity through the $0.75? We're dancing at 74s, 75s, a bit of a wide spread. So it's a bit illiquid at times, I'm noticing on this stock, but we'll see. My out is predefined here through the break of the flat bottom that we have at that 1030 level. Let's see what the chat is up to. I'm getting some tags here. Div, would you take Neo bottom trade with today's news about them tapping into phone industry? Tesla is lagging behind with their phone. Phone industry, really? I didn't even read that. And then it tags me again. Neo Tech Arms 5D digital mobile phone obtains license from China MIIT. I did not even look at that. I will have a look at that once Obi starts talking. Wasabi MX, what do you think about AMD? To be honest with you, I really haven't looked at AMD today. Obviously, we know they reported. We know about what they said with respect to AI. We know what they said about the demand for their MI300 X and A chips. So we'll see. Anyway, great profit taking here on AAOI, Obi, as we blow through that $0.75 level. We go through 80 again, baby. All right, on AAOI. Let's take a little bit more, Obi, here, because, well, I'm a little greedy, and that's just the way it's going to roll. 1090. Let's move back up to 11. We defended that $0.50. I'm very happy with this trade. Let's take a little bit here in the 90s as well, Obi. We'll see how this one does. Let's go back to the future. Yes, curling back up into that $0.75 here on the future. What we're looking for is 15.6, Obi.
Yeah, 15.6, and I got that 45.50 as well as we're testing right there on the ES. Reading some of the comments here, Anthony Walsh saying Amazon uses special move, Fugaze. It was super effective. You know, a little bit of a Pokemon reference there. Nice. It's pretty funny. Yeah, no, Tesla is a name that I also had on the watch for today. This 140, I just want to mention this 143 is holding very peculiarly, if that's a word. The hold is very peculiar. I like that. So that 142 holds, and then the 143 holds again, right? So I coulda, shoulda, woulda gotten a little bit long here right underneath that 143, but I am still waiting for this 15.6 test as we're only about 25 points away from that 15.6 on the NQ. I still want to stay a little bit wary on that hold. Now, some people in the chat mentioning, hey, Obi, double top on Amazon. Sure, I can see with the data that's been printed right now, we did print a quote-unquote double top. But again, bigger picture move. What did I describe happened earlier? right? You hold this morning consolidation, you step up, you trend, you don't have a clear follow through to the downside. 142.50 holds once again, and then now you're holding for 143, right? So a little bit of interest in and around these levels as the futures kind of push up into these key levels, right? So I want to see a distinct move over under this 15.6 to kind of reposition on this. Now I know this is holding trend, right? Both on the 3, on the 5, and of course on the 15 it's well within range, right? Well within range. It's very, very strong. So like now that we are getting a little bit extended to the upside, I want to switch a little because the trends are going to start to accelerate if that's the case. Just support and resistance, right? So that after hours high from Amazon earnings is that 142.95-ish area, and look at where we're holding right now. We're holding above that level. So do I like to transact in and around this level? I think it might be interesting as we push towards this and as Amazon kind of builds into this. So that double top, yeah, you can call it a double top, but what about this?
Don't call it a comeback.
Right here, you have a higher lows. So let me ask you this question here. If you're gonna conclude right here, right now, that this is just a double top, right? Whoa, what is up with that brush? Anyways, if this is a double top, let me get a better drawing tool here. Let me just use a line. We just want to delete this first. But yeah, no, if you conclude right now that this is a double top and you get short, I think you're missing out on kind of what's happening here, right? So you can say that this is a double top. You can get in short, and then if price kind of holds this range here, you're going to get stopped out. The probability of you getting stopped out is very, very high as of right now, in my opinion. Again, not financial advice. I know nothing. I'm just a trainee. But yeah, the chart speaks volumes. The chart speaks volumes, literally, sometimes, right? So a little bit of pushing back up on this low volume. I like that. Again, squeeze. We saw the hand kind of already show itself there on this rip back up to high a day. That was definitely a bit of squeeze. The ask getting knocked out. Size getting knocked out on the ask and following it up almost. So showing that shorts are definitely in trouble. So if we can hold this 143, and then we have confluence with the markets overall, and then we have confluence with the trend. I think this trade is still on. 185 still holds on Apple. You can keep taking this trade, man.
All right, AAI is dancing with 11 again here, Obi. We know 11 definitely going to be an area of resistance, but I really feel if we can get above there and hold, some shorts may be in trouble. I think I looked up the short float for this bad boy. Yes, it is 25%. So that's fantastic. I mean, with respect to shorts, and we know 11 is a local top. There's no question about that. So you can theorize, and I think it would be a fair guess here that a lot of the shorts are instituted in and around this level, right? Because it is a local top. So anybody shorting, may be looking at this area here. But I think we got to let you go. Because you are over. I know you're so enthralled
I'm just focused.
In your.
A little focused.
Yeah, fantastic, Obi. Let's take, just before you go, we're going to take a little bit out here to celebrate as we break through that 10-cent level. We're going to have Praxtradamus on in 1 second, Obi, but thank you for being on.
Thank you for having me.
Are you on Monday? Or?
Yeah, I think I'll be on for Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, I don't know yet, but yeah, Monday I think I'll be here. But awesome. Yeah, see you guys. Have a great weekend. Take care. Happy trading.
All right, guys, and we are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown, on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Surge Trader. There you go. All right, let's get back into the market action here.
Embrace the fugazi.
That's Obi taking off. And we got another rejection. Surprise, surprise. At AAOI as the shorts, they're fighting tooth and nail. They're gonna put up a good fight here. It looks like at 11, but 1050 was our entry, so we got plenty of buffer room between there and the current price action. So we're gonna let this one run. Let's leave that to be. Let's have a look here at the future as we dance with this 15.575. I got one contracto left. We're looking for that 15.6 touch. Whether or not we make it all the way up there. A question still to be determined. We're still 0.84% on the NQ and 0.62%. So 0.2% on the ES. It's been a decent day so far. Let's see if we can get some continuity. The futures position definitely looking to hold on to this one for another 30 or so points. We're in at 38, so plenty of buffer room here. Back to AAOI as we dance sub 11, knowing full.
Back to his small cap?
Oh, Bradley, come on, you know, it's not small cap. It 2.7 billion. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's not too small. Yeah. Oh, pardon me, that's the wrong one. I misspoke, Bradley. Let me 346. It is small cap. Okay. You are right. Okay. I stand corrected. $345 million market cap for our friend AAOI over here. We'll see if we get continuity. Not too much left. Lone, embrace the fugaze, says Lone. I like that. Everybody shouting out Obi there. Obi, I don't know if you've noticed, but Obi is a lot better
on the show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's
like
growing up into
time.
a good host over here, a good co-host, and it's, you know, they grow up so quick, man. They grow up so quick, man.
Bradley. I love it. All right, guys. Prad made him, says Mashworth. Okay.
Obi made himself. Amazon made Obi.
I know, man. That's
Amazon made Obi.
Exactly. That's what I've always known Obi as, the Amazon whisperer.
Yeah, I like that.
He whispers to Amazon. He watches tape of Amazon.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's a good endeavor he's on there. Hands off the keyboard at the moment. There's really nothing for me to do other than just to watch these positions. I've got nothing to take profit for at this level. It's not key level. I've got no reason to get out. I'm talking both about the future. I'm talking about AAOI. So it's a hands-off type situation right now, and we're going to see where we resolve. Bradley, how was the morning?
Today, man, you know, the last few days were rough, and today was 100% different, baby. Let's go. We smashed it. We finally had good trades on the board today. You know, I can't complain. I just wish that some of these trades were better. I wish Amazon wasn't such a scamazon to begin the day with, right? But it was good. Later on in the day, it was good. Scamazon ended up being payazon, so it paid us a bit, and we love it. Oh wow, I just punched this to AMC long just to update our position boards over here, at least my position board, and I got out of it right away. And what I noticed is AMC immediately bringing in some sort of a volume candle. I'm getting right back above 5 here for some reason. So maybe I should have just stayed in that. You know, today I'm just on a heater. So I guess even this random punch without even wanting to punch it started to push up over here. Prad. Guys, let's not start with these names again. Pradzilla.
You've got a lot of names.
Every day, chat just goes ham with these names.
Well, you help the situation by coming up with names too, my guy. So they just pile on, but I love it. It's kind of your thing.
Man, today's my best trade for the day today. Square, block, whatever you want to call it. Sorry. Monster short to the downside. If you guys remember yesterday on the 4 o'clock stream, we were actually looking at this level as to what would happen around the 67.50 area. And I think I actually heard, Max also talk about that 67.50 area earlier in the morning today. So a lot of people obviously watching that level. The stock was actually above that in pre-market, and 67.50 was slightly below where the stock it was trading during the open too. So I took the breakout of the 67.50 level, which was my level that I wanted to trade out of, gave it a little bit of a risk room. I think I was slightly out of the money a little bit, but not too much. And then comes in the monster move to the downside, $3 in the money at the moment, $2.93. But I think my best win on the stock was around $3.40 or so. At least that's what I remember seeing. I don't remember seeing anything higher than that on Square, which is currently moving back into this range consolidation near 65, 64.50. Let's see if it starts rejecting these 65, 64.50 areas and pushing back down, giving you an opportunity to load up on the shorts. Keep in mind, though, the stock will be now on SSR. Well, not now. It was previously already on SSR today, being down 10% from yesterday's close, which means you cannot short the stock by taking out the size on the bids. You have to wait on the offer/ask for the stock to tick higher. Then only can you get picked up on the shorts. Besides this trade, the only other good trade on board that I had today, I'm trying to pull up my position board to sort it by my best trade on the day. So it's the next one's Amazon. Amazon 142 was absolutely scamazon today, right? It trapped us a little bit. Later on in the day, I flipped short because I was like, hey, if this 142 area is going to show you that much of a rejection, only a 2-cent break, then most likely there you go. So that was a long. That was the long, got stopped out. Then, that was the long over there initially. I added on the long over here, got stopped out on all of it. I think this was a tiny loss because this ad over here was much more. Later on, flipped short, took profits, did not like it, got out of that trade, and then waited for that 142. Obviously, that 142 trapped you a couple times. Later on, that 142 did work, added on the 142.50 area, and then just keep riding it to the north side all the way up to 143. And then my last few shares, I get stopped out when the stock returns back under 143. But the stock gave you a high of 142.63 today, which I was not able to capture. My target on Amazon, to be honest, was the 52-week high. The 52-week high on Amazon is 146.50s. So I don't know if we get there today, but I'm looking for that move towards 146.50. And if we do get another opportunity to break out long or maybe even look for ads near 142, the stock's actually near 142 right now. I'm getting, I'll throw some orders over here. Every 10 cents down all the way down to 142. And if 142 holds, which I expected to based on how the stock traded today, near that price point, then maybe we are able to catch some good dip buys here in front of that level. If 142 fails, then we'll just have to wait for it to come back towards VWAP or so. Currently a monster descent on Amazon. Market still up 0.7%. NASDAQ, S&P 500 up 0.58.
All right, guys, we're getting an interesting rejection at the ES, 45.51. Technically the high a day, you've got to really say 45.50. I'm looking at the ES September contract for all those who always complain that they don't know what I'm talking about. ES September contract. Look at this, 45.51 high. We test that 930 all the way to 950. Rejections off that level. We're right back at that level, but the rejection comes in hot and heavy here. We'll see if we can get some support coming in. We don't quite know what's going on just yet. I'm in the NQ version of this trade. I'm still 20 points to the good or plus or minus. I have my out on my NQ position 1 point below my entry. So that's a look on that. I'm really not going to take any profits or end the trade quite yet. But yeah, it's an important level here to talk about at the ES because it is a local high and it is that 45.50 level that we talked about. So we'll have a look there. BDX just showed up on my scanner. 50%, 49.2% halted at 760. I think the data that I have on this bad boy is obviously skewed. It's incorrect. I'm getting a float of 40,000 shares. I don't imagine that to be the case. Seeing as how it's done 110,000 shares in the last 5 minutes, or before it got halted, that is. It's done almost 500,000 shares on the day, just really kind of woke up. You can see here, come to the small screen, guys, if you're able to, so I can show them my volume candles. I want to show them my volume candles here that we can't see because of the position board. So if you're able to come to the smaller screen, there we go, guys. Thank you very much. So look at this. The volume just really coming in here. It's been dormant the majority of the morning. This is 9:30. This is the opening print. Where is the opening print? 9:30. There we go, Bradley. And then really the volume started coming in at 11:30, but the real volume started coming in at that noon hour. I don't have a reason why this is moving, but it's halted to the north side nonetheless at 760. So we'll see how this one resolves itself and whether or not we get continuity on this name. BDRX is what I'm talking about here. We'll keep that on watch. I want to keep it on the side here so that when it opens up, I get wind. Now, we're holding this interesting support level on the NQ. It's that 15,550. If we're just a couple of shekels, a couple of points above that, if we can hold that, be great. I'm looking for 15.6. Nothing more for me to do on this trade. Now look at this. More bamboozlement on AAOI. I look away for 1 second. We make a new high a day, 11.29, but I'm not there to participate in it. And now we're khwadunking right back down. through, like, I mean, I don't have that much size, but it'd be great if we got some continuity. We quadrunk right through 11. My entry at the $0.50, so I'm going to give this one exactly to my entry. I will not take profits because, or pardon me, I will not exit it just because it's quadrunking. Because there's bamboozlement central. So if we can get that move back up, I definitely want to take part in this name. But we knew 11 was going to be a difficult level with which to get, or from which to get through, because of the price action on the daily, which very clearly showed that 11 was a key area of resistance. So AAOI still up 65%, just made a new high a day, but there you go. Big move right back down as shorts institute again. Now we know that a quarter of the float on AAOI is short. So there's a good chance that if we really get above 11, we can squeeze big. Now, that hasn't happened on previous occasions, and I don't know what the short float was at that time, whether or not it got bigger since then. This is what I'm talking about. Let's go to AAOI quickly so I can talk about it again. Where's my ticker on this? There we go. AAOI, pardon me for 1 sec, just to put in the ticker, and then I want to show you the daily. Yes, look at how many times we broke 11 here on the 13th, on the 14th, not able to take it decisively, but I'm theorizing that we definitely have a lot of people probably caught offside if we can just get some continuity through 11. That's what I'm banking on, and that's why I'm still holding this trade proudly.
Bears versus Bull asking me what color is my shirt. Is it red? No, Bears versus Bull. It's green, somewhat bluish with white lines through it. The shirt that I leave at work anytime I forget to bring extra shirts from the home, basically. I hear Sharif is going to be joining Floral Fridays. That's exciting.
I didn't even know about it.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Because you don't open Discord.
No, he told me that it was when I was gone.
Who?
Obi.
Okay.
He said that it was instituted while I was on vacation.
Right.
I didn't quite get the notes, but I'm definitely going to be a part of.
Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking
But this
about.
is not floral.
No,
this is plaid. It's plaid Prad. What do you got? What do you got? He's gonna strip for us. Oh my goodness! The first strip tease on the show live here in living color.
Is that floral?
I'd rather be foraging. Ooh.
Are mushrooms flowers?
No, I think they're plants. Yeah, they are fungus.
They're not plants or. I'll mute it. Are mushroom flowers?
Are mushrooms flowers? No, I think they're fungus.
They're fungus.
Fungi.
I'm calling them flowers. This is my flower shirt for today.
Fungi.
That's my flower shirt for today.
I only know that fungi is the plural for fungus because of Seinfeld. Just putting it out there. Shout out to all my Seinfeld fans who know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's true.
Who know exactly what I'm talking about.
People talking about Oxy in the chat. Did you see Oxy today? Up a monster 3%, even after missing earnings recently. So Oxy over here taking off. I was looking for a reason as to why, and looks like energy firms rise as oil prices set for a 6th weekly gain on supply cuts. Remember yesterday on the 4 o'clock show, I was talking about, hey, the market is basically supply and demand, right? You look for the supply zones, demand zones, resistances, supplies. Well, over here, they're basically giving you the answer. Well, if the supply of what this company provides are going to get cut down and the demand is going to stay equivalent or more, you expect the stock to go up, right? So here goes Oxy up a monster 3.5% today, taking out multiple levels over here, even with the weak earnings catalyst. Looks like Papa Buffett might have turned on his buy machine again over here on Occidental Petroleum as we are taking out multiple levels past through 63.50. We're actually heading towards 64.50 at the moment. Let's see if that one ends up playing out that way. Also, at a quick glance on the scanner, I think this is actually Max's layout on Trade Ideas that I have up on my screen. QS showed up on that scanner, but getting back above $8, so I want to take a look at that one. QS has been grinding for the most part on the 50-period EMA later on in the day, and the 100-period EMA bouncing successfully. Also, another stock on SSR today, so I'm sure if Brankos was here, he would have had a Absolute heyday on Square and on QS over here, catching that SSR bounces. Let's also go take a look at Nikola. Nikola actually did turn SSR on again today by going down 10% and you know, pushed that $3 area. I think I traded Nikola today. No, I did not trade Nikola, but we were thinking about trading it near the $3. It did not hold at all. Looks like the low of that range near 280, 275, and the 3 ends up being the resistance for the most part of the day today. Let's talk about Donkey Kong then, because Donkey Kong did have earnings. We talked about you know, the possible move right back into previous all-time highs, sorry, not all-time highs, previous 52-week highs. So the stock opened up a little bit higher, pulled back to previous 52-week high. I told you I'm going to try a long over there, and that's exactly what I did. I tried that long. Oh, wait a minute. I actually want the long right now as the stock pulls back to that price near 30.60, 30.80. If the stock can get back through you know, 31 over here, I want to be part of this. I'm just going to put some orders down over here every 10 cents apart, all the way down to 30.50, and see if I can just, you know, minimum share size, load up all the way down to 30.50. That's going to be my stop out area basically on this position, looking for a reversal back on a positive earnings play. That's exactly what I tried here at one point near that previous 52-week high. Let's go closer to the chart. Come on. Closer to the chart. There we go. So tried a nice little long. It did work. And then we got stopped out, and then later on in the day we flipped short. But I was so bullish on this position that I wasn't able to actually hold that beautiful short. Basically got short where I previously went long, that 32.50 area. Got short, and I only took a 20, 30 cent win on it. Later on in the day, look how monster of a win that was. So missed out a big move over there on Donkey Kong. And my next spot for me to go long was this closing back into this range and getting back into yesterday's high. So if we go to the 5-minute chart here, right there around the yesterday's highs, pulling right back into those ranges. I'm expecting support to show up anywhere from here all the way up to 30.50. Let's see if that happens for us to get into a beautiful long.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. AAOI comes back into an interesting level here. It's still holding a higher low. So I got almost everything I had really out here. I had baby shares, Mickey Mouse shares at this level. So I said, hey, what's life without whimsy? Let's get in. So I added a little bit on this trough, okay? I'm hoping this is the bottom end of the trough, and now I've got a little profit taker here through the break. I want to test 11 again. If that's the case, I want all the smoke with this one. So we'll see if we do get continuity into that 80 level and then maybe another touch of 11. The reason I got into this, it's an interesting area of support here. Okay, we know that this area held, and this is what I was talking about, the bottom end of the range. It absolutely held this time around. So I got in on the back end, as Neil likes to call it. This time around, we make a higher low. So I'm gonna punch in here. We know it's heavily shorted. Let's move up, baby. I'm waiting there at 85s. We're getting 84s here on the ask. If we get some continuity, possibly in cross. Bit spready right now, 5 pennies. We'll see if we get the move to the north side. I'm gonna get out if it breaks a $0.50, okay? So I'm giving myself here, my new cost base is 64, it was 51s. As a result of the ad, obviously a higher cost base, but I think it's a calculated decision given that I'm profitable on the name and given that it did make a higher low. We'll keep an eye on that. Back to the future. The future still, we're 30 points in the money on this future position. We have made higher lows. You know, we didn't necessarily break through the roof with any vigor or any speed. 15, 5, 8, 3.5 high a day. We're at the high 60s right now. We really haven't made a new low, so I still think this is valid, despite the fact that we are topping out at an obvious level here that we made earlier on in the opening range. So it's still in that kind of limbo situation at the moment, I would say. So nothing really to report on at the moment. Let's see what AAOI did. It just flushed. It couldn't really break through that level, so the profit taker doesn't get triggered. I have a stop through the $0.50. If it breaks a $0.50, that's the end of my trade right there on this one. I don't want to give it too much room because I don't want to give back too much money. So keeping an eye on that. Pradley was referencing Occidental, 3 1/3 to the good. It's a bit secular, I have to say, Pradley. Actually, it's not. That's a mistake. I shouldn't have said that. And here's why. Because we have a good look today on energy. Look at this. We have another 1 1/3 to the good on the CL contract, which is oil, which is West Texas Intermediate oil, and everything really is green on the name. You have the likes of Shell and BP, both 2% to the good today. You have our friend XOM, ZOM, 1 1/3, and CVX almost 2%. So oil benefiting, and that makes me worried, man, because I hate putting in gas at expensive prices. And this morning I saw it was a good price for gas, and I didn't put any in because I didn't want to be late to work. And I know for a fact I'm going to leave here and it's going to be like 10 cents more because oil keeps going up, right? So I'm a little concerned about that, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, nothing really to do with AAOI, which is what I'm looking at right now. Still basing out here. I've got a profit taker. Just to reiterate, $0.50 break, I'm out.
Just looking into some company over here. What is this? What is this company?
It's been moving proudly.
USM?
TDS?
And USM.
US Cellular, yeah.
What is
US Cellular?
Never heard of them.
You know Chicago White Sox?
Okay.
That they used to be the name of their stadium. You know how there's naming rights? So US Cellular was where the White Sox played.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never heard US Cellular in my life. I've always heard like, T-Mobile Arena and everything. The newer names. I've never heard US Cellular ever. I do see, however, the stock is on an absolute rip today, and apparently they are owned by TD Systems. Apparently, it is a subsidiary of TDS.
Okay.
And TDS owns 84% stake in US Cellular apparently. So you said TDS is moving.
Oh, big boy, yeah.
And I'm guessing they're
73%.
moving off of USM earnings because USM had earnings pre-market. Did TDS have earnings?
I think it did, probably.
So
but let me
TDS
just
had
double
earnings
check.
too. Okay. Well, he is double checking for us for anyone wondering. So, because you're 12, Brad, you're right. That's probably why I don't know what US Cellular is. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Here's the headline. Let's come. US Cellular telephone and data surge after strategic review announcement. That's a look there, Bradley. So a nice catalyst on the name.
Yeah, so because I was looking at the earnings report. The earnings report absolutely failed. It looks like here's the earnings report. The numbers looks like they missed by 47% on EPS and by 3% on revenue. So what is this move over here? Where does it come from? So thank you, Sharif. I was actually wondering. Looks like it's that strategic partnership you said?
I think they want to spin it off, Bradley. Strategic review announcement. Let's read it. All right, here it is. All right. After the company announced it was exploring strategic alternatives, whatever the hell that means, TDS, which you said, owns about 80% of US Cellular and said that its board and the board of TDS skyrocket. Okay, TDS has retained Citi as its financial advisor and has retained legal counsel in connection with the review.
Maybe they're thinking of selling them off or something?
That's what it sounds like. Who knows exactly? But yeah, that's probably the pitch here.
So USM off that catalyst, monster move, 91% move on this position today. Market cap is $2.8 billion. So it's not a small company, right? It's a monster company moving 100%. The short flow's not even that high. I looked at the short flow. It's about 5% on this position. So monster move, most likely, as you saw, strategic review of a possible sale incoming or spin-off of some sort. And that's clearly helping not only USM, but apparently TDS also. TDS up 74% here to the Northside Telephone and Data Systems. Let's see if some of the other telecom mobile companies have moved along with it, such as AT&T or even T-Mobile. AT&T recently had their earnings report, launched off that earnings report, and right before that earnings report, they had a little bit of a negative catalyst, so they broke down to like 1991 levels or something crazy like that. So broke down to those new 52-week lows, and then the earnings report helping them to get back up. Today, though, looks like that catalyst did not leach AT&T, or AT&T did not leach off that catalyst at all. Boy, oh boy, DraftKings long is now 50 cents in the money, and we did not even get our full size. We wanted to take so much more size long off that $30.50 area, $30.50 area, but we missed out on that opportunity. But oh well, though, I hope some of you guys were able to catch long. I think someone in the chat did ask, hey Prad, what is your target? Do you think it goes back to VWAP? I think it's a little too much to expect VWAP. I think 32 could come into play, but if we do get back above the 100-period EMA, then why not VWAP, right? Why not VWAP if we get above the 100-period EMA? And the reason why I say 32 is look at the 5-period EMA, the 100-period EMA, sorry, look at the 5-minute chart here on the lower side. The 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA, both of them are basically tickling each other at the price level of 32.
Love that. Bro, you can't crack me up like that, man. I'm trying to concentrate here.
Look,
bro.
my job here is to entertain the chat, and your job is to, actually educate them because you're the better trader.
All right.
So I'm doing my job, and now it's your job.
That's incorrect.
Now
my
it's your
friend.
job.
Bradley, we just took some profits again through 11 as we wake up again. AAOI just keeps dancing with that 11. That's why we refilled around this the trough, here. But again, bamboozlement central, because look what happened when we broke through 11. Huadunk. Look what happened when we broke through 11. Huadunk. So, take profits as we go. But nice base there. We get 1067s. I just got some out mid-90s. Didn't get anything through 11 because old man hands can't hang. We're going to have a resting order at 1105 should we make it up there. What I just saw on the future, though, made me smile. Look at this pop on the MNQ. Oh, baby. We really need, I'm sitting here for the last contract at 15,993. A bit of a random level, no question about that, but I want to front run the 15.6. What's up, Bradley? What happened?
Look at Amazon, bro.
What happened?
I had longs at 142.20. The low of that move to the downside, 142.23. I was off by 3 pennies just because I was not watching the stock, and now it's off to the moon. I mean, if I was watching it, I would have obviously just punched that 142.23 instead of just waiting for 142.20, but missed off a nice little 80-cent move over here on Amazon. Oh well, we got multiple opportunities throughout the day. The day is not done yet. People saying Qualcomm, my favorite chip stock since June. I'm guessing that's because you're shorted. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking about QS. Qualcomm is on a monster rip over here. They actually had a little bit of a confusing earnings move, if I remember correctly. Oh, I thought they're trading. They're playing clutch putts. Okay, calm down, boys. Over here, off the earnings move, did drop down quite drastically. Found some bottoms around this 115, 118. Now back through 120, up 3% almost on the day for QCOM. Isn't Qualcomm that makes chips for like Samsung Snapdragons and whatnot? So yeah, I mean, I was a big Samsung user back in the day. I remember having their chips. They're not bad at all. So let's see if Qualcomm over here can rescue themselves and close the gap.
All right, guys, we're knocking on the door of 15,590. I'm sitting at 9.3s. We're long 38s. So this is going to be the end of the trade for me on the future as we knock on the door of 15.6. Can we get continuity? The ES is very strong. It just made a new high. These things tend to move. They don't move in tandem as much as they used to, but they're definitely influenced by one another. 45, 56 3/4, the high a day on the ES. 15.5. No, that's incorrect on my platform. Excuse me. I'll have to look at that anyway. We're touching 91s. We haven't triggered my out here at 93s. We're finding some resistance here, but it's a good stair step up on the name. So I have nothing to complain about just yet. I just want to fill. Not getting it, but we're going to wait on this one. Hopefully we'll get a print soon. Here comes 91s, possibly 92s. We're sitting at 93s. Let's go. Maybe I'll look away from it and it'll fill.
Not like that.
Again, bamboozlement on AAOI through 11. We wake up above 11, and then Huadung 25 pennies, right back south. Actually, more than 25 pennies. We're long 67s. We're dealing with 74s right now. Still in the money. My out, the break of the $0.50. It's not the price action. Okay, I misspoke there. If I was to look for an out, my stop, based on price action, it would have to be that 10 1/4. Look how many times we based out, or we bounced, off 10 1/4. There's been a lot of bounces off 10 1/4, but because I've already taken profits on it, I don't want to give as much back, so my risk will be 17 pennies. Because I'm long 67s, already taken a couple outs here. So the break of the $0.50 will be the end of the trade for me. And that is the end of the trade on the future, Bradley, as we get filled through the north side on 15,993. I think we are probably going to touch 15,600 today. We're definitely like just a couple of points below it. It's been a good day for the market after a rough couple of days.
Send it, baby. Yeah, UVXY down 7.6%, which is basically your volatility ETF, which I'm guessing is also down another 7% or so. Let's go check that one out. Yeah, 8%, 7% down on the volatility overall today. VIX, which usually should be the thing that happens when the markets are ripping the way they are today. A good hold of 15,400 on that NASDAQ basket and a good hold of 45.15 on the S&P 500 basket, both of which are up 0.75 S&P 500 and NASDAQ almost 1% on the day here. DKNG just gave me my second fill on the day, right near the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. I like the way how it's consolidating above the 50-period EMA now. Looks like we might have just pinged the bottom over here and timed it perfectly too. I don't want to see the stock sadly, go back below the 50-period EMA. If it does, then I might have to close this position for whatever winner that I have right now. 19-cent winner after after this ad. Looks like my new average is $31. Yeah, so if it goes back to 31, I might just take the flat exit and just take that flat out. But if it doesn't go back to 31 and moves around and pushes back to the north side, we want to be part of that move all the way up to, maybe even VWAP or $32 on DKNG. The reason why I'm saying I'm going to get out at 31 is because I want to be really long near these lows. That's where I previously was very bullish. As soon as I saw the stock go there, I pulled up the chart. I showed you why I was really bullish in that price point. So I really want to be heavy long in that area. And if that stock is giving me the opportunity to do that again, I don't want to be averaging into a loser. I'd much rather get out for a flat trade, get back in. And that's what we talk about to other traders on the floor all the time, all the trainees and so on. You guys heard me, talk to Obi one day recently about that, which is take that loss. There's no problem in taking that loss. You take that 2-cent, 3-cent loss, and then you get back in at the price you really want to be in. Your price is very, very important. And then you have that monster move and the monster victory that you're looking for. DKNG over here, though, does seem like it wants to give up the ghost. People talking about, oh, yeah, look at that. It's already pulling back. Don't like that at all. I'm getting ready to throw my stop out over here on this position. But people talking about that muff. Let's go take a look at MF. MF today, monster moves to the north side. I saw it halt to the upside quite a bit, but I didn't trade it at all. I did try to get into the halt. I'll be honest with you. No fills, no bueno. And the one fill that I almost got, I believed I almost got. Glad I didn't, because the stock opened into a halt straight to the downside. So it was a little wild over here. Still up 28% on the day, though. Monster move for MF. DraftKings getting to that $31 area, ready to stop me out. Why you got to do this, DraftKings?
Yeah, sorry, Bradley. That's obviously for you.
Oh.
Yeah, proudly. Always keeping my boy fed on the show, baby. All right, guys. Back to our friend AAOI. The only trade I have on at the moment. We're looking for an 11 break on this name, but, we're not getting it quite yet. But what I do like on the chart is the series of higher lows. I like the short float, and I like the level 11. Whether or not it resolves, who knows? But I think the setup is sound. Personally, I think the setup is sound. I like how it's basing at key levels, and we keep finding buyers at those key levels. Now, I was going to say it's a little wicky, but that kind of just goes without saying, and we know why it's wicky. Is because there's probably, and I say probably, a good deal of short sellers above this 11 level, but by how far? Now let's bring in trade ideas. Oops, there we go. It's AAOI. Shout out to Michael Noss and his crew. Michael Noss has been on vacation, man. We've missed him.
Yeah.
Oops, what's going on here, Pradley?
But he should be here on the floor very soon.
Is he coming again?
I think he said he's planning to.
Oh, I love it.
And then when he does, I plan to have him in person on the 4 o'clock show.
I bet you will.
So that was the plan.
What's last time we went to the pub with him.
No, I'm not charging my battery, Fabian.
Fabian.
No.
The production team stays undefeated. Come to my screen if you're able to, Ramin, for a sec. This is my trade ideas layout, which Michael Noss helped me put together. On the left here, you'll see the watch list. You don't have to have those. The scanner, the chart, and then this is what they call the, what do they call this proudly?
Which one?
This one here, the quote screen, or what do they call that part area over here?
I'll find out right now.
You know what I mean. Anyway, here we see the float, and then
Single
this is
stock window.
single stock window. Thank you very much. We see the short float here on AAOI as 24.9%. Okay, remember that number. And then now let's look at the price action to figure out our head from you know what. AAOI. And let's go to the daily. Why is everything taking long to load now, man? Everything was working great. Now trade ideas are slow, IBKR is slow, everything's slowing down here. Everything's going on lunch, Bradley. There we go. Look at this $11 level, guys, right? A 25% share float. And then this level here, these last couple of days, you know shorts were punching in around here. You know they were just entering around here. Let's go to the weekly, see where we actually had previous resistance. Okay, so looks like back in March 2021, we got to go back a ways. 2.5 years here, Bradley. We got to go back to find levels similar to the ones we're at now. We got March 2021 and February 2021. We got the closing prints were all around 12.50. I mean, we did get all the way up to 14 on this wick over here in late January 2021. But the closing prints for me, the better levels, they are at that 12 1/3, 12 1/2. So if we really get going here, you know, who knows? We could see this kind of level, 65% up on the day on AAOI. Here we go again, stair stepping up, possibly into 11. I've got something here at 11.05 if we get that move up. The moves through 11 have been quite transient. Yes, transient, transitory, they are synonyms. Bradley and I learning that yesterday.
Transparent?
No, not transparent.
Translucent?
No, translucent's not that. Well, I think transparent, no, translucent? Is translucent and transparent synonyms?
No.
No, they're not. Hold on, I have to Google that. I know that.
No.
Yeah, well, whatever, bro. Brain fart.
They're kind of the same thing, though, I think.
Hold on, Ramin's saying something. Speak into my ear so I can hear you. Okay. Yeah, opaque, I know. Yeah, okay. So she's saying transparent is fully clear, translucent is kind of clear, and opaque is, yeah, it's not. So, yeah, thanks. Ramin killing it there on the production team. Okay, we just got into 11 again, Bradley. A quick touch at 11, but another rejection off that level as we dance. And here we go right back into the 80s. 11, no question. They are autonomous. You guys are killing it in the chat, guys. I love the chat. Yeah, we're getting everybody participating now in the definitions. I love it. We didn't even hit the word of the day today, but we'll just let that slide. Anyway, not much for me to report. Just waiting for the break of the 11 on AAOI.
This is why I hate telling the stops on the live streams, because, like, look what happens.
Oh no.
You say a stop on live stream, and the stock goes to it. That's why I don't like telling my stops. No, I'm joking. It's just it was just not looking like a good trade anyways. We planned it. It was a flat out. We lost 7 cents on that trade. Right? Whatever. We'll see if the stock can pull back into that range over there and get us some profits and launch back to the upside. Let's go, baby. I want that fill right back into that 30-50 zone and so on. Something else I want to talk about is Square. Square pulling pretty much all the way back. I should have had a stop in profit over here on the break through this range, which I didn't do. You know what? Let's actually do it right now. And then, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna leave my shares on. I had a plan to leave my shares on for the whole day over here, as there's not many shares left anyways, and I want to get back short at the high of this range and the high of this range, which happens to be just above 66 and just above 66.50. So let's see if the stock can pull up to those ranges and give me more size short on Square, which is my #1 trade of the day. Real quick, let's go to this one, as someone in the chat talked about it. Are you gonna be watching this fight?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no question.
Who do you have?
Bro, I mean, I didn't like the way Jake Paul looked against Fury last time. I don't know how you felt about it.
He lost, right?
He lost.
Yeah.
He didn't do well. He lost almost every round. Nate Diaz is a real fighter, but he's also beat real fighters in the past. He seems to have a problem against boxers, but not so much mixed martial artists, because he's boxing.
He's martial artist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nate Diaz is a mixed martial artist.
Yeah.
What's his pedigree?
Jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu. There you go. So I don't know. A lot of these guys, you know, they learn boxing later into their life. So did he, though. Jake Paul only took it up later in his life too.
Right.
So maybe. I have no idea. But I know he doesn't do well against boxers because Fury gave him a lot of trouble.
I'm praying.
You got money?
No, I mean, I might have money, right? I might, maybe not
Maybe.
using DraftKings to, you know, facilitate this gambling addiction over here.
Right.
But please, God, don't let Nate Diaz lose to Jake Paul.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to
Please.
see that either. But yo, Jake Paul, he puts in work, bro. He puts in work, man.
I don't care.
He does training camp.
I don't
He's
care.
doing a lot of work.
It's the Nate Diaz Army for life, baby. It's the Nate Diaz Army for life. If Nate loses to Jake Paul, I might actually cry.
No, you're not.
I might actually cry. Nate means a lot to me, man. Nate means a
I
lot
like
to me.
Nate. I like Nate.
Nate and
he's
Nick
obviously
Diaz,
real.
the two brothers,
Yeah.
they mean a lot to me because of UFC and what they've done for the MMA and everything.
Yep.
So if Nate catches a L over here, like when
don't want
Anderson
that.
Silva lost, Anderson
Yeah.
Silva was a huge UFC MMA figure. And when he lost, that hurt me a little bit.
Yeah.
That's like watching Mike Tyson lose
I
and you're a
know.
big Mike Tyson
Yeah,
fan,
yeah.
right? So I can't watch Nate lose. Please,
I respect
please,
that.
I can't.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I love boxing, so obviously I'm going to be watching that. No question about it. That's Saturday night.
Yeah.
In
Saturday?
Dallas,
Yeah, August.
Texas.
Saturday,
Is
August.
that? Are they fighting in Dallas? I mean, in the AT&T Stadium?
I think so. No, is that?
Wow, are they really? We'll have to
I
look
think
that
so.
up. Yeah, but-
MVP Arena? Sorry, MVP Promotions?
No.
MVP Promotions, I think they are going to be fighting in
Wow, that's a big venue if they are.
that. Stockton dudes don't play around. Yeah, the 305 slap. That would be amazing if Nate hits him with the Stockton slap mid-fight over there. Square really pulling to the upside right now, man. 65 getting reclaimed. That's monstrous.
man.
Let's go check out DKNG real quick. DraftKings trying to teeter around this 31. I think I'm not going to be able to reload back into those lows. I might just have to get back in around these 31 area as the market's trying to push back up north. So, you know, my palms are itchy, knees weak, arms are heavy. So let's see if we are going to just push the entry over here or not. I'm gonna have to debate a little bit. I'm gonna keep looking for variables on the stock to see what I want to do. So we'll pass it to Sharif to see what he's got.
Absolutely, guys. The NQ is now knocking on the door, 5 points or so removed from that 15.6 level. I have nothing more on. Yeah, here we go. 98, 99 coming in. The futures pump into the high side. There goes 6. 15.6 taken, baby. 15.601 HOD today on the NQ September contract. I mean, I took this at 38, guys. Oh, should have just left it, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's been a positive day now. The NQ 1% to the good. The ES 0.8%. I think big tech is moving too. I haven't looked at big tech. Let's bring in the trusty big tech charts as we continue. 602 now on the future here. 603, 604. Wow, good movement. Meta curling up, breaking through 316. There was a bit of a top there at 316. That's come and gone. Apple's dead. I have nothing to say about Apple. Microsoft, we talked about that 333 level earlier on with Obi Trice. Bit of a, yeah, there's bamboozlement though at that 333. I probably would have got wicked out of this because look at this candle over here, 11:45. We wake up all the way to 350 and then quadunk right back down into 332 and 2/3. But ever since then, we've been pumping back up 334 and a quarter now with the 335.14 high made on the opening range. Much more volatile earlier on, now much more stable in its ascent, stair-stepping up. Good day for Mr. Softy. 2 1/3% to the good today on Microsoft, knocking on the door of that 334 and a quarter. It's been a good day on the future. Let's just go back quickly, though, to our trade on AAOI to see if we got filled. No, we didn't. So 11 really topping out here. We were getting wicks earlier on through 11. We haven't gotten a few lately. I've got a series of profit takers layered here in case we really blow through that level quickly and I'm not watching. It doesn't seem to spend too much time above 11, and we know why. Probably people are punching out short because they're caught offside. We know a quarter of the flow to this bad boy is short. Look at this, pop up through 11, right back down. Pop up through 11, right back down. Doesn't spend time here, so I'm gonna try to capture profits by having some resting orders. Now, when you do that, you show your hand, because now you're sitting on the exchange and the bots know about you and everybody knows about you. You can sit using script orders.
Who you calling bot?
Pardon me? All right, you can sit using script orders. Script orders sit on our servers until the price is triggered. They don't sit on the servers of the exchange. Therefore, they're not known about, but they are a little laggy as a result of having to trigger and then being sent out after sitting on our server. So what I'm looking for here is 11 break. We're topping out at 11. There's no question about that, but I don't want to get bamboozled out of this trade and then have it break through 11 later. That will really annoy me. So, yeah, kind of decisions to be made here. Maybe I'll look away for now, see what the chat is up to as we continue to make newer highs on the market. Anything else here being talked about? BDRX, apparently another small cap gapper, excuse me, to the high side earlier on. Wow, what an ugly chart, bro. Oh my goodness. We talked about this at the initial halt here at 760. Gaps up big, 936, and then Huadunk goes the dynamite right back into 7, holding 7 for now. The dips into 7 have been bought up, no question, but we are below VWAP. VWAP on my chart sits at 7 2/3. And the halt level, which is interesting, there's some confluence here between the halt level and VWAP. Halt level 760, VWAP 7 2/3. So if we can get above that, or maybe even for a rejection on BDRX, I'm talking about, guys. Yeah, I'll have to keep this one on the side chart, but I have no trade on it for now. You good, or do you want me to continue?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, DraftKings pushed up to 3120-ish or so, actually back through the 50-period EMA. There was about 300 lots, not much, but 300 lots sitting at 3120. So I figured, hey, I missed my move through 31. I missed my reload through 31, the back through 31. Maybe I just take the break out of 3120. So I took the break out of 3120 when that size got taken out, the 300 lots, and the stock did get a nice little push up for a 10-cent move past 3120. But not much happened after that. We got rejected by the 100-period EMA and pushed right back down. That's on the 1-minute chart. 100-period EMA, 1-minute chart rejection, coming in and pushing right back down to the 50-period and bouncing right off the 50-period now. So waiting to see what happens. Now I'm changing my game plan a little bit. I'm getting ready to not really get stopped out until the stock really breaks the low a day. I'm getting ready to even add size as we push to the lower side over here, with my complete stop being somewhere at the lower ranges of the lower day, which is near 30.73. Technically 30.50 might be where I take the L on this trade if it shows up to be an L. At the moment, I'm getting ready to just keep loading up in these ranges all the way up to 30.50 or so for that move towards VWAP on DKNG, which had a monster beat on earnings today. Sadly gave up quite a bit of the ranges, was not able to hold up above the new 52-week high that they made recently, and was not able to even use today's new 52-week high that they made or previous 52-week high to find any bounces on Donkey Kong. So expecting these the yesterday's high, or at least some of these levels from yesterday, to come into play, which they did, and give you a level to get some longs off of. Because if this earnings move is not as bullish as it should be, then what was the pop in the after hours and pre-market really for?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of bamboozlement, I think, yesterday. I even watched Coin when it reported, went up, then it went right back down. So that was interesting look there on Coin. Yeah, man, I don't know about this Coinbase long term. They made money, but they didn't expand their users. They're taking more money per user. How long can you do that?
Did I tell you what I think will happen?
No.
I think eventually the SEC steps in and turns like at Coinbase and Binance and all these exchanges into an actual exchange for the stock market, and then you just trade crypto through, like, there's a BATS gateway, ARCA gateway. Oh. You trade it through the Coin gateway or the Binance gateway.
Interesting.
Directly on the stock market. Huh. Not yet. I think this is like somewhere down the road. That's just my my
That's
you
not a
know
bad idea, yeah.
my 420 thoughts, but obviously I don't smoke weed, so it's just normal
No, of
sober
course not.
thoughts.
No.
Sober thoughts.
Oh, I was gonna hit the. I don't have it here, Sean weed thing, but it's not on my thing, not on my stream deck. All
Oh, I
right,
should have it
11 rejects again on AAOI, and there we go, right back down into my entry. But we haven't made a newer low. I'm not changing my trade on this. My out is through the $0.50. I mean, I could have taken profits right at that 11 level, but I'm not gonna do that. I want this one to break. Otherwise, I'll take this one down. There we go. The Katina Man, is he here next week?
He should be.
He should be.
Is the Katina Man
Katina
back?
Man returning next week? Yeah, the Katina Man will be here next week. Sean will be back on Monday, baby. But Max has been absolutely killing it, no question about that, for the Katina Man on the Big Boy Show. So make sure to stay tuned. They start today at 2 o'clock. All right, AOI bouncing again off 10 3/4. Let's see if we can get continuity through 11. Let's talk about some other stuff, though, man. What else do we have moving here? Look at this crazy you-know-what stock. SMCI. I've had it with looking at this stock every day, and oh, my goodness. Super microcomputer. You ask? Okay, well, let's have a look at the daily. There we go. SMCI. Guys, this chart is absolute bonkers, and why I don't punch into this on my personal account, I have no idea. Look at this, guys. First of all, year to date, this stock is up 318%. But the real move started coming in here early May. Look at this. We start out May $100 even. All right, we had touched 120 earlier, but May starts out $100 even. We are at $343 since May 1st. Okay, I don't know what the hell this company does. I've never heard of them until somebody brought them to my attention. I don't even remember who. Let's read what IBKR say. Neil put up his hand. Super microcomputer is an application-based optimized total IT solution. The company provides Silicon Valley-based provider of accelerated computer platforms that are application optimized server and storage systems for a variety of markets, including enterprise data centers, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, 5G, and edge computing. So it seems like it's a catch-all type thing. I mean, we were thinking maybe this was a sympathy play to NVIDIA, because when I looked at my news blotter, I just couldn't explain why this one was moving. And I'm looking at my news blotter right now, and there's just nothing for it. And this goes back weeks and weeks and weeks. There's really nothing here. So, my goodness, $18 billion market cap. I bet you was nothing near that May 1st. I don't know what the market cap was, but it's at days highs right now. $343 SMCI. What a stock, bro. This is the 1 minute on SMCI right here. It has just been absolute bonkers. This is a long-term type trade, not an intraday trade. Even though, quite frankly, having a look at the intraday picture on this, I mean, what's wrong with a 321 open and a 343 high? I'll take that any day. It's comparable in price to to Microsoft, to Meta. So despite the fact that it's $300, a lot of these other stocks that we take are also $300. So what a move on SMCI. I want to bring that to your attention.
I don't know if anyone traded Team today, but I'm looking for a long on Team at the moment. Previously in the day, I did look for a short off of Team. Didn't work out, gave it $2 of risk. Very, very small size on this position that I tried earlier on in the day. The 200 level that we saw after hours yesterday was monstrous on the daily time frame, and it actually broke above it. And today we were trading above it for the most part. I'm glad that the short didn't work, but now I'm trying to see if I can build back into the long over here. First punch around 201, second punch looking for right here at 20. It should give me the fill at 241 or so, and my stop slightly under 200 to see if we can add Team to a winning side today, turn it away from the loser that we have. I think Team is the second biggest loser that we have on board, and we're trying to see if we can add that to a winning side instead. My biggest loser on the day today was Meta, because I tried to short that 313 area a bunch of times and just kept taking losses. That 313 area did not want to break. I should have just flipped long on that 313. When the short is wrong, get long. And the long was the right idea over here. The market's, obviously up 1% on the NASDAQ and up 0.8% on the S&P 500, taking Meta along with it through that 313. Actually held that 313 area multiple times, as you guys can see that over there. DraftKings pushing back to 31, giving me my second fill. Oh, that's square. Let's go to DraftKings, pushing back to 31, giving my second fill. Now I'm waiting to see if it can give me my third fill over here to the downside, just near 30.85 or so, and then more fills all the way under 30.50, where I want to be max long at.
PIK coming in here on my scanner. PIK, guys. PIK. I don't know what the hell this is. KidPick Corp. All right. 8.38 million market cap. That should tell you all you need to know. Well, let me give you this one. 1 million share float. So very small. Here we go. $1.20. Halted up at 106. Right back. Retraces right back into 106, the halt level. High a day 120. Holding that halt level for now. Do we get continuity? I don't have a headline. I don't. If anybody knows why PIK is moving, up 63%. Started the day off at 66 cents. Dancing with $1 right now. Does $1 hold here as support? I'm not looking at, let me look at this. PIK, what is this? NYSEDAQ, okay. So it's an NQ. Let's look at this. Is there size here at $1? I don't see too much size following up here on the bid. Here we go, 101 on the bid. A lot of bamboozlement here. Here comes one. Do we break or do we hold? See what this one does. Again, 120, the high a day. Halted, opened up. Don't see a reason.
What the world is going on with AMD?
What's up?
119 AMD, bro. What in the world?
Wow.
AMD is on a monster rip now, ladies and gentlemen. Chip stocks are absolutely having a fun day. I guess NVIDIA is having a party along with the AMD over here. 455, 456 almost coming into play, but now AMD is on its own little tear. You guys are looking for that 199 breakout, I guess. Let's see if 199 can actually give you a proper breakout. Maybe the only place to really short AMD today is 120. Wasn't the stock recently at 120 and then just the earnings move just completely crashed it? So let's go pull it up on the longer time frame. Yeah, there it was, right near 119.45, 119.50 was the high of that move overall for AMD, and the fact that we are completely reversing it in 2 days after the earnings move is not surprising at all. Honestly, not surprising at all. Let's see if the stock can push up to that 119.50 for some possible short attempts, because I missed the move on the long. I missed the move. I'm not going to punch long over here at these highs. The only thing I'm going to be looking for now is the mean reversion trade off of levels that previously were in place. So let's see if that trade ends up showing up. Right now, we are taking a little bit of a beating on DraftKings and on Team. Both of these positions are going against us. Team is 50, 60 cents against us, and DraftKings 25 cents against me. Looks like the donation box is open, and we are.
I love when you say that.
We need a donation box animation.
You're very self-deprecating, eh? I like that about you.
I'm not self-deprecating. I'm just keeping it facts,
Oh,
bro.
yeah,
This
but
donation box is open.
All right, proudly. Come on, man. Give yourself a little bit of cred here, baby. Look at this move on AAOI. Look at this. I did not get triggered because I had my stop through the $0.50. My only regret is not having added at that level. Look at that dip right into the $0.50, and then we bang right up. Where is it? I think, Ramin sent me the green thing, but I didn't add them in. I got to add them into my stream deck. Here we go, $11 showing up again. How many times are we going to reject off this $11 level on AAOI? Look at how many touches we have around here. I mean, I don't care. I'm not getting out. I do not care. I'm going to wait here. I have my profit takers waiting, so if we wake up quickly, hopefully I'll capture some profits. Careful here, though. The spread opening up, it was like 9 pennies, 10 pennies. Tightening up a little bit now. You just know the shorts are caught offside at this 11. I just know it. And I don't want to get shaken out because I know this one could squeeze if we really catch them off. This is the third day that were pushing at $11. Now we actually have a really good headline, which is earnings, right? It was earnings, right? I'm just sure I'm not talking out of my rear end here. AAOI, yes, narrower than expected Q2 loss. Yes, okay. So it was earnings. I saw this one this morning. Yeah, not breaking through 11 again. There we go, right back into the high to mid 80s. I really need to give this one more time. Someone asking about PIC. I just mentioned PIC, guys. Just talked about it not that long ago. Huadunking, it's given up the dollar. It's no longer of interest to me. It had to hold a dollar. PIK is what I'm talking about. Rejecting off that 120 level, sub $1 now. Not interested. Adrian asking about Apple. What do you want to know, brother? I mean, in terms of price action, I'm not trading it today, but with respect to the earnings yesterday, it was a mixed bag. We all know that. Services did better. They're talking about, you know, Apple Music doing well, Apple TV Plus doing well. If you're paying for extra storage, like I do, you get a whatever gigabyte, terabyte of storage to back up your iPhone. That's part of it as well. Even the 30% that they skim off the top on App Store, that's considered services as well. They got 1 billion subscribers in their services field. 1 billion. Let that sink in. That's recurring. That's recurring revenue from 1 billion subs every month. That's why we're still so bullish on this, despite the fact that MacBook sales are down, despite the fact that iPad sales are down, despite the fact that iPhone sales are down. They beat analyst estimates, but they're down year over year. And that's 3 quarters in a row declining revenue on Apple, and maybe even a 4th. Yet the stock's still holding up, and it's because of that. The recurring revenue. And besides, most of their profits, most of their margins that they have, it's like 40%, 44%, 48% gross margins on products. That's nuts.
No.
So that's the look on Apple. I don't know what you want to know. Price action wise, there's nothing to talk about here. It's been 185, bouncing between 185 and 186. It's not Apple's day today in terms of a trade. I've got nothing on it.
Got stopped out on team. Team didn't work out as we break that 200 level and go back down. I guess 199, 198 is the area now. As that double bottom over here is not going to come into play for us. It better not be a perfunctory break, and we push right back to it. I'm going to be a little upset if that does that. DraftKings looks a little bit better. We are loaded up on that size more and more near that 30-80 area. Now our average, as you guys can see, 31.08. And looks like Square didn't really give us those fills to the higher side. VWAP area already rejecting on Square. Come on, Square. I wanted to short you again near those 66 areas. Really thought that move would be coming in today, but not sure if we do get that potential pop over here. DKNG, we're pretty loaded up on this position, so let's pray that, punch and pray. Let's pray that this position actually works out for us, because then we can make that donation that we just gave back on DKNG and then get back to the nice little pretty state that we were sitting at on the day. I really want Square to, flush even more. That would be awesome. I mean, but it'll be nice to, at least get a fill on Square. It looks like we're not going to get that fill, sadly. Come on, dude. Like, where's the next trade? Where's the next trade? What can we do here? People are talking about AAOI. I know you are looking at that. BDRX. BDRX apparently halted a little bit around
again?
I don't know if it again, but it halted at one point.
Yeah, it is.
Like 12:22 was, I think, when it last resumed off the halt. MOG-B, whatever the heck that is. MOG-B halted at 12:52 and just recently opened. That's a halter over there, MOG.B on New York. Okay, MOG.B on New York, $106 stock. Don't see any volume traded. Not sure what the heck is going on over here. Let's walk away from this stock. This just scares me looking at it. Let's go to AMD. AMD looks like it ran up to almost 119, 118.85, and instantly dropped back to the 50-period EMA, right back to the 118 area, showing some support. We're getting a nice little bounce off that 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. Right back to the north side, we go to retest that 119, which has been a little bit of a level previously on AMD, 119, 120 zone. Let's see if we can clear past that 119.50, 119 area and get towards that 120. Now it makes me happier being an AMD investor. 2 days ago, I was crying, right? So now it makes me happy.
Bro. You're good.
For how long, though?
You're good for a while. Yeah, give it some time, probably. Just don't punch out.
Yeah, man. But my average is like $90, bro.
That's fantastic.
I'm only $18 in the money.
Only?
I held it 50 bucks against me. What do you mean?
Okay, I didn't know that.
It went down to 50 bucks. I held it 50 bucks against me.
It's just a long-term hold, bro.
It is.
This is a
It
long-term hold. That's like retirement money right there, baby.
Yeah.
Keep adding to that position.
Retirement money. I have like 2 shares, bro. Retirement.
Oh, my bad.
Whoa.
Okay. You
The stock-
don't give me enough data points. I don't know.
The stock needs to go to like $700 million if I need to retire.
Right? Okay. What's up, OCAT? Sharif, what's up? What's up, OCAT? All right, I want to complain about this stock a little bit here. It's my complaining time. We're after 1 o'clock. TDS, what a move on TDS. Bradley brought this to your attention earlier on. It owns US Cellular, looking to spin it off, possibly hiring a law firm to figure out its elbow from its you-know-what. Despite that, US Cellular reported the earnings seem to be good. The market likes it, 81% of the good. Look at this, bro. Look at this. This has been one symphony of stair-step up. We start off the day. Where did we start off the day? Excuse me, let me just have a look real quick. Well, yesterday's close was 8 pennies below 8. 792 is where we closed. We are at 1440 the high of day. We're currently 1432. What a move it has been for TDS after retracing. And look at that VWAP retracement. Let me zoom in a little bit. This is a 5-minute chart on TDS. You make a big boy move up. You get a bit of a reversion back down into VWAP. It holds for the most part. Obviously, it does break by about 30 pennies or so. But in general, it held the area. And then boom, back up we go. Another $1.50 to the good on this name. I do believe I looked at the macro picture on TDS. I will do it again. Let's have a look at the daily on TDS to glean where we can find some resistance levels. Yes, and I did talk about this one. I'm talking about TDS, guys, for people in the chat. Look at the peak we made here February of this year. Look at the other peak we made here in late Feb of this year. This is early Jan, late Feb. It's 14. We did get wicks above there. Okay, but the closing prints all below 14. Technically, that could happen today. We are at 1440, but we haven't closed there yet. We have like another 3.5 hours of trading. No, sorry, 3 hours of trading. So we are at resistance levels. There's no question about that. So, are we going to continue here, or it's a bit of a tricky one, right? If you're a mean reversion trader, you're probably salivating at this, right? Like, oh, fantastic, we're at resistance and we're at day's highs. Let's take this one short. Maybe that's the better trade here, given how extended it is. I have no idea. That's not my type of trading. But anyway, TDS has been an absolute monster, and the point is we are at important resistance levels going back to earlier in the year. So TDS being the beast that it always is. Back to AAOI, we keep topping out at that $11, man. I think it's just a matter of time. I ain't taking anything out here, Bradley.
Oh, I keep turning around every time I hear a wow, and I think they're trading something, and they're not.
What are they doing? They're playing golf.
Clutch putts.
I love it.
Clutch putts, baby.
Is that what it's called? Clutch putts?
Yeah, it's clutch putts, and it's a best game you'll ever play.
It's fun. I played it a couple of
Yeah,
times.
you can see them right there.
There they are. Can you move that camera? Oh, there's the pillar.
There's a pillar
There's
there,
a pillar.
yeah.
I forgot about that.
They had to repurpose some of the cameras that we had set up for golf and so on. But yeah, hey,
For golf.
maybe we will repurpose them once again. Greg talks so much trash in clutch putts, says Neil. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, hey, just trying to keep up with me, he says, Greg. I'm not the one who said that, though. Neil said it, just like, don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah,
just reading the messages. New number one on Google Trends. Spotify is a new number one on Google Trends. And in what terms, though?
Why?
Yeah, in what terms? I'm not sure in what way you're talking about over there. But whatever it is, Spotify today absolutely flat on the day. Did make a nice little bounce off that 143 area or so, but not much happening ever since the earnings move. We saw Spotify drop down to 140, make that range back between 155 and 140, and just kind of stuck in that box. I think if Spotify breaks below that 140, we have a monster short whenever that opportunity comes in, and if Spotify gets back above 150 or 155, we have a monster long whenever that opportunity comes in. So at this point, we just sit back, relax, throw in our alerts around these areas to see when the stock comes to those prices, and then we pull execution. Until then, I think you just wait. Just relax. You don't need to trade in these ranges and get chopped up and then take losses for no reason. Yeah, it's awesome. You know, these moves are still there. $3 move on Spotify, yay! But I personally can't see, you know, a spot to actually put risk at unless it's really at 140 or 155. But you know, there's multiple ways to make money in this game. You've seen how Neil and Max have been trading all day today. The only thing I heard in the morning was how every time Neil was taking profits on Amazon, Max just went more. So that's just it goes to show, you know,
Max is an animal,
multiple ways to trade.
All right, someone was mentioning this earlier in the chat with respect to Neo's phone plan. So here's the article coming through a very good friend of ours, Benzinga, sponsor of the show. Here it is. Musk's alternative phone plans remain mythical as Tesla's Chinese rival clears final hurdle for smartphone launch. What's up, Bradley?
Did you see the post from Elon Musk on X this morning?
No.
Like it was like 7 a.m. or so.
What do you say?
I think he actually posted it at 5 a.m. because it said 2 hours ago.
What did it say?
And it was Twitter Live or X Live.
Oh, what is that? Is that the phone plan? Sorry, okay.
No, not a phone plan, but
What is
X
it?
Live. It's like you can go live now on x.com.
nice.
And it's like Instagram Live, basically.
Hold on. Weren't they doing that already? Like, you know how David Sachs and...
Who's that?
He's one of the guys on the All In podcast. He did, remember DeSantis, Ron DeSantis, the guy running for president against Trump from Florida? He announced his presidential run with Musk and Sachs on, what is that called, Neil?
Truth Social?
No. The part of Twitter where they talk, voice or whatever.
Twitter Spaces.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
that was just voice.
That's only, so now we got video.
Now we got video
I like
live
it.
too.
Big. Okay, we'll see. Here's what I'm talking about here. NIO, the Chinese electric vehicle maker considered a rival of Tesla, has achieved a crucial milestone in its journey towards smartphone production. The company's nascent endeavor, speculated upon since last year, has now passed a significant regulatory hurdle. What happened? NIO's inaugural smartphone, bearing the model number N2301, has successfully obtained an internet access license from China's Ministry of Industry and Information on Friday, citing a government filing. The license granted is effective for 2 years. Designed with Android functionality, the device reportedly boasts 5G capabilities and supports dual SIM card usage. Manufactured, I'm not going to try to even say that, in Hunan province. The specifics regarding its original equipment manufacturer remain undisclosed. Okay, so we don't know who's actually making it. But there it is. Somebody mentioning that in the chat earlier. NIO coming out with its phone, I guess, rivaling Tesla. Maybe, I didn't even know that Elon Musk had been talking about a phone. No idea about that, but NIO coming out there, and I guess we're going to have a NIO phone soon. Not that I'd be interested, but... Yeah, you vomiting?
Yeah.
Against the NIO phone or
Yeah.
something else? Yeah, probably not happy with that. Okay, let's go back to AAOI, because here we go. Another rejection off 11 and another move back down into 10 3/4. Are we going to base out here like we have on almost basically every other occasion? If I put the 5 minute, it's a bit more evident on that. Let's look at that. This is the 5 minute look on AAOI, a series of lower highs, but that 11 top is real. And so you could make the case that we do have a compression pattern. Compression patterns usually resolve in the direction of the trend. Today, 62% to the good. I'd say that that's an upward trend. So unless I get, strong-armed out of this trade, hopefully we'll profit some more. We're already very profitable on the name, but the whole point is to be more profitable, Bradley. But it's a tough trade so far because I've been refusing to take profit in the 90s, and that 11 level has been absolutely stubborn on the day as the shorts are holding on for their life here. I just know they're offside here at 11. 25% short float on this name, and we looked at the price action on the daily, and 11 is a key level. Is it just a matter of time before the shorts get knocked out here, or am I the one going to get knocked out? I won't give any more than 17 pennies per share of profit of risk. I've got my out sub that $0.50 break with my entry at 67. So keeping that in mind. What else do we have here in the chat? MF halted again. MF halted again. Okay, let's talk about MF. Here it is. Let's go from the daily. Let's put this on the 1 minute chart. Down halt this time. We actually break and hold above 2 for a little bit, but Huadunk goes the dynamite down into that where are we halted? 189 proudly. We got up to that 210, making a newer high, because on a previous occasion, we had only popped up to about 206. So there you go, a newer high, but that 209 rejection, again, coming into play, that rejected off about 5 minutes to 12 earlier on. We had another rejection off that level. Above VWAP, I mean, I don't have a trade on this. It's $1 name. I don't have an accurate flow. No, 86 million share float. Did I look at the short float on this? Let's have a look real quick here. MF. No short float from Trade Ideas. That's fine. Let's go to Float Checker. Where's my browser? I don't have one. Let's open one up here. New window. There we go. Let's bring in floatchecker.com. Oops. And pop that up. MF. Where is it? What is this, bro? Miss Fresh. All right. It's negligible here. 1% of the float is short according to Ameritrade and FinViz. So not much really to report on that, guys. Float is, mixed bag here, 6.84, 6.89, essentially sub $7 million. So we'll keep an eye out. I have an alert here for the top break at 240. Otherwise, I'm not interested in this trade.
Nipa says Sharif. But you know what says C or what's the opposite of Nipa? Hui says Tupperware.
Oh, it's back?
Back through $5. Going towards VWAP right now. Says, oui, senor, or monsieur. Oui, monsieur. Give me those moves. Says Tupperware. Straight back to the upside. I'm like so close to just shutting down all systems and just not trade anymore, because the donation box is getting bigger and bigger, and the profits are getting smaller and smaller. So this is the way of this is time to maybe protect confidence, protect profits, and just take the losses wherever the losses are being offered, and just walking away from the market. Maybe come back at 3 o'clock or something, because I clearly don't have the read, and as my statistics have shown me multiple times in the past, from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, usually till 3 o'clock, Prad, you take losses. So why am I even trying to fight my own trend? Trend is your friend, and especially your own trend. It's got to be your own best friend. So make sure that Prad going paper again. No, I'm not paper right now, but I'm very close to just switching over, just protecting my profits. But let's talk about Tupperware. Tupperware over here taking off through those $5 area, ripping back to the VWAP over at the moment. And people were talking about, do we punch Tupperware long through 5? I mean, I tried that long through 5 a bunch of times today. It didn't work out for me. And the stock is clearly showing you rejection or resistance around this 50-20 multiple times, even 50-30. If that area takes out, then maybe we can think for longs on Tupperware. They got a new financing deal of some sorts. Was that what it was, Neil? A new financing deal, right? A temporary restructuring of some debt restructuring coming in, helping them out. I honestly believe that Tupperware needs to find out to somehow include AI in their boxes to tell you that the food will expire or not expire, and the stock will go to $3 million, right? So let's call out with that catalyst. AI included plastic technology. That's the only word I need to hear, and this stock will be halting. I think Max and I were actually complaining to each other yesterday. Can we just get one good halt? Can we get a good DWAC? Like, am I asking for too much for Carvana to halt, or Upstart to halt, or Tupperware to halt? I'm not asking for much here. So let's get those halts going. Right now, though, here goes DraftKings right back to the downside near that 30-50 area that we wanted to go long. A new low a day now coming in for DraftKings. Don't like the fact that I'm bag holding this position. The fact that I'm even using the word bag hold, I should just punch out of this loser instead of just continue to give back. This is horrible. You know what? I'm just going to start punching out over here and start getting into a better average near where we really want to be. And if the trade doesn't work at that point, and then it doesn't work.
Back down again on AAOI into the 10 2/3. How many times are we going to do this dance, guys? How many times? Let's go for that 11 break once and for all. I'm sick of waiting. I hate packing my patience. I hate packing in general. All right. Are you an efficient packer when you go on vacation?
Oh.
Sorry, I kind of got you off guard.
Am I
there
an
already quick.
efficient packer when I go on vacation? Sadly, my friend, I've never been on one.
You don't go to India? You went to India
That's
last year.
not a vacation.
Bro, you were there for like a month last time.
That's not a vacation. I had to go there for family duties. A vacation is like what Sean's on. Like you go to Rome, you got no family responsibilities. You got nothing to worry about. You don't have to, look after your 13-year-old cousin running around the whole wedding being crazy.
Look, kids, doesn't he?
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about like kids running around a wedding when you're trying to get drunk. Right? Or like pick up some cuties or whatever it is.
Well, by the way, so what ended up happening with that? I mean, the wife that you got
It wasn't
set
my
up with
wife,
was-
bro.
Oh,
what
my
are you talking
bad,
about? My
man. Sorry, I
brother
didn't
got
mean to
married.
say that on the show live. I thought that, I thought
My
it was public
brother who
knowledge.
got married.
Kidding around, of course. All right, people yelling, TUP, squeeze. All right, let's get Tupperware. My God, how many times are we going to talk about this?
Tuppy tup tup.
I don't want to say irrelevant stock, but come on.
Whoa,
We're
not
really
irrelevant.
No, but I mean, Tupperware, bro. Tupperware. Like, all right.
Okay, this is your
Have you
problem.
been to the dollar store?
Yes.
There's so many substitutes.
Fair.
That's where I get them from,
Fair.
Bradley.
Fair.
All right, here we go
Good
with Tup,
point.
guys. A nice squeeze right off 5. Absolutely, chat stays
I'm Brad's
undefeated.
wife, he beats me. Wow.
That's not nice. That's quite libelous, by the way. All right, $5, Bradley, here. Looks like we got moving here. Let me put the ticker for everybody. TUP, Tupperware, squeezing nicely through that 5.5. Did I get stopped out? No, I didn't. Good. Of AAOI. Good, good, good. We're back into the 70s. Tupperware, we were kind of consolidating there. Sub 5. 5 seemed to be for a little bit of time anyway, for a better part of an hour. A bit of a resistance point here, but there you go. You get all the smoke. Look at that. 4 million shares almost in 10 minutes on this name. 4 million shares coming in here, guys. Really moving this up. 555, the after the bell high. Should be noted though, we were much higher on the day to start at that 4 a.m. hour. Where did we open up at, Bradley? We opened up at $6.10. What's up?
I have a good rebuttal for you.
What happened?
What shirt do you have on?
I don't even know the Van Housen or something like that on this shirt.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know how you wear like expensive shit brands
They're
sometimes?
not expensive.
Sometimes you wear some
No,
good
I don't.
brands.
I
Yeah,
wear
you do.
CK.
You
Calvin
do.
Klein.
That's a
like,
good brand.
From
Okay.
Winners, bro.
That's still okay. Fair. Me too. My Calvin Kleins are from
Yeah.
Winners too. Fair, fair. But my
That's
rebuttal.
TJ Maxx for you guys in the States.
My
yeah.
oh okay.
Yeah.
TJ Maxx's Winners. Mm-hmm. Oh, I
Same
don't-
company called TJX. Yeah.
Okay. Lululemons. You're Lululemons, okay?
but for gym.
Alternatives.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
alternatives for Lululemons.
Oh my God, this guy sit there thinking on the side. Oh my goodness. Bro, you kill me, man. You kill me.
Alternative for Lululemons, right? But why do you go for Lululemons?
I'm gonna tell you why. You want me
Why?
to tell you why? Because they are durable AF, bro.
So well, that's why people go for Tupperware.
Is it?
I don't know
True?
if they're durable.
I
I've
have no
never
idea,
had a
yeah.
Tupperware. I'll be honest with you. I've never owned a Tupperware.
Yeah, no, I love Winners. You just have to pack your patience when you go there. You have to
Dude,
sit there and
Winners
go
is
through
nice.
everything. There's so much to look through, bro.
Winners is
And TJ
nice.
Maxx, same thing. All right, let's go back to AAOI because we are making a series of lower highs here. We haven't really gotten a reprieve, a curl back up. So maybe the shorts are winning out here as we get into a less liquid part of the day. We're about 130 at the moment. Again, nothing changes for me. My out through the $0.50. I'd rather not take any L on this, especially having had many opportunities to get everything out at 11. I'm long 67s. That would have been a 33 penny winner. That's nothing to sneeze at. But I really want the break of 11, and I thought maybe we could push the shorts through that $11 level. Who knows? We get it. We don't. We'll see what the day resolves itself as. I didn't tell you. I'm starting boxing again.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, so my buddy, he was a boxing teacher. He taught me through 2018, 2019. We did a lot of boxing. So now the boys and I, we're doing boxing Saturdays, and I'm going back on my single man runs on Friday. So today I am going to go for a run, as I typically do. So excited for that. Yeah.
Is it a single man run because you're single and you're running with your
Nobody-
boys, or is it a single man run because
They don't
you're-
run with me. It's because I'm running on my own. Yeah.
I thought like you're saying single man because you're.
Yeah. Well, it works both ways. Anyway.
I was trying to get you hooked up in the chat by saying, guys, ladies,
What is crab? Sharif,
What?
you should try crab. I don't know what that is.
Krog Maga,
Short smeller. I love that name.
Krav Maga?
Short smeller, Krav Maga. Yeah, that's the Israeli street fighting.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Defensive thing. Yeah, probably it is. Yeah, Krav Maga. No, yeah, I think you're right.
Hey,
Bradley.
nothing's better than Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, baby. Come
Krav
on.
Maga says short smeller.
Nothing beats having to, bear hug another guy for 5 minutes in a row on the ground and roll
How
around.
is that going?
I didn't go yesterday, but I do plan to go next week, Tuesday.
Fantastic.
And I was busy yesterday, yeah.
As we all do. We're tracing off the highs here on the future, Bradley.
I'm giving back my whole day, so it's great.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the future. We'll let Bradley focus a little bit on his trade here. The NQ. Let's go to that. Let's go to the 5-minute candles. Where's my ticker? There we go. Let's put the ticker in. Oh, come on. Bring in the ticker like that. There we go. So we get that 15.6 break, right? We start celebrating. We took some out in the 15.590s. Made my day. I was very happy. 15.610 comes in, but that's as good as it was going to get for now, as we have been stair-stepping down since that time. 15.6 rejection. I don't know what the equivalent level on the ES is. I haven't been watching it today, but that 15.6, no question, stepping up as an area of resistance. Where are we at right now on the future? 15.536. This is my original entry. I was long 15.538. Rode that into the 90s for 60 plus points, but right back to that level we were consolidating at. This is an interesting level here if we get back into this, the lower end of this range. Top out here initially in the pre-market. We base out here at around 11 o'clock, and then that's when we big boy moved up. Now, if we get back into that 15.525, which is the base of this consolidation area, could we have a long? I don't know. I don't really like that level. I gotta tell you the truth. So it's, interesting look here on the future. Let me have a look quickly at the big tech names. Let's bring in big tech. What's big tech up to? Wow, Meta retraced quite aggressively. Look at that 316 rejection, and then we just broke 314. Rejecting move here on Meta with a lower high, but we have that base that we kept bouncing off of, which is that 313. That's yesterday's close on Meta, and that has absolutely held up, whether it was 8 a.m. or whether it was from 9 till about 11. 9:30, pardon me, till about 11. That was the base, the support level. So we'll see if that level gets recycled. Amazon holding up much better. Apple's been dead all day. I don't even have anything to say about it. Softy, we talked about that 313 top. Sorry, 333, pardon me, top. That we rejected off here, and then we had all sorts of bamboozlement here, and then you get the continuation. That comes and goes. Bouncing, though, off that 331.75 back into 332.25. Keep an eye on that. Jameson, Barna, get to the choppa. It's all going down. Yeah, it is. It's coming down, my friend. We'll see if we get support, but right now, big tech and the future looks like they may be giving up the ghost so far. Now, back to my trade, AAOI. Again, we hold that 10.6 level. Yeah, right there. 10.6 is where we held up. That's the bottom end of the trough, and right back in we go to that 1080 something. Sorry, 1080 and a half, 1085. But no break of 11, so nothing new to report there. And oh baby, everybody's getting excited back there. I love it, playing that golf, whatever.
It's because I'm losing. They're getting happy that I'm no longer number one on the floor.
I like it. All right, come on, AOI, man. Give me that money, man. Here we go, pumping back up into the high 80s. I want that 11 break. 11 or nothing. I'm putting it out there. 11 or nothing. I ain't taking it out, Bradley.
Moaning how much money was lost on golf today. Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening over there. Brad, you'll always be the chat's number one, says Mash. Hey, I love it. Thank you, chat. But that's a lie. I know that. You guys love Neil and Sean more, and that should be respected. It should be that way anyways,
Kevin
too, right?
Mendoza, shout out.
Kevin Mendoza, shout out
He
for.
wanted it.
Did Bogdanov call? Ooh, okay. Did Boggy call for what stock are we talking about? My positions? Yeah, Boggy called for my positions. Coming after all of my positions over here. Damn you, Boggy. I thought you were my boy, dog. Sharif Aji, you can tell he got hands.
Boxing? Yeah, maybe.
Sharif, let's see a quick one, too.
Oh, bro, I fight out of the shell, so I fight like this, right?
What are you, a Ninja Turtle?
No, it's called the shell, bro.
guy's a Ninja Turtle, bro. Teenage Mutant Ninja Sharif.
Let me show you.
Let's see it.
Floyd Mayweather fights out of the shell. Floyd, oops, F-L-O-Y-D, Mayweather, shell, Philly shell, it's called. Here it is. I can't show the video, probably because it's copyrighted, but we'll show some images. This is the shell, Bradley. So you're supposed to roll everything off your shoulder and then catch the right hand like this. So you punch me like this, I'm supposed to roll it, and then if you come like this, I'm supposed to tuck in like that. It's really hard. You have to be very fast in order to do it. A lot of people don't like teaching it.
I got it.
I love it. I love it, man. We have a good time on here, no question about it.
Hey, when you're losing, at least make fun of your own self. That way you're having fun. Let's go, baby. Enough about boxing. Let's talk about how to not get boxed on this market.
Yes,
don't take this long on DraftKings with me. That's one way. Another way is to obviously look for some trades over here. Let's look for some positions. Maybe Apple. Where's Apple? Is Apple still holding 185, Sharif? Wow, it is.
Yeah,
Apple's still at 185,
You like
bro.
that, though? I mean, it's dead money all day, bro. Obviously, it's great to get in here.
Look at this iceberg at 185 right now. Look at the amount of size we're printing on 185.
Who's buying? Uncle Warren? Who's
somebody
buying?
is.
Berkshire?
Somebody's buying into 185, but the important thing is somebody is selling at 185. Big iceberg over there at 185. So we got an absolute battle happening. The battle of two behemoths, a David and a Goliath. Are there two behemoths or no?
Well,
one of them's
Goliath was the behemoth. David was tiny.
But two behemoths, absolute giants. It's the Godzilla and King Kong going at each other over here at 185. Who's going to be victorious as the markets have been booming today, right? Markets have been booming for the most part, but that was fun to notice that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares were going off on the 185 area, and not a lot of size was actually being shown at 185, and hence the stock was not able to go through that. So that right there is a reserve. That's an iceberg identified. Oh, wow. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, Fabian, another animation, iceberg identified. We just have a tons of animations. I know you guys have conversations. I apologize, Mark and Fabian. I'll put it in notes. Thank you. But I just cut off the conversation. I feel bad for that. What were you gonna say, Sharif?
Tupperware squeezing, probably.
No way,
yeah,
bro.
560 high. I don't have a trade on it. I know you were looking at that TUP 565 high of day now. That touches the opening range break that we got. It was before technically the opening range, but it was right at 927. So right before the bell, we got as high as 567. So we're 2 pennies removed off that. But Tupperware, another good day for TUP. I loaded up Apple here because of what Bradley said, but I'm not going to trade that yet. Going to keep that on the back burner, no question. But 185 here, rejecting as we move down into the 184 and the high 90s. So keeping an eye on that. AAOI back up into 1090s after finding another base at 1060. I like this look. Hopefully we get resolution through 11. Stop console wars. Okay, now to try to punch Pratt, see if he really has it. I'm not going to do that. I love Pratt. I ain't touching. Unless we're sparring, then it's a whole different game. All right, Darwin, TUP weekly, has insane price target based on technicals. Sure. Let's go look at the weekly on top. I did not look at the weekly. Go here. Yeah, absolutely right. Now, the first level we're looking here on the weekly, this is the weekly on Tupperware, guys. There you go, TUP. The top here, the closing prints are all around 12. That's the crest. I would say it crested out at 12 bucks. Sure, it danced with 13, but that was a wick. The better level, 12. That's the crest. And then when you go back up, you have to even look at this. $20, absolute great level on the weekly. All the weekly closing prints, sub 20. So that tells you we got a 12, we got a 20, but we really got to move here. We're talking $5 on the day. So we're not even close to those levels. But if you are swinging this, those are going to be important levels to you. $12 resistance, $20 resistance. That's sound price action. That $20 is made even more important by the fact that it acted as a base through the week of June 14th, 2021, all the way to November 1st, 2021. We know what happened in November 2021. Papa Powell got on the mic and used the word transitory or not transitory. Okay? So we know why it probably huadoomed after that. But the fact of the matter is $20 held up absolutely well for almost a year. and then the level that was support, surprise, surprise, acted as resistance when we tried to move back up. So that $20 level, an absolute beauty here on the weekly. Shout out to Darwin for pointing that out. I think it was Darwin. Holy excitement back there. Show the guys, show the guys. Oh, they missed it. Neil was like bouncing around, man. I love it. All right. The guy's having a great time back there. That's what it's like to work on the floor here, guys. It is action-packed all the time. What do you got there, Prastramus? What is that? The man, the myth, the legend. Ooh.
I didn't do
P.
this. I didn't do this.
Who
by the
gave
way.
you that?
One of my brothers, long-term friend from back in India, who we actually helped migrate to Canada. So now they're like, you know, pretty close to our house.
That's very nice
They
of
came
them.
by yesterday. I think this might be a custom-made bottle.
I think it probably is.
Right?
You don't just get that.
You don't
P
just
right
get
now.
that P in the middle just like that. So hey, thank you for that custom-made bottle.
Making
I
bottles
did
with random
need to.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's custom.
I did need a bottle to drink water, so Hydration Nation, get that. I almost said get the alcohol in you. Get the agua in you, and no, don't get alcohol in you when you're trading. Get the agua in you. Alcohol though at the 4 o'clock stream with Obi Trice, no gimmies, real names,
Oh,
baby.
he's on the show
That's
today?
right.
Dang.
Obi Trice, real name, no gimmies on the 4 o'clock stream today. So make sure that you. Actually, I don't think Obi is Obi. No alcohol, right? Yeah, Obi said no alcohol, so no alcohol for Obi. But for myself, I'll be there. I'll join you guys. You guys bust out the liquors, and I'll be with you. And bust out the questions, too, as we'll ask Obi all the spicy questions, like the spicy Hyderabadi biryani he made for that barbecue, bro. You missed Obi's biryani.
Bro.
One day, you know what? We're going to do a potluck in the office where Obi has to bring in the biryani again.
Is that good, eh?
It's that good.
Damn.
We're gonna have a potluck in the office. Everyone brings an item of food to eat, and then Obi's gonna have to bring in that biryani, bro. This kid made everything himself.
Unreal.
At least, you know,
says.
I'm buying his word. He said he made everything himself.
I like it.
And his mom just, you know, gave him directions and instructions, which is good.
Yeah.
Like, and if that's true, this kid snapped.
Yo, bro. Look, let me tell you, the dude is, he's a concentrator. I'll tell you that.
I think he had to spend like hours and hours on the dark pool YouTube for finding out how to make the right biryani, though, right? All the VODs
Where is
and
he?
hours and hours of VODs of biryani.
That's funny.
Hey, DraftKings finally moving, finally
Go for
in
it.
the money, man. That was painful. Only 8 cents in the money, but I am heavy in that position. We're still down on it. It is my second worst stock on the day, and we might not end positive on the stock, but if it does go back to 32, and if I'm not a paper-handed trader with my profits, then I think we might just be able to end up some profits on it because I do have a decent chunk of size. Guys, I will say this right now, though. This trading that I am showcasing, this is not me. This is me on tilt, right? This right here is me on tilt. So I'll tell you this is not a good trade right off the bat. You see, anytime this happens, you want to punch out, take that loss, and reprice yourself. It's much better to just take that damn loss and get back
100%.
in at 30-30, 30-40, whatever your price where you actually was. How many times have I said, I want to be long 30-40, I want to be long 30-40. But what did I do? Just keep adding to a damn loser, and then the bottom is 30-30, 30-40, and my average is absolute poo-poo caca. So it's like, what's the point in this? This trade is useless at this point. So this is a good example of what not to do. I've also had good examples on what to do today, right? Good examples on what to do. Here's a good example of what not to do. I guess I'm doing a pretty damn good job of being a host.
I like how you twisted that at the end. All right, maybe we'll go through some of the watch list here. So you guys know that I keep my watch list over here, the watch list over here. We'll talk a little bit about that. On the top of the name, Big Tech. Can you make this full screen, guys, so that they can see it a bit better? There we go. Thank you very much. Here we go. Big Tech, the only negative name on the day. Our friend Apple, 3 and almost a quarter to the south side as it. You know, we talked about the earnings. SMCI, the main standout here. I talked about this earlier on the show in microchips. What a move, 7 1/3. This one has been an absolute monster. I don't know if it's very day trade-esque because it's only done 2 million shares on the day, but it's a hell of a swing. Someone was yelling earlier on about Intel. Intel's having a great day, 2% to the good, but with a 35.50 top here, starting to curl off that Intel. Decent day for our friends there at Intel, and then TSM also up 2%. So a good day for microchips for the most part. Moving down, crypto, yeah, crypto 29.2. And you have, a mixed bag here with crypto, not much to talk about. EVs, it's been a red day for EVs, no question about that. We saw a Fisker report, and they disappointed. Let's be quite frank about it. They cut the amount of vehicles that they delivered on the quarter. They cut how much they forecast on the year that they're going to deliver by like 10,000 cars, which wasn't much anyway. So that's not what you want to see. So Fisker down 5%. Nikola also taking it on the chin, 12 2/3. To the south side at the moment. The only it's not even an EV plug is only green name on that list, up 0.5 percentage point. ADRs, Chinese ADRs mostly red for the exception of some solar names here. I put all my ADRs in one section rather than breaking them down by sector. DQ and Run are some of the the solar plays, but for the most part here, everything in ADR world red. XBEV down 5 3/4. You've got BABA as well, just marginally green, up 1/3%. It's been kind of a nothing burger for Chinese ADRs on the day. AMC's green, up 3%. We know that it reports next week, so we'll have a look at that. Not much to speak about on AMC. Carvana down 4 1/3. Hasn't been Vana's day. It's been flirting with 50, but I think 50 is acting as a resistance level today rather than an area of support. We tried to take this one north earlier on the 50 break, but no go. It's been dancing with 50, but I posit it's resistance rather than support. Cloud computing and IT security has had a bad day. We saw Fortinet. Yeah, I got to add that. Thank you for reminding me. FT and T. There's got to go on my watch list here.
Also NET.
Pardon me?
NET.
NET. Let me add that.
Is NET a cloud computing?
Oh, we'll find out.
It's Cloudflare.
Cloudflare, yeah, that has to go on. Is it security? Let's find out. Global cloud service provider delivers service to business, all sizes, companies, network, scalable, controlled. Yeah, deliver security. Okay, so it can fit into the list here.
Okay.
But this is a good day for it. I think it's a bit different. What the whole point is, a lot is moving down in sympathy with Fortinet. 25% south on this name. Then you have like the names like CrowdStrike and Zscaler, both of which are IT security names, down as well in sympathy. So it's been not so good for the cloud computing security names today. Square for fintech. We're talking about fintech now. Square taking it on the chin today. It delivered an earnings report that was not really taken too kindly to by the market. It's lost about 12% of its value on the day. And then you have a lot of sympathy plays down with it as well. Visa, obviously, a bit of a different model. I have Visa in there for different reasons. Moving down, Weed. Weed had been kind of strong. We have been seeing some strength in Tilray lately. It's now above $1, flirting with that 2.5, but kind of a nothing burger today on Weed. I thought we might have an interesting look here on pharma and biotech because we had Amgen reporting, we had Moderna reporting. Amgen doing real good, 6 3/4 on the day for Amgen as it reported really good earnings. Moderna, a mixed bag. It's up only 2/3 of a point on the day. Moving back down here, we have EV charging. We saw EV Go have a fantastic day yesterday. It's up 6% today. And Blink and ChargePoint possibly moving in sympathy, up 1.5 of a point on the day, Bradley. As I mentioned on the top, some solar names were in the green here, the Chinese names specifically, but more of a nothing burger there. Let's jump into the more value names. Energy, it's been a fantastic week for energy as Saudi Arabia announcing yesterday is going to continue production cuts of 1 million barrels per day into September. Russia also announcing it will also continue its production cuts, not by 500,000 as they had done in July. No, we're going to go down to 350,000 now for Russian energy production. So oil doing well again, $83 right now on the West Texas Intermediate Futures Contract, CL September contract, guys. And then I'm not going to go through airlines, a bit of a nothing burger on the day.
Airlines, bit of a nothing burger. Oh, there goes my stop on Square as it reclaims 65. So Square now goes back to 65. Looks like Pratt is now done with this trade completely. We got a monster move on the stock today, man. Look at that. I love it. That's a good example of what to do. Here was an example of what not to do for a little bit of a time, but now we're getting an example of what to do, right? Finally loaded up at 30, 40, 30, 50 like I was talking about. Now the stock is 13 cents in the money, and we're waiting for that move right back to the 100-period EMA or $31, or even all the way back up to 32. The catalyst for the stock was actually positive. We went up 12% in pre-market or in after hours. I forget. I guess both of them combined, right? You can say in the extended trading session, DraftKings went up by 12 some odd percent. Get out of my face, fly. 12 some odd percent and ripped up to the north side. Sadly, gave up the ghost completely. Pushed it to, gave up the Casper. That's what I'm going to say.
I like that.
Gave up the Casper completely and pushed to the downside over here, all the way almost to yesterday's closes. That's pretty insane to me, if you ask me. I mean, look at the range that we are in, though. This range right here near 31.33 is where we're kind of bouncing off of. It's this consolidation the stock has been stuck in after making that new 52-week high. Hoping to see if we can, get a nice little long off of this area, but the stock seems to constantly wanting to push back down after rejecting the 50-period EMA.
Dang.
This was the story of the day for the stock, sadly, the 100-period and the 50-period EMA rejection constantly. Let's see that 50-period EMA breakthrough, then the 100 EMA breakthrough, and then more upside coming in.
Drake spotted down the road. We're very close to Yorkville here. Drake spotted with Van Fleet and LeBron down the road today on Yorkville. Looks like they're having lunch at Yorkville. All right, Bradley, I just want to get to my AAOI trade. This is exactly why I had resting orders, guys, because it doesn't spend time above 11. Look, we get the break of 11. I get that 11.05 fill. I get the 11.15 fill. We don't get the 11.25 fill because we can't seem to stay above 11. The second we break above 11, the selling comes in. The shorts are offside here above 11. I just know it. This will be very interesting next week to see how much we can squeeze. 25% short float every time we break above 11. Going back to earlier in the month, we keep rejecting. The shorts are holding on for their life above this level. I just know it. And I'm definitely putting that on my watch list for next week. Anyway, we take more profits, baby. We're long 67s. We take 11.05 out. We take 11.15 out. We're spending the money on this one. We still got a good, how much do I have left on this, Bradley? Less than 50% of the trade left on this one. But it's been big boy profits on this, on the day. I'm waiting for that 11.25 touch next if we get it. We're below 11 by a penny again. 10.97 on the bid, 11 on the ask. Can we get continuity?
My turn? Okay.
LaFlop hanging out with LeDuc? Come on, bro.
Oh, LaFlop. LaFlop, yeah, he is LaFlop James. That's exactly what his name is. You never heard LaFlop James before?
No, man.
Yeah, LaFlop, bro.
I know that it's becoming an issue in basketball with, like, it's already an issue in soccer. Let's not even get into that.
LaSmart? Have you seen LaFlop Smart? Like, what's his name? Marcus Smart?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Marcus Smart, bro. Everyone just flops in this game. It's turning into a soccer. Oh, you know why, though?
Yep.
Because Mbappe got offered 1.1 bill, so I guess they thought, hey, if I can start flopping around the NBA, I can make money too.
No, did you see what Giannis wrote?
Yeah,
on his X?
hire me.
He's like, yo, I'll take.
Yeah.
No, but people are talking about Saudis getting into basketball now. That the basketball players are openly saying we will go to Saudi Arabia for that money. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, here comes the Saudi
NBA,
basketball
man.
league, bro.
Forget NBA. It's all about the SBA, Saudi Basketball Association. They're about to start making bank over there. Imagine having to fly to go watch LeBron play or Steph Curry play. You can't watch them in America anymore. You have to fly out there to watch them.
Forget about flying. You get TV rights for those. Imagine the TV rights they can start charging for that, right? Yeah, I think,
I guess, the oil monopoly is dying, so they're trying to run the sports monopoly.
That's exactly it.
They're trying to run the sports monopoly. What's the next monopoly we can run over here? DraftKings holding that 30-50 area pretty well right now, so let's see if that can continue. Someone in the chat said Apple is putting me to sleep. Well, luckily for you, there's a million other stocks you can go have fun with. That's why I haven't traded Apple all day ever since my first few attempts of trying to short that 185 area. I was actually explaining to one of the traders on the floor today as to how me and him, both of us were, having the same issue at 185. And how did I adapt to deal with my situation or the same problem we were having? 185 area rinsed both of us shorting it a couple of times. So what did I figure out to do? I figured I'm gonna layer orders on the short side right below VWAP, and I'm gonna layer profits right in front of 185 and right below 185. And I'm gonna let the stock just do its whipsaw action from 185.50 to 185 nonstop. And every time it did that, I would get into a position, I would make profits. I would get into the position and I would make profits. I would just keep on doing that for a little bit until Apple actually turned to being flat on me, because I lost on that 135 area, I lost on this 187 area, but it's overall I'm only down like $1 on the stock today. So that's the way I ended up adapting to it. Changed the way I was looking at the situation, changed the way I was looking at the game, and thankfully saved myself from getting hurt too much. So sometimes, you might have a plan and you might have a setup, but you might have to adapt with that setup, might have to change that setup because the stock is not offering it to you, or you might just have to stop trading that stock completely. Like you said, it's putting you to sleep. Don't trade it. Don't look at it. There's tons of other stocks they're moving around. DraftKings is moving around today. You got the what's that stock, bro? AAOI moving around. Warner Brother Digital moving around. So, TDS, what's the other one? UMS? No.
Which one?
The cellular one.
United
United States,
it was
USC.
TDS.
TDS and USC.
TDS. Yeah.
So TDS and USC moving around. There's a million other stocks over there that you can put your risk on, and that way you don't have to pass out.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Shout out to the Katina man. He'll be back on Monday. Proudly. NQ finding an interesting level here at 15.5. Now, we did break 15.6. We got up to 15.610 and a quarter. That's the HOD on the NQ September contract. We move back down. Nice buys, though. That's what you want to see if you're looking for a defend, but right back down into 15.5. It had been a bit of a top, I want to say earlier on, from around 11 to around 1140 or so. And then we broke it to the north side. 15.5 is what I'm talking about here. We're right back at that level. Every time we dip below it, not by every time, from around 130 to currently, all the dips into 15.5 have been bought up, moving back up. But yeah, kind of consolidative at the moment, to be honest, but something to be aware of, that 15.5 level, if we're going to move back up. Now, we were over 1% on the day to the good on the NQ. Now we're back down to 0.75%. Let's see if this 15.5 level actually holds up or not. We'll keep an eye on that. Good look today on the NQ. Let's go back to AAOI, proudly referencing that. Again, we have trouble staying above 11, and the time that we spent there is very transient. Same thing as transitory, by the way. I get that, top wick through 11.15. Only reason I got that is because I had resting orders. We haven't been able to get to 11 and a quarter. We got there earlier on, very earlier on, I want to say. Pardon me. Let me just adjust this so I can see the time on the chart. What time was that? 12:10. That was the only time really we were able to touch that 11 and a quarter. Otherwise, it's been, the shorts really fighting any movement above $11. Quarter of the float shorted. Let's see what else is moving. What's the chat up to? People asking about TUP. We were just talking about that name. Let's have a look at TUP again. Go to the 1 minute. Yeah, rejecting off that 565. What a move down. That's ugly as you know what. But right back into VWAP at 520. This was an interesting area earlier on. This might be an interesting area to hit along here. You had a bit of a double top here between 1145 and around 1215. That 520 came into play. We're right back at that 520 level, which also happens to be VWAP. So the price action and the indicator conflating. But there you go, rejection, and it comes right back down to 513, but gets bought right back up. I don't know. I ain't taking a long here. Too risky for me. But yeah, TUP giving up the ghost right now. It's up still 46% on the day. How can you complain? 565 high price.
Someone said BSFC, tons of fun on this stock today. Yeah, you might not be wrong. A little bit of a volume coming in on this stock. It was actually no volume throughout the day. Did not move at all. Penny stock, just getting above $1. BSFC up now 31% and actually holding $1 on this move back. So maybe some longs in front of the dollar for you to try. And if the dollar breaks, maybe you give it up to 95 cents over here. Where's my mouse? You give it up to 95 cents over here. As you guys can see, that was the bounce back through $1 after first getting above 1, pushing up to $1.10, getting back below 1 to 95 cents, and then back through 1 all the way up to 125. So if 1 holds at the moment, you could just try a simple long, giving it up to that low of 95 cents for a potential monster run up, a good risk to reward play over there, and it's already pulling back below 1. I know, I saw it in the morning. I'm actually happy for that.
Yeah.
I can't say anything about that one.
We don't need to.
BSFC pushing back to the downside over here. Below 1 now. Let's see if 1 can get back through. So if the stock can get back through 1 and show us a new high day around 125, 126. BSFC low flow flyer. 95 cents is the play I see, as well, says Super SPAC Man. Hey, great minds think alike. Or maybe we're both just going to get burned, absolutely roasted.
Google is offering an on-campus hotel special, and I don't know why in quotes, to help lure workers back to the office.
Hotel special?
Oh man, I can't believe they actually have to go like through all this to get people to come back to the office. Come on, man, this was basic stuff. But all right, AAOI. I'm sorry to keep talking about this, but the only trade that I have, right back down into 10 2/3 again, trying to hold 10 3/4. It's been one rejection after another at 11. Don't care. Gonna hold it, right? My out. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Sharif. I have to adjust my out because my stop was for the full amount, but I no longer have the full amount because I've been printing on it. So we got to adjust here proudly. We're going to go ahead and put our stop through the $0.50 break. We already said that we were going to do that. We'll go ahead and how many? Yeah, okay, good. Bro, what did I just do, man? I just took out a little bit. I hate these keys. I'm taking them off. My flattened keys, I just took out like a little bit of that position accidentally. That's very frustrating. Okay, 1040, go, and then we're gonna go 10, yeah, like that. And there we go. Now we got the stop instituted there. We'll see what kind of movement we get. I was about to talk about something, but then I forgot. I had something interesting to talk about for the last few minutes that we had, but it has slipped my mind. In any event, it was something to do with social media. I swear, I just saw it here. Oh, yes, yes. Okay, Tottenham fans. I know there's Tottenham fans in the chat because I see them trolling me all the time. Harry Kane apparently is supposed to decide within the next 24 hours whether he will leave Tottenham and join Bayern Munich, or he will stay in London to fight another year, another titleless year, another trophyless year for you Tottenham fans with Tottenham. Now, we heard yesterday that Jay-Z was very much interested in buying Tottenham. Could that have anything to do with him wanting to stay? I'm sure that if Jay-Z were to want to pick up the team, that he would want to hold on to his star unless he's got other plans. So interesting look here for our friends Tottenham Hotspur down the road. The reason Arsenal and Tottenham fans do not like each other is because they're both from North London. Do you know how close the stadiums are? And they're both monster stadiums, like 1.5 kilometers.
What's the point in that?
That's the way England is, right? Like the clubs developed so long ago, and they weren't big clubs, and then they ended up growing and growing and growing, and then you just fight over
your
territory.
Own stadiums and stuff. Okay.
That's why it's like North London is red, no, North London is white, North London is red, North London is white. Anyway, so Harry Kane, apparently, according to my boy Fabrizio or whatever, Romano, who is a very trustworthy source in the soccer world, 24 hours remain until Harry Kane makes that decision. I know that is a big deal for a lot of you Spurs fans, so let's see what happens there. A couple of minutes left on the show here, proudly.
Did you hear about that story of this father who had to name his kid? And he named
it to me.
Oh, I did.
You sent it to me yesterday. Yeah. Instead of Arsenal, he wrote it backwards.
The wife was like Lanesra.
Lanesra.
The wife was like, how can you give me some names for our daughter? And he's like Lanesra. And then years down the road, she's like, okay, where'd you get Lanesra from? He's like, it's actually Arsenal spelled backwards. And that's something I could see you doing. That's something
Oh,
I can
I'm
see
not that
you
kind of
doing.
crazy, but that's fanatical,
Lanesra.
man. That's fanatical.
Lanesra sounds like a beautiful name, though. Like
I
I
know,
can see
but
myself,
the reason
me naming
for
my
it.
daughter Lanesra.
That's not a bad name.
That's
I
a
have
beautiful
no
name.
problem
That's like
with it.
something straight out of the mythic fantasy, World of Warcraft lands or whatever. Hey, looks like DraftKings might finally get ready to give us that pump we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting a nice little move back up, at least a little pump coming in on DKNG. We want to see the 50-period EMA breaking and move towards the 100 breaking, and then move towards that 32 area for us to be a little bit happy of all the dumb decisions that we've been taking on this stock today. Quick shout out again. We got Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi Trice, real name no gimmies, coming on at 4 o'clock. If you have any
There
questions,
he is, baby. There he is.
Obi
Look at him.
wave.
Wave, Obi.
Obi wave.
Wave to the camera, baby. There he
Yeah,
is.
so he'll be on at 4 o'clock. If you have any questions, baby DraftKings.
Attaboy, Bradley. Way to end off the show. That's the energy they love. That's the energy they love.
Let's
But
go.
we are now overtime, Proudly, so it's been awesome. What a week it's been, guys. Make sure to tune in back. Oh,
My hand is
actually, don't
sweaty.
forget. Tune in to the after party show, like he just alluded. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi Trice, whatever you want to call him, he's going to be on the after party show, and they're going to be talking real, like I did when I was on there. Until then, we will see you guys, same bat channel, on Monday. Brando's at the big desk.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon as we head through to the weekend. It's a long weekend here in Canada. It's